and the queens who followed. Together, they rule the underworld.
A villain, loved by queens.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku was S-rank villain and made harem with Ryukyu and Jirou movie. Before we start, please go support IsseiOmniversalCaos for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 1. The beginning of everything. It all started when I turned 4 years old. My mind was full of dreams and hope, wanting to know what my quirk was. I was excited. I simply wanted to fly like her, smile, and feel free like a bird, but fate is the cruelest thing there is. Doctor, I'm sorry, Mr. Midoriya, looking at his notes and x-rays, but your son has no powers whatsoever. Those were the words that echoed throughout the hospital room. The two older children were in shock. A little girl with freckles and light green hair was astonished by the news, her beautiful emerald eyes in total disbelief. And finally, there was the boy, with dark green hair, freckles on his face, and ruby eyes. His gaze was lost as all his dreams were thrown overboard. Inko, what do you mean she has no power? The children's mother asked incredulously. There must be some mistake. Doctor, I'm sorry ma'am, my deepest condolences, but your son is of an older blood type. His genetics are identical to those of humans from 100 years ago. Child, looking at the child's lost gaze, you should give up on becoming a hero. The little boy just started to cry, wanting to find his sister's shoulder to feel safe, but the girl just turned away from him, looking at him with contempt. He tried to hug his mother to feel safe, but the woman got up at the same time as the father. Inko Isashi, thank you for your time, doctor, bowing respectfully. Mika, looking at the girl, it's time to go. Mika, yes mom, taking her mother's hand, hurry up or you'll be left, whispering, useless. The three present opened the door to walk in with some haste. The little boy only started to get down from the chair to follow his parents, but the doctor called his attention. Doctor, child, looking at Izuku, stop, here, have a lollipop, handing the candy to the younger boy. Izuku only approached to take the candy. He was devastated inside, but the doctor just stroked his hair, making him feel a little better. Izuku, thank you doctor, looking at the candy sadly, thank you. Doctor, remember, young man, from now on the world will show you its worst side, be strong, stopping stroking Izuku's head, only then will you survive in this world withered by man. The boy just nodded as best he could, then ran off, leaving the doctor alone in his office, as his expression grew more serious, and he took out a phone and called someone. Doctor, being answered from the other end of the line, we have a candidate for the C-120 prototype, smiling, we just have to wait for him to grow, I'll keep you informed sensei. On the way home. In the car, Izuku could feel the aura of contempt they had towards him. He glanced at his father out of the corner of his eye, only to see the contemptuous eyes staring back at him in the rearview mirror. Similarly, his mother stared intently at the road on the way home, and finally, his sister looked at him with hatred as she began to speak. Mika, what will happen now? Looking at her parents, Izuku turned out to be a useless quirkless kid, and I, pointing at herself, will be the laughingstock of the school for having a piece of trash as a brother. Izuku Ni-chan, downcast, I'm sorry. Isashi, shut up, Izuku, looking at him in the rearview mirror, I don't want to hear another word from you right now, I'm disappointed in you, frowning, TSK, what will the family say when they find out? They were even planning to throw a party for your amazing quirk, and boy, will they be disappointed. Inko, holding her husband's hand, everything will be alright, darling, we just have to tell the truth, glancing at Izuku out of the corner of her eye, that Izuku is a quirkless. Izuku felt terrible, he was about to cry, but his father's gaze silenced him, crying internally he could do nothing but curse the world for making him this way. As he got out of the car, he could feel the pressure of hatred. He just tried to walk as calmly as possible while his father opened the door. His mother went inside only to go upstairs and lock herself in her room, and his sister just locked herself in hers. Isashi Izuku, watching the boy stop just before going up the stairs, let's talk, taking a steel rod that was near the entrance. The little boy just nodded as he watched his father approach with the intention of hurting him, and finally it happened, he felt the first blow on his right leg, only to scream in pain as his father yelled at him. Isashi, why were you born different? Raising the staff again, answer me. Izuku couldn't respond to each careless blow from the older man. He felt his skin throb with intense pain, he felt that the rod was tearing at his skin. He glanced sideways at his father's face, which was filled with total rage. His long black hair was only disheveled by the brutal blows. Izuku, covering his face with his hands, forgive me dad, forgive me. Isashi, forgive you? You just turned out to be useless. You should have been like Mika. Holding his son's arms, but alone. About to hit Izuku in the face with the rod, you should never have existed. The steel rod performed its function perfectly. That blow would leave a lifelong memory for little Izuku, a great wound that would accompany him for the rest of his life. The child's scream was so loud that his sister shuddered, as did his mother. Both felt only slight pity for their son and brother, but the adult's shouts only silenced that cry. "Sashi, you're cursed. You're nothing but useless. Quirkless." Izuku only cried from the other blows that only opened his skin from the force of the adult, who never held back at that moment. He could see the lack of image in the right side of his eye. He saw the right side turn to darkness as he watched his father taking off his belt. Sashi, covering his son's mouth, "Since you're good for nothing, you'll only be good for selling your disgusting body trash." The adult committed such a miserable, despicable act, an act of savagery. He began to grape his own son. The eyes that once shone with hope and joy went out, leaving only a spark for a dream. Even though the world snatched the opportunity away from him, he was determined to pursue it with all his strength. 1 week later. Thus a child who barely spoke to others only to receive abuse was walking home completely alone. He could see his sister talking to her countless friends in the distance with his good eye. Thrown into a pond by Izuku, "Come on, useless, move, ha 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 ha, wow, you're weird." The other children just walked beside him, ignoring the fact that he existed. Izuku just stood up and started walking again with a huge depression. "Izuku, mom's going to be mad at me again. What did I do wrong? Why is the world like this?" Izuku kept walking, not paying attention to who was in front of him, until he bumped into something soft, and there she was. The dragon Ryukyu heroine. Ryuko, who was the son of a bee, looking at Izuku, "Hey, are you alright, kid?" Looking at Izuku's condition, "Let me help you." Izuku opened his eyes when he saw her. It was so radiant to see the pro-heroine in front of him as she gave him her hand in an attempt to help him up. Izuku amazing, taking the woman's hand, "Excuse me, I didn't notice." Ryuko felt the boy's hands with slight scars. His right eye was completely white, indicating that he was blind. She felt sadness for the boy, so she decided to take him home. "Ryuko, let's go to your house, I'll go with you," smiling at the younger boy, "Okay." Izuku, looking at the woman's smile, "Yes," returning the smile. "Ryuko, by the way, what's your name?" Looking at the younger boy staring at her in amazement, "Do I have something on my face?" Smiling at him. Izuku, sorry, looking ahead with a smile, "My name is Midoriya Izuku, it's just that I always wanted to be a hero, but..." Ryuko didn't let him finish, saying something that would cause him more harm in the future. She was unaware of the miserable life this little boy would suffer. Ryuko, but no buts, looking at the younger boy, "If you want to be a hero, just do your best," whispering to the younger boy, "Besides the famous UA will give me a job in 2 years," smiling at him, "I'll be happy to see you study there, Midoriya Izuku." The boy saw a whole new world before him. Someone trusted him. It was undoubtedly the best moment of his life as they walked home, talking nonsense, and Ryuko felt a strong affection for that young man whom she wouldn't see again for years, and in the worst way. As he was near his house, Izuku suddenly stopped, catching Ryuko's attention. Outside his house, his father was loading suitcases into his car, while his mother was outside crying. "Ryuko, Izuku? What's wrong?" Looking where Izuku was looking, "You live there?" Izuku simply nodded as Namuri looked at him sadly, wanting to hug him, but Izuku let go of her, looking at her with a smile. "Izuku, thank you, Ryuko-san," walking towards his house, "I'll do my best to get into UA." Ryuko just wanted to hug him and take him home, but the responsibility of caring for a child was too great. If only she had, he wouldn't have to go through hell until he finally broke down because of modern society. "Ryukyu, take care, Izuku-kun," waving goodbye, "I'll be waiting for you at UA." Walking in the opposite direction, "I'll be waiting for you." Izuku just walked in with his usual serious expression. He knew his father had abandoned them. He entered the house only to see his mother crying on the couch. "Izuku, I'm home, Mom," walking towards his room. "Inko, wait there, you damn trash," grabbing the broom, Yurei, running towards Izuku with the intention of hitting him. Izuku simply closed his eyes to receive the first blow to the head, which shook his entire body. He quickly curled up into a ball to receive his mother's blows, while yelling all the hatred he felt at her. So the years passed. Now in high school, Izuku was one of the most diligent when it came to grades, but he was the laughingstock of everyone for being a quirkless. Bakugo only tormented him with blows and insults. "Bakugo, come on, nerd." Taking Izuku's notebook, "You want your notebook back?" "Izuku, please." Bakugo, "Give it back," stretching his hands in an attempt to reach it. Bakugo, pushing Izuku to another desk, "No way, let's see," starting to look at the book, "Guide to Being a Hero." "You're kidding, right? Trash like you will never become a hero." Izuku just lowered his head, he could hear the laughter of the others directed at him, and Bakugo finally did it. He began to explode the notebook that Izuku had worked so hard to make. He looked at this in disbelief as he watched the remains of his notebook turn to ash in front of him. "Bakugo, why don't you just jump off a damn building?" Smiling maliciously, "Who knows? Maybe you'll have some power in your next life, Deku." Leaving the classroom with his friends. Izuku was alone, he began to cry as he saw the ashes of his life, so much time wasted, no matter how much he tried in this world society is so corrupt, so rotten, so miserable. Izuku, crouching on the ground, I'm sorry, crying in despair, why did you do this to me? I just wanted to be a hero. A few hours passed, Izuku left the classroom on his way home, his face was wrecked not from the blows, but from pure internal pain he felt. When he arrived home, he just looked at his sister outside waiting for him with a smiling look. Mika, why did you take so long, trash? Looking amusedly at Izuku. Izuku, I just stayed to study a little longer, looking sadly at the ground. Mika, well, I just wanted to tell you that I met Almight, looking at Izuku's happy expression. Izuku, excited, and what did he say to you, did he give you an autograph? Tell me you asked for one for me, smiling at his sister. Mika only approached until he was right in his brother's ear, smiling arrogantly. Mika, let's just say he bequeathed his power to me. Izuku, what? Did he give you, looking at a pass to the best gym in the city, wow. Only the best heroes train there, that's amazing, Mika-nichan. Mika, and I have other news for you, glancing sideways at Izuku, Mom, I'm kicking you out of the house. Izuku, huh? Looking at his things in the entrance, why? Feeling Mika's hand grab his shoulder, Nichan, why? Izuku was silenced by his sister's hand that held his mouth while she smiled in a demented manner. Mika, why are you nothing but trash? Quirkless, activating her quirk. Izuku felt the palm that silenced him heat up to worrying levels. He cried in an attempt to make his sister reconsider, who simply smiled madly. Izuku, closing his eyes, please save me heroes, looking around, where the hell are they? Mika blushed at the sight of the suffering on her brother's face. She only wanted to scare him, but now that he had one for all, his quirk was only amplified. The flame in her palm glowed red hot, completely burning Izuku's mouth. Seeing this, Mika abruptly let go, watching her hand burn in flames. Mika, Izuku, looking at her brother's face, no. Her brother was trembling, looking with pain at his hands that were warmly touching his mouth, which was now without lips, only his teeth exposed as he touched himself in pain. Mika, Izuku, running to her brother's aid, calm down, you'll be alright, looking around for someone, come on, I'll take you to the hospital, walking towards her brother. Izuku, backing away from Mika, get away from me. Starting to back away slowly, you hate me so much, dad left because of me, you and mom just started taking it out on me, and now mom throws me out on the street like a dog, and you do this to me, looking at Mika with fear, if you wanted me dead, you should have just done it. Mika just wanted to hug him and apologize. She saw the fear and panic in her brother's ruby eyes, who was about to have a nervous breakdown. One more step and she would break Izuku even more than he already was. Mika, Izuku, stopping to approach, it's just that mom and dad couldn't handle the news, they felt so angry at themselves for. Izuku, for bringing me into the world, looking at Mika nodding, thank you for telling me something I already knew, Midoriya. Mika just watched with tears as her brother grabbed a backpack and ran off, with nowhere to go. She looked nervously at her hands as she remembered what he had done to her. Mika, starting to use her flight quirk, Izuku. Wait. Upon hearing that the monster he once admired was chasing him, Izuku simply ran with all the strength he had left, bumping into people who kept staring at him like a criminal, until he turned a corner and disappeared into an alley, hid next to a trash container, and remained silent. Mika instantly appeared on the side of that alley, searching everywhere for her brother. People just stared at her while calling for the heroes. Mika, looking around, Izuku, where are you? Let's go home, I'll tell mom to come back, but please come with me. Izuku didn't want to go back. All those words from his sister sounded like lies to him. How long would it last? Until his mother got fed up with him again and killed him. He just remained silent as his sister walked away, letting him breathe. Izuku, complaining of the pain, it hurts, why did you do this to me? Warmly touching his mouth, I'm sorry for being like this. Izuku just hugged himself while he kept hearing the hateful words of his father, his mother and sister, his whole body began to tremble as he kept holding his head in pain. Why are you different? You are cursed. You should never have been born. The boy could only listen to this with all the pain a person can endure. He looked at his hands that were only marked by all the hatred he received from his family and schoolmates, and finally the voice of Bakugo Katsuki arrived that finished breaking him. Why don't you jump off a building? Who knows? Maybe in your next life you'll have some power. A small spark of hope went out, all the effort she made had no meaning, no reward, only following her dream brought her misery, pain and finally despair. I walk through the night city looking for the highest place in the whole city, people look at me with disgust, well, bad whispers are already being made about me. And finally he found it, the highest place in the whole city, walking without paying attention to the guards of the place, who, because they did not do their job well, only let the young teenager reach the rooftop without saying anything, what's more, they even indicated how to get there faster. Head of guards, listen, you idiots, I received a report that you let a brat up on the roof, glaring angrily at his colleagues who were playing. Without taking her eyes off her phone, so that bratty seemed sad, so I took him upstairs so he could get some fresh air. Boss, are you stupid? Running with all his might towards the rooftop, calm down, kid, don't do anything stupid, I'm coming to save you. The shift supervisor left while the two of them kept looking at their phones. You know he's going to fire you, right? Nah, I was about to quit anyway, without regretting his actions. It would be fun to see the company's reputation drop. Izuku, now on the rooftop, simply climbed over the safety railing while staring seriously into the vast emptiness. They say that people see happy memories before they die. Unfortunately for Izuku, his entire life had been consumed by the evil of society. He only remembered Namuri's smile waiting for him at UA. He just closed his eyes, uttering a few words before jumping. Please, in my next life let me have some power, God, if you're there, please make this wish come true. The head of security could only open his eyes in terror upon seeing a single strand of dark green hair falling into the void. Head of security pulling out his phone, damn it. Answered on the other end of the line, get a damn ambulance. Izuku felt the wind caress his body. He tried to smile, but the damage to his mouth prevented him from knowing if he was smiling or calm. He could hear the screams of passers-by as they watched him fall, as if fate did not favor the unfortunate. There was no hero nearby. Izuku, I'm sorry Ryukyu, but I won't be able to see you again. I swear I gave it my all, I tried countless times, but I never received anything, not even a well done. I just hope you're a great teacher, Ryu. Everything went silent, only a loud bang was heard throughout the main street, only to instantly form into screams of terror and whispers of fear at what they saw. The dead gaze of a teenager alone was already visible on the sidewalk. Blood slowly adorned everything around him. If only his lips were still on his face, people would see that he was smiling sincerely. Midoriya house. Mika was arriving home, the lights were off, but she didn't pay any attention to it, she just greeted her mother. Mika, looking at three figures in the dark room. I'm home, Mom. Welcome home, Midoriya. Mika, smiling in the darkness. Mika tried to turn on the light quickly, but her mother's voice made her stop. Inko, Mika, please don't do anything, on the verge of tears, please. The small light turned on, revealing the three shadows. A woman with jet black hair and canine teeth was pointing a gun at Inko's head. Don't you dare do anything, Brad, pressing his weapon closer to Inko's head. You don't want mommy to lose her brain, do you? The other was a being made of mist as he opened his eyes, revealing that they were completely yellow. It's best not to make a mess, I hate cleaning up your scenes. And finally there was a very well-dressed gentleman, sitting in a chair connected to different devices on his body, and his face only a scar revealed that he had no face, his murderous aura so heavy that it made Inko and Mika tremble, who was laughing evilly. Afo, tell me, speaking to Mika, where is your brother? I have excellent plans for him. Chapter 2. Sibling fight. Mika was terrified by the presence of a human who emanated pure evil. She shouldn't be smart enough to know that if she made any move, she and her mother would be dead. Mika, showing nervousness, what does he want it for? Hasn't he done anything to you? All for one just smiled with a touch of malice, happy to hear this young woman speak to him with fear and respect. Even in her condition, she still inspires terror in people. Afo, let's say, still smiling, your mother says I threw it out on the street, is that true? Putting on a serious expression. Inko, who was threatened with death by the woman, couldn't help but cry in an attempt to unleash her frustration. Her whole body trembled as she remembered the face of her son who never did anything for her. Because of her son went blind in one eye. Inko, whispering, I'm sorry Izuku, I'm sorry. Pressing his gun harder against Inko's head, TSK, shut up, you miserable bitch, if you want to apologize maybe you'll be punished for your actions in hell. About to pull the trigger, if there's anything I hate more it's hypocrisy. The woman was about to sign her sentence. Mika couldn't help but cover her mouth as she closed her eyes, but a savior stopped the woman with a simple order. A for Roberta, hearing the woman stop what she was doing, stop, we only came to talk. Roberta, separating Alarma to Inko, as ordered sensei. A fo, in answering your question child, resting her head with her hand, your brother is special even without having a quirk. I've searched for candidates for something important all over the world, but you should already know how quirkless people are treated in this superhuman society, right? Mika and Inko only remembered all the pain he suffered at the hands of everyone who ever knew him. Inko only remembered all the times she tortured him for her husband's abandonment. Mika only remembered the insults and physical harm she inflicted on him, and finally how she left his mouth. Just remembering how she left him made her body begin to tremble. Afo, in this disgusting society the unfortunate ones born without a quirk, they can't bear the treatment from others, putting on a serious expression. Not even an animal does that to its own kind, but humans are trapped monsters, all the hatred falls on them, to the point of breaking them. Of all the possible candidates only Izuku Midoriya has lived this long. Most are simply killed or find an easier way out of this world. Suicide turns out to be their only escape from so much pain. Mika opened her eyes in terror upon hearing the last part. Remembering her brother's fearful gaze made her realize that she was the final straw. Roberta-sensei. Cut the crap already, frowning, we both know you're a monster, looking at her teacher, who smiles, the king of deception should be your name brat, looking at Mika, who was paying attention, where the hell is your brother? Or this bitch dies, about to pull the trigger. Inko only began to pray internally. Mika didn't want to say it, but she saw the woman's gaze, ready to kill her mother. She was about to speak, but a phone rang, cutting the moment short. Roberta, what the hell? Looking at her ally pull out a phone, damn it, I was at the best part. Gurujiri, answering the phone, yes, astonished, are you serious? Channel 9. Okay, I'll check it now, doctor, thank you. All for one just sat there with a serious expression. Kurogiri just approached the television and politely asked to borrow it. Kurogiri, excuse me, madam, bowing slightly towards Inko, would you be so kind as to lend me your television? I won't be long. Inko, astonished by his behavior, yes, go ahead. Roberta TSK, sitting next to Inko, what a fine villain, looking away. The fog villain proceeded to turn on the television, only to put on the indicated channel, only to watch some breaking news tonight. Reporter in breaking news on Channel 9, a teenager, approximately 14 years old, jumped from the tallest building in the city, receiving some papers. According to reports, building security did nothing to prevent the incident. The body has been identified with the following characteristics: dark green curly hair, a scar on his right eye, and 5th-degree burns on his mouth. It is suspected that this injury is from just a few hours ago. Forensic personnel are performing the procedure for the autopsy. Officials suspected as Quirkless. The cameras in the area were only pointed at the forensic staff slowly closing a black bag, showing the young man's face for a few moments. The police were only preventing people from approaching to see the scene. Mika couldn't help but cover her mouth as she watched her brother's face being closed by the forensic team. Inko watched this to the point of tears while cursing herself internally. In a house further away, the Bakugo family was watching the news report while the woman cried on her husband's chest as he hugged his wife because of the news. But Suki, no, without stopping crying on her husband's chest. Why did he do it? Why? Baseru, looking sadly at the corpse being taken to the forensic truck, I assume that I can't take it anymore, I've reached my limit. Bakugo just walked slightly backwards as he remembered with horror the lifeless body of his partner. Bakugo, whispering, I didn't mean it, I thought you'd just give up. Deku, sitting down in a chair in the living room while putting his hand on his head, what have I done? You didn't have to do it. At the Midoriya residence, everything became silent as the two villains calmly watched television. Roberta, what a load of crap, taking out a cigarette, there goes the last Quirkless that lasted long enough, smoking while looking at the ceiling, he certainly had a strong will, closing his eyes, to last that long. The villain from the fog simply turned off the television while looking at his master, who had a serious expression, until he spoke almost in a whisper. Beifo, whispering, don't think that death will save you from what awaits you. Midoriya Izuku, you are not yet allowed to die, speaking aloud, Kurogiri, let's get out of here. Kurogiri, yes sensei, creating a golden portal. Roberta, getting up from the armchair, what will we do with them? Should I kill them? Looking at the woman and the daughter. All for one just stopped his chair, which was about to pass through that portal, and smiled amusedly as he asked the young Mika a question. Beifo, Mika. Midoriya, receiving a yes from the younger girl, are you studying to be a hero? No. Mika, yes, looking at the villain laughing loudly. Beifo, ha 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 ha, that's funny, this is fun, it will definitely be entertaining. Roberta was about to kill them both, but sensei stopped her as she entered the portal. Beifo, let them be, let them suffer for their mistake, now nothing will stop me from trying out that lifelong work of the doctor, entering the portal, whispering, and giving Tamura a new toy. Roberta, you're in luck bitches, entering the building. Gurujiri, bowing to those present, it was a pleasure cooking you, have a good night, disappearing into the doorway. There was only silence for a few moments, the cries of both only made themselves expressed with all the pain. Mika did not stop hugging her mother, and there a new ideal was born, one that far surpassed that of Almight. To become a hero for the good of all people, to save as many as I can, because I know I cannot save them all. 1 week later. Since the incident, things have been tense in Mika's high school classroom. There was a strong sense of guilt from everyone, including the teacher. Wow, who would have thought that the absence of that useless guy would put us in this situation? Bakugo simply stood up in fury and walked with his fist closed towards his partner, only to punch him in the face that sent him to the ground. Bakugo, shut up you bastard. Glaring angrily at his partner, or I'll kill you if you mention it again. Teacher Bakugo Katsuki. I won't tolerate another act like that, looking sadly at his desk, not again. Wiping the blood from his lip, are you kidding me? Bakugo, standing up, you were the one who told him to kill himself. Have you forgotten already? Bakugo, you're a son of a bitch, running towards his ex-friend. They fought with their fists, and the others quickly tried to separate them, but the rage they both felt only made them cry, not from pain, but because they had given Izuku the idea of committing suicide that same day. Bakugo only remembered how he destroyed Izuku's life when he turned his notebook to ashes, while the young man only remembered all the times he bullied Izuku just for homework. Teacher, looking at both of them, that's enough. Separating them both, you will both come with me to the principal's office, taking both of their hands. Mika, looking at Izuku's sister who was looking out the window. Mika just stared sadly at the sky through the window. She remembered when they tried to recover her brother's body from the morgue, but a suspicious attack on the place where it was by a villain who stole several corpses took away their chance to give the body the honors it deserved. She knew it, those guys wanted her brother, but for what exactly? She just sighed as she felt her homeroom teacher's hand touch her shoulder. Master, are you alright? Mika, looking sadly at her desk, yes, sensei, tell me what you need. Teacher, take care of the class, touching Mika's shoulder, I'm sorry about your brother. Mika just lowered his head further as he kept remembering the joy his brother once had as a child, before everything went straight to shit. We don't value what we have until we lose it. That was all he thought as he just nodded. Somewhere in a secret laboratory. The plan to recover the lifeless body of a young man was a success. A doctor walking alongside a young man with blue-gray hair were passing by multiple tanks that housed almost amorphous beings. The pipes that ran along the floor sometimes caused the doctor's companion to fall. This irritated him but could not impair the doctor's work. Tamura TSK, almost tripping and falling, I hate these things, doctor, where are we going? The doctor knew his research too well, making him immune to the cables sticking out of those huge containers. He just smiled in total happiness as he continued walking alongside Tamura Shigaraki. Doctor, it's been 10 years, remembering the freckled boy, since I gave you that lollipop. You endured all the hatred of society with courage, but, unfortunately, they ended up breaking you. Glancing sideways at Tamura, sensei asked me to redo an investigation that I left unfinished. Tamura-kun. Tamura, huh? I don't know about those things, starting to scratch his neck. Anyway, what did you want me for? Doctor, hehehehe, without stopping walking, I used to be on a famous island, but the board kicked me out because of my inhumane experiments because of that bastard. Remembering a brown-haired scientist, that experimentation on humans is immoral. Humanity used to do horrible experiments on animals to create vaccines. And Tamura cut the crap, doctor, my head hurts from all this crap teaching, holding his head without touching it with his 5 fingers. Doctor, sorry Tamura-kun, I see that being with Roberta-san teaches you a few words, haha, it's good that you're learning from other sources of knowledge. Tamura, just a little, that bitch keeps threatening everything that moves with her gun, remembering the woman pinning him to the ground while pointing her gun at his head, she's terrifying. They both stopped when they were in front of a huge steel door. The doctor simply placed his hand on a fingerprint detector screen. The huge door made such a dry metallic sound that Tamura covered his ears with his palms without touching them with his 5 fingers. Doctor, good morning, smiling maliciously, Midoriya Izuku, looking at a huge container, behold, Tamura, a new toy that will help you achieve your goals. NDA. Okay folks, just letting you know that Izuku will have Iida's height and Shoto's physique. Anyway, let's continue. Tamura opened his eyes in astonishment upon seeing a young man. His hair was dark green and curly, his eyes were closed with a scar on his right side, he was naked with multiple scars and multiple mechanical parts incorporated into his body, huge black tubes on his back, well he had a specialized mask like a respirator, while inside his capsule, there was only some kind of liquid, tubes connected to every part of the freckled man's body. Tamura merely stroked the glass of the capsule, without touching it with his 5 fingers, staring at the young man in disbelief, as he watched him appear to float through the liquid that completely surrounded him. Tamura, what was his name? Doctor, looking at Izuku's sleeping face. Doctor, I see you like your gift, you have a happy face, remember, his name is Midoriya Izuku, he will be loyal to you for his entire life. He is on a higher level than the high-end Nomu, watching Tamura sit on the floor while still looking at Izuku. Tamura, what happened to him? Showing interest in his toy, to end up like this. The doctor was incredulous at Tamura's behavior. Ever since he met the spoiled brat from All for One, he seemed to have a completely indifferent attitude towards life, arrogant like a child, and suffered from fits of rage. Doctor, answering the question, he lived a miserable life. He used to be a Quirkless, and you know what happens to that 3% of the population who are born that way, looking at his monitors, but now sensei gave him multiple quirks. Flight, enhanced senses, cellular regeneration, elemental control, air shield, strength times 10, laser cannon, increased adrenaline, enhanced electricity, serpent spine, and of course, pulling out a vial with a purple liquid, my greatest creation, the C-120. The doctor, with a big smile on his face, simply introduced the C-120 liquid into a small capsule that was attached to the cables connected to Izuku. Slowly, the liquid emptied into the freckled boy's body, who seemed to react. Doctor, come on Izuku. It's time to wake up. It's time to change the world. Looking at Tamura, who was incredulous at seeing movement in Izuku. Tamura. Tamura, what? Looking sideways at the doctor. Doctor, let me ask you a question. Do you think someone who created a power capable of using radiation at will is insane? Ha 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 ha, extending his arms to the sides, not even God would be insane enough to create a quirk like that. Well, I got it. Tamura just stared at the doctor's face, which was completely frenzied, but he only looked at Izuku, who was starting to breathe through his mask. The heart monitors, which were on a straight line, slowly began to show small signs of life until it reached a normal rhythm. Tamura, why isn't he waking up? Looking at the doctor, isn't he supposed to be alive already? Doctor, calm down. Tamura-kun, the cell regeneration quirk must be taking care of the brain, which was the most damaged part. Noting Izuku's vital signs, he might be at 100% in less than 5 months, maybe a little sooner, but I'm afraid he'll be wearing that mask for life. Tamura, why? Still looking at Izuku, was the damage very serious? Doctor, well, the C-120, as far as I could investigate, placing his hand on his chin, prevents proper breathing. I'll go report the progress to the master. Looking at Tamura, are you coming with me? Tamura, without taking his eyes off Izuku, I think I'll stay and take care of him. Doctor, as you wish, just don't damage it please. The doctor left, leaving Tamura alone, who kept looking at Izuku with a slight smile. Tamura, I wouldn't hurt my brother, touching the glass of the capsule with 4 fingers. Don't worry, Izuku-kun, from now on we'll both take care of each other. In another room of the hidden place of the great symbol of evil Mr. All for One sat in his chair, listening to the conversation that Tamura was having alone with a sleeping Izuku. Afo, I never thought Tamura would be so interested in a gift, smiling warmly, you two are the same two poor unfortunate souls who didn't fit into society. Suddenly the door to the room opened, and the doctor slowly entered, standing behind All for One. Dr. Sensei, the result was favorable, now we just have to wait. Checking the monitors on the AFO chair, how are you feeling? AFO, I've never felt so happy in my life, doctor, without taking his eyes off the monitor, my face just hurts a little. Doctor, I see the painkillers should be enough for you, sitting in the chair next to him. AFO, tell me Izuku, will things go back to the way they were before? Doctor, sighing, I suspect that your memories will be hazy. If you're lucky it will just be like a baby having to learn the basics again. AFO, I see Tamura will handle his interaction with society. You will teach him to speak and write if that happens, and maybe Roberta will train him in combat. Doctor, haha, it's funny, I never had a child, I assume this will be new to everyone. AFO, I suspect that if, looking at Tamura observing Izuku, this will be gratifying for Tamura, no, for everyone here. The months passed like water, Tamura never left Izuku alone, he just waited for him to wake up. His attitude changed greatly, taking on the role of an older brother, and Izuku, he was still recovering from all the damage he suffered in the fall. Practical exam. Mika and Bakugo only gave their best to be able to aspire to the famous UA school. In the end, Mika ended up receiving one for all from the great Almight. She trained with all the determination she could, and out of guilt, she decided to become a hero, because her brother had a great desire to be one. Mika, running wearily, Izuku, I swear I'll fulfill your dream, I'll achieve it for you, just look at me wherever you are. Well, on a motorcycle, faster, young Midoriya. Your practical exam is getting closer and closer. Mika, without stopping running, yes. All Might just looked at her out of the corner of his eye, he could see the great performance that his successor presented, he just looked ahead again with a warm smile. Whispering, observe, teacher, I have chosen the right successor for One for All. Mika trained hard on the beach. His entire body had undergone significant changes in the months he'd been training. Bakugo was no exception. Both were ready to face their goals. At that enormous entrance, Mika walked with a serious expression, as did Bakugo. Mika, walking towards UA, just watch, brother, I'll fulfill your dream for you. Bakugo, Deku is watching, only by being number one will I be able to earn your forgiveness. Both with a determined look they entered, only to be greeted by the Ryukyu dragon heroine, who seemed to be looking for someone among all the participants. Ryukyu, where are you? Izuku, come on, tell me if you were able to get through, whispering to herself, it must be further back. Cementus, who are you looking for? Ryuko-san, looking at his companion somewhat uneasy. Ryukyu, huh? Looking at Cementus, it's nothing, it's just that I was hoping to see someone I haven't seen in years. Which class will I have to give the written exam for? Cementus, ah, that, looking at a sheet of paper on his clipboard, you'll be in room A3, good luck, walking away. NDA, okay folks, just letting you know that the practice is the same as in the original series with slight changes. We'll only be focusing on Ryuko's observation room for now. Ryuko was only disappointed at not seeing the boy she met 10 years ago. It wouldn't be so difficult to remember him because of his scar on his right eye. Now that he had finished reviewing the candidates' exams, none of the people in his classroom had the surname Midoriya. He just walked around hoping to see him in the practical exam. Ryuko, listening to President Mick introducing himself to the candidates. Wow, he's so noisy, sighing, and I thought I'd see you again Izuku, I wonder if you're alright. Walking towards the observation room. Once in the room, Ryuko couldn't help but look at the hero course candidates with some interest. Several young people gave the impression that they would be great heroes. Ryuko, they are interesting indeed, watching a girl melt a robot with acid, the new generation looks promising this year, don't you think so, Aizawa? Aizawa, looking seriously at a sheet of paper, it seems so, looking at the monitor with a girl destroying robots with her fist, that girl she really catches my attention. Almight, watching his successor's performance, simply smiled with a joyful pride. Nezu, this generation is very challenging, but the real practice begins now, pressing a red button. Suddenly, the entire artificial city shook with a slight force. The participants didn't know what it was, but slowly, from a building, the colossus of 0 points emerged. Walking backwards, it's 0 points, everyone run. MIT. Moving away from the place, I barely managed to catch a few with my spheres. Mika was about to leave slowly, her gaze too serious to let herself be guided by panic. She saw no point in destroying that robot if it left nothing behind. Izuku, aren't you going to save her? Midoriya. That ghostly voice echoed in Mika's head, her face paled as she slowly turned her head to look at him again. His body was covered in open wounds, blood dripped from his head, those dead eyes stared directly into hers, and finally, the scar on his mouth. Mika, looking fearfully at the memory of her mistake, get out you are, falling to her knees. Izuku dead? Yes, you did it, walking towards Mika, you were the cause of all this, the world is guilty, your society caused it, you and mom killed me. Mika, we had nothing to do with it. Without taking her eyes off Izuku's lifeless gaze, you decided to do it, I wanted to help you, starting to cry. The other participants who were near Mika just looked at her with doubt for talking to herself, All Might likewise, could only see his successor trembling with fear as she began to cry. The Midoriya, looking doubtfully at his successor, what's going on? Ryuko, who was close enough to All Might, couldn't help but open her eyes in surprise as she grabbed the great hero by the neck and pulled him towards her, standing quite close. Blushing, what? What the hell? Ryuko, did you say? Midoriya, looking angrily at All Might, answer me. Why yes, trying to free himself from anger, but what do you want with her? Ryukyu-san. Ryuko, releasing All Might, her. No, is it a boy? With dark green curly hair, he had a scar over his right eye and some on his hands, his name was Midoriya Izuku. What? No, she's a woman, pointing at Mika's screen, she's just acting weird. Ryuko just stared at the terrified young woman, her eyes widening at the resemblance of her freckles to Izuku's. Nezu, without looking at her, Ryukyu-sensei, where do you think you're going? We're not allowed to leave until the exam is over, did you forget? Ryuko simply stopped walking as she returned to her place, only looking at the girl who continued to stare in terror at 0 points, but in reality it was nothing more than her own fault for being a bad person, which tormented her every night since that time she saw her brother's lifeless body on television. Izuku, aren't you going to help her? Whispering in Mika's ear, hero. Mika, get away from me. I didn't do anything. Looking at her hands trembling, I didn't do anything. The ghost merely bent down to take Mika's hands. She stared in terror at her deceased brother's hands, so full of scars, his fingers so thin from the lack of food that she and her mother denied him for most of his life. Izuku, you finished breaking me, placing Mika's palm over his mouth, I just wanted to be accepted, even if it's a good deed, but what did I get for all the effort I made? Mika unconsciously activated her quirk, which is limb warmer and levitation. She couldn't help but look at the ghost with pain. Mika smelled the burnt flesh. She could see her brother's dead eyes, which made no expression, until finally the ghost moved away from Mika, letting her see him as he had once left him, exactly the same. Izuku, don't you plan to save her? Hero? Please help me. It was the cry of a young woman asking for help as she was about to be crushed by the 0 points. Mika just looked where the girl was. Everything stopped for a moment for her. The traces of One for All slowly became noticeable all over her body. The ghost just walked to one side of her without saying a word. In a swift movement that sent everyone around her flying, Mika was next to the girl who looked at her in amazement, the 0 points under her enormous foot, only to be close to the ground. Everyone recovered only saw a girl holding the weight of that thing with both her arms. Mika, making more of an effort, get out of here, looking at her out of the corner of his eye, quickly. Yes, starting to crawl towards the exit, thank you. The girl who was about to be crushed crawled across the floor to get out. Mika felt a great pain in her back and arms from the weight of the 0 points. Her legs trembled slightly with the intention of letting herself be defeated, but she only smiled sincerely as her eyes became brighter. Mika, using 15% of OFA, I know I couldn't save him, I ruined your life, no, we all ruined your life, I'm sorry, starting to cry silently, but I promised. I will be a heroine. For you. Nezu was worried, in fact all the masters, the reason the 0 points got out of control, the button that deactivates its fighting function was damaged, the commands did not react. Nezu, this is bad, pressing buttons randomly, go save the kids. The heroes were about to head straight to evacuate the participants, but All Might's laughter stopped them, staring in amazement at the screens focused on 0 points. All Might looking at the screen with a laugh, everything's alright now, why? Looking sideways at his teammates. Instantly, the enormous robot began to shake, searching for a way to remain stable by clinging to the corners of the buildings that could only be destroyed by force. The participants were incredulous at what they were seeing. A girl was slowly raising the robot's enormous leg until the huge colossus fell to the ground, destroying everything in its path. All Might because she's already here. Mika was already in the air, breathing heavily from the force she had exerted. The colossus slowly stood up while analyzing its enemy. Non-lethal missiles were coming out of its back, but with the intention of doing as much damage as possible to the city. Mika, lunging at the robot, I won't allow it. Mika looked like lightning, leaving only a trail of green color surrounding the enormous robot. The colossus tried to stop her with its arms, which it shook from side to side. The sound of metal being struck was heard by everyone present. Izawa, looking with a smile at the girl who was smashing the robot to pieces, that brat, what's her name? Cementus incredible, looking at the girl who looked like a lightning bolt. All Might, her name, remember that well, she no longer seeks to be number one, she seeks to be a legend, speaking aloud. Supergirl. Those present at the girl's battle with that thing were only amazed. They could only watch the steel covering the robot submerge with each blow. The speed with which it circled the colossus was so fast that it only looked like a snake circling its prey until Mika moved away from the destroyed robot. She only needed one more blow to destroy it completely. Nezu just stared at the girl's information folder. Her quirk was a strange and powerful combination, but that strength didn't fit the description. Then he just looked at All Might, who smiled proudly. Nezu, so it's her, your successor, All Might, looking at the girl with enormous determination radiating from his eyes. Laboratory. Tamura was alone in that room, waiting for his new toy to wake up. He just took a short nap, trusting that Izuku would be completely asleep. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, observing his surroundings with disinterest, but then he looked at a young man lying in front of his capsule. Izuku, his voice deepening through his mask, where am I? But, touching his mask, who am I? What is this? Looking at his arms connected to purple tubes, what's? Izuku couldn't finish because of a severe headache. Confusing images came to his mind for no apparent reason, only one memory came to him, which was that of Ryuko extending her hand towards him. Izuku, weakly tapping the glass, who was that? What am I doing here? Looking at the young man who was looking at him. Tamura woke up from that light tap, just looked with a smile at his new brother, just gently placed his hand without fully touching the glass with his 5 fingers. Tamura, it's good that you're awake, Izuku. Shigaraki, looking at Izuku confused. Izuku Shigaraki. Looking at Tamura's hand, me? Hearing something open, what's that? The doctor arrived, simply placing some things on his desk, comically turning his head towards the two who were looking at him, and then returned to his usual routine. Doctor, good afternoon. Tamura-kun and Izuku-kun, sitting down in his chair. Tamura, doctor. He already, looking at Izuku, who kept staring at the doctor. Izuku, doctor. Who is Tamura, looking at Tamura. Tamura, he's in charge of scientific advancement, Izuku. He helped you recover. Dr. HH, looking at the two who were staring at him, he's awake, running to look at Izuku. This is wonderful, simply wonderful. Izuku-kun, do you remember anything from before you woke up? Izuku just stared at him, confused, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, the terrible headache returned. The images were so blurry, so bright, the voices were deep, and he couldn't distinguish one word from another. Only one voice could be heard, that of a young woman. Because you're nothing but trash. Quirkless. Izuku, it hurts, holding his head, it hurts a lot, shut up. The doctor and Tamura just watched as Izuku suffered from the memories that wanted to return to him. Tamura was only worried, wanting to undo the crystal. The doctor watched this with disbelief. He wasn't supposed to remember anything, but he was. He quickly pressed a button, letting high-level painkillers enter the freckled boy's body, who was still suffering from the pain, which slowly subsided. Doctor, are you alright? Izuku-kun, looking in amazement at how he tolerated the painkillers, incredible, this must be because of the C-120. Izuku, calming down slightly, yes, it doesn't hurt anymore. Both Tamura and the doctor just stared in astonishment as Izuku's left eye turned redder, while his blind eye turned purple. In his sharp gaze, only hatred could be seen. His curly hair slowly turned white as it grew longer, and with a robotic voice thanks to his mask, he spoke seriously. Izuku, I don't know why but I feel the need to break things. Looking at Tamura, are you my brother? I think I heard you say that. Tamura, touching the glass warmly, yes, I will protect you, and you will help me be the hero of this disgusting society, Izuku Shigaraki. The doctor was amazed. Now he had only one job, and that was to make a special suit for his new creation, one that could supply painkillers to Izuku's body whenever he wanted to remember something from his tragic past. The 9-dog suit. All for one just watched this in total wonder, just watched with a huge demented smile next to a man who looked on in horror at what they had turned his son into. Asahi, this wasn't part of the deal, sensei. Looking at Izuku touching the glass of his capsule, what have I done? Afo, who would have thought? Of all my servants, you, Yamakumo, you were the only one to give me the expected result. Thank you, Midoriya. Asahi, touching Izuku's father on the head, now I won't allow an obstacle to ruin everything. Asahi, wait, sensei. Izuku and Mika's father was reduced to dust in a disintegration equal to that of Shigaraki. The great lord of evil merely wiped his hand as he looked back at the screen. Afo, you're looking nice, and, remembering the first wielder of One for All, a new world is approaching. One last time we will repeat the mythical battle between good and evil, but this time, smiling more wickedly, the last successor of One for All will fall along with the world. Beta Field. Everyone was in total disbelief. The green-haired girl simply heated her right arm to a fiery red glow as, with a huge smile, she shot towards the 0 Point's head, piercing it completely. They just watched the 0 Point's head explode while in the sky, the girl stared seriously towards the heavens. I didn't know why, but I felt that an evil had resurfaced amidst all the hatred, unaware that very soon I would meet the worst of all villains who would destroy society on a scale never before seen. Good and evil will clash again, and now only one will emerge victorious once and for all. Two siblings destined to fight, one for not being the best of all heroes, the other for simply hating the society that ended up breaking him. Well, what can I say? Have a happy day and remember, do N''T. Become a monster to defeat another, just get up and face your fears. Chapter 3. Sibling Fight. Part 2. During the entire week after the UA exam, Mika has been at home, only going out to do her shopping for material things, always locking herself in her room as well as her mother. She only looked with great pain at her brother's room, she didn't know why, but something made her open the door. Mika, I'm sorry, looking at the almost empty room, I just wanted to protect you from that dream of yours. Walking into the room, why did I do that to you? Sitting on her deceased brother's bed, Mika was alone, remembering what she did to him for the last time. She wept silently as she searched through Izuku's old things. All his notebooks from middle school were there. Mika, looking at Izuku's notes, you were always the smartest, you got so excited about all your hero stuff, I wonder where you got the money for those figures. Without anyone knowing, neither she nor her mother, Izuku sold his body whenever he had the opportunity. It didn't matter if it was a man or a woman who rented it, his father's words always haunted him. Mika just kept looking with tears in her eyes at each page of her brother's notebooks. He never kept a diary where he wrote down everything he suffered for everyone. In those notebooks, only the same words were written, accompanied by different designs of heroes and their quirks. I will become a hero. Mika, you should have been the true bearer. Closing the notebook she was reading, if only I had helped you. But nothing will change what happened. Looking around the room, nothing can bring you back to us now. Without further ado, she was about to close a door. For most, it would only mean something casual, but for her, it had a deeper meaning. She was closing a chapter in her life, one where she would never smile when saving someone, because she knew it perfectly well. I can't save them all. Bakugo was simply angry with himself. Even though he was in the best gym in the entire city, he only took it out on the punching bag. His personal trainer was somewhat surprised to see the young man's shattered knuckles, which he didn't seem to care about. Hey Bakugo-kun, relax, it's just training. Looking at Bakugo staring at him seriously, what's wrong? Bakugo just sat down to cool off, undoubtedly furious. The reason? It's another mystery of humanity, a question even he doesn't know the answer to. He just stared at his knuckles, which were red and ready to bleed. Bakugo, have you ever felt angry with yourself? And not known why, clenching his fists. Sighing, that's part of growing up. Bakugo, will you be a hero? No, it's not like that. Receiving the young man's gaze, you'll have to make difficult decisions. Bakugo, but if I did something that only ended up hurting someone, looking down at the ground, how could I go on? The girl. Looking sideways at Bakugo, who just stared sadly at the ground. Bakugo, no, a classmate who committed suicide because of me. I finished my entrance exam, and maybe I'll get into the hero course, but I don't know if I can keep carrying that on my conscience. The man was speechless at that moment. He knew this boy was strong because of his quirk. He thought he would be extremely arrogant when he entered here less than a month ago. At first, he was arrogant, but then he had a great change of attitude and now he knew why he controlled himself. Bakugo, I think that by being number one, I can earn his forgiveness, maybe that way his soul can. There's nothing you can do now, he's already dead. Those words pierced Bakugo deeply, who just wanted to find a reason, something to stop feeling so bad. He hadn't even spoken to his parents about it. For a moment, he was fired up and about to get up and punch the man, but he spoke again. You can't achieve anything with a simple number, Bakugo-kun, looking sideways at Bakugo, who was just staring at him, you just have to live with that in your conscience. We can't go back in time to try to change things, now all that's left is to ask you. What kind of hero do you want to be? One who only seeks forgiveness from a ghost or one who tries to make a difference, ruffling Bakugo's hair. I'm not asking you to deceive yourself and start throwing out fake smiles and shouting to the world I'm here. Be one who truly makes themselves known, so I ask you, Bakugo-kun. What kind of hero do you want to be? Bakugo didn't know what to answer, he was speechless as he watched his coach gather his things and get ready to leave, he just wanted to respond, but the man was faster while looking at him with a smile. At Bakugo, it's a question only you should answer for yourself, turning his gaze towards the exit, see you after 3 p.m, even though you're entering UA, you still need to be in shape. Bakugo, yeah, Nicholas-san. Bakugo just watched a guy leave while making a gesture with his raised arm. It was definitely great to meet someone like that. He started gathering his things, ready to go home. He definitely wanted to hug his mother after thinking things through. He wanted to tell her the truth. As he left, the man just looked at the sky, which was dark with clouds, signaling the beginning of a storm that would soon break over the city. Looking at the sky melancholically, how strange, according to the forecast, there wasn't supposed to be a storm today. But, how relaxing the thunder is, starting to walk towards her house, I hope I get there before it starts to rain, sighing, I left my clothes outside. UA. At the famous UA school, Principal Nezu could only watch the great storm approaching the city. Something told him this wasn't common, something bad was getting closer to the city, and his instinct warned him. Almight, what a strange storm, don't you think? Principal Nezu, looking at the rodent. Nezu, yes, we must be alert, tightly squeezing his wrist, I feel like something bad is about to happen, looking at the hero beside him, do you still have your time? Almight, no, coughing, I shouldn't have pushed myself too hard when I met my successor, remembering Mika saving a boy from the sludge villain, but she still has doubts. Nezu, I saw her in practice, putting a paw on her chin, she looked terrified, but when she heard the call for help, she didn't hesitate for a second to go and save her, that's very typical of you. Almight, yes, without a doubt she will be stronger than me. Suddenly the sound of thunder shook the entire city. Both present in the room could only watch in amazement as multiple lightning bolts fell on the city. Less than 3 seconds later, a fire broke out in the middle of the city. Almight, running towards the door, I have to go fast. Alto, Almight. It was Principal Nezu's shout that made the great symbol of peace stop. He was about to reply, asking why, since innocent people were in danger, but Nezu's words only made him tighten his grip on the doorknob in anger. Nezu, what will you do when you get there? Your time is up, you can't go and put yourself in danger, taking control under his desk, let's see what happens. Almight, yes, walking towards the armchair. Aizawa Shota came running in, forcefully opening the door and drawing the attention of both of them, who just stared at him in amazement. Clearly, the teacher who would be teaching the first-year students was out of breath from running so much. He just shouted an order as he ran to the principal's side. Aizawa, channel 12 now. Nezu simply turned on the television, watching the news report that was broadcasting live about the incident in the middle of the city. Buildings were engulfed in flames, vehicles were already wrecked all along the main street, and citizens were screaming in fear at what some villains had caused. The heroes of the area were being defeated by beings of different shapes, and in the middle of all that chaos was a white-haired man who extended his arms to his sides. Just imagine him in a Kurogiri suit, dudes. In the conflict zone were several top heroes and some not very well known, among the others of the top only the great number 2 hero Endeavor stood out, who could not do 2 things at the same time, attack the creatures that destroyed everything or protect civilians who remained static out of fear. Endeavor, holding the head of Inomu, incinerate, you damned monster. Endeavor simply concentrated his fire in his hands. Slowly the flames turned blue as the thing being consumed began to move desperately. Endeavor turned his gaze to see the terrified adult behind him. Endeavor, get out of here. Watching the man run, okay, now all that's left is. Endeavor was only pushed by a huge gust of wind that came from the leader of this chaos. The attack of that villain was powerful enough to make Endeavor go through several buildings and end with a huge explosion at the end. Izuku, looking at his hand, sensei air cannon needs more force multipliers, looking at the Nomu with half its body burned, we lost one sensei. All for one, Tamura, the doctor, and Roberta, who were just watching the chaos from the other side of the mountain, were just watching the chaos caused by the new member of the league. The doctor was amazed to finally create something more powerful than a high-end Nomu. Doctor, extending both arms to the sky, I did it, God, I've surpassed you. Looking at the burning city, come down from the sky and make justice for all this massacre I caused. Smiling evilly, that's right, you're too busy counting all the souls that died for my creation, jumping from side to side. Roberta tch, taking out a cigarette, I wanted to go to have fun with him. Tamura Izuku, looking at All for One, Sensei, if things get dangerous we'll remove you from there. Afo, oh well, are you worried about Tamura? He's just a weapon to make you grow, smiling slightly, I didn't think you were interested. Tamura-sensei please. Roberta and the doctor were both surprised by Tamura's sudden impertinence. Even the evil lord himself was surprised, but he only smiled more happily as he pressed a button on a communicator that could talk to Izuku. Afo Izuku, try combining it with a laser cannon, don't forget to add multipliers with rivets, okay? Stopping talking, okay Tamura, if he's in danger Kurogiri will get him out of there. Tamura, relieved, simply sighed as he looked back at the city. In the distance, news helicopters could be seen approaching the scene. Izuku just stared at his right arm and did as he was ordered. That arm began to vibrate at an incredible speed as purple lightning crackled from it. Suddenly, police officers arrived on the scene while a huge number of civilians positioned themselves behind the officers. What a mistake. Officer, pointing his weapon at Izuku, stop right there, you're under arrest for looking at the villain, pointing his arm at them, run. Mont Lady arrived from the villain's left side as she prepared her right leg to kick the leader of the massacre. Mont Lady, preparing to kick, get ready to see stars. The enormous kick was so close to hitting Izuku that he still didn't pay attention to it. He quickly used his free arm, pointing it towards the gigantic heroine, instantly creating a huge air shield that made the heroine scream in pain. After her leg collided with something harder than steel, she fell backwards towards some buildings, destroying them. Izuku goodbye, looking indifferently at the people running away from him, baby. Everything fell silent for a few moments. Nezu, Almight and Aizawa just watched in horror what was happening. A huge laser shot from the villain's arm, disintegrating everything in its path. The range was so great it could easily have been a kilometer. That attack completely disintegrated buildings, houses, vehicles, and of course, innocent people, children, the elderly, and babies, nothing was spared. Aerial reporter La, the brutality of the event, about to scream in pain, because his family was waiting for him at home along the path the lightning bolt took, it's something we've never seen before, starting to cry, where are you, All Might? The neighboring towns were in shock at what was happening. A new symbol of evil. Mika, watching the scene on her television, was incredulous, as was her mother. The appearance of this new villain was simply elegant, a typical bartender's suit with the sleeves rolled up. Mika destroyed, looking at the scene from the news helicopter reporting live, half of the city. Inko God, covering her mouth with her hands, how many people? Paying closer attention to the villain, Mika, pointing in horror at the villain's right eye, that scar. Mika opened her eyes in terror upon seeing that scar on that guy. She had her doubts, she wanted to go to where that guy was who was just looking indifferently at the place he had destroyed in a single attack. Izuku-sensei, looking at the helicopters that illuminated him, the light bothers me, putting up his arm to shield his eyes from the light, can I kill them? Afo, speaking through the communicator, yes, Izuku you can kill them, smiling. Izuku simply pointed his right hand towards the terrified helicopters. Small purple circles appeared at his fingertips, and multiple beams shot out, destroying the helicopters in midair. Izuku better, feeling a slight headache, sensei it hurts again. Green vapor began to escape from the mask of his suit as Izuku breathed it in with gratification, his gaze becoming calmer than usual as he continued to stand amidst all that chaos. Afo, are you feeling better? Shigaraki Izuku. Izuku, yes, this feels better, thank you, doctor, feeling something approaching him, what? As if humanity were stupid for facing something that could easily kill them, a small child ran towards Izuku, tapping him on the leg. Izuku just stared indifferently at the boy who was crying while he kept yelling at him. You're a bastard, you killed my parents. You're cursed. People just started yelling at him with anger, fear and desperation. Some just picked up stones and threw them at him with the intention of hurting him. Filler. Damn villain. Izuku could only feel his headache tearing at him, all the noise bothered him, people's words made him angry, his memories slowly wanted to return, he just held his head while closing his eyes in pain, it didn't matter how many drugs were entering his body to calm him down. Izuku, shut up. Grabbing the boy by the neck, you bastard, just shut up already, shut up you damn idiots. All the civilians fell silent after watching in horror as the villain broke the neck of a simple child. Izuku simply threw the child's lifeless body aside. Some heroes noticed that the enemy was distracted and without thinking twice, they simply rushed towards him with the intention of defeating him. All Might just watched the stupidity of his companions for rushing in without a plan, but he understood them. He too had done something stupid a while back. Nezu just stared at the destructive quirk of this villain, but his eyes widened in terror when completely purple rays manifested from his entire body, hitting the heroes directly. Nezu, clenching his fists, multiple quirks. All Might, watching the symbol of peace stand up. Aizawa, what the hell? Looking incredulously at the villain, how can he have more than one quirk? After that comment from the Eraser hero, All Might just stared with indescribable anger at that villain so similar to his nemesis. All Might, starting to inflate, I have to go, getting up from the couch, people need a hero. Nezu Piro no Pew. Society needs its symbol. Those were the short words of the symbol of peace as he took off his office suit, revealing his striking outfit. Aizawa simply offered to accompany him, knowing that it would be useful in the fight. Namuri just stared at the villain's scar with pain. She never imagined that the boy with an intense desire to become a hero was a villain. At first, she couldn't recognize him because of the mask and the full suit, but when she saw his face more closely, which the journalists managed to focus on, it was completely different. Ryuko, preparing to go to the area, I promised to save you Izuku-kun, I have to do it, but what drove you to become a villain? Mika could only watch what those villains had turned her brother into, a weapon for their own benefit and their malevolent plans. She would not allow it. Mika, standing up from the couch while looking with determination at his brother who was killing the heroes, I'll bring you back Nai-san. Please bring your brother, please save him Supergirl. Those were the few words of Inko, who wept as she looked at her daughter, holding in her hands a completely blue dress with gold embellishments. A well-made version of All Might's costume was what Mika looked at in amazement as he held it delicately. Mika, is this from? Remembering the page from one of Izuku's notebooks, Mom, this is from. Inko, smiling at her daughter while wiping away her tears, I also took a look at your brother's notes when I packed his things, taking Mika by the shoulders, save as many as you can. Mika, why do I know, closing her eyes, ready to leave her house, that I can't save them all. Using more than 15% of one for all, Mika emerged, passing through the roof of his house while activating his levitation. His emerald eyes burned only from the torch that was given to him by a hero. He simply changed his clothes in midair, thanking heaven that there were no people looking at the sky, otherwise he would feel a gigantic embarrassment. Mika, wait, Izuku, I'll save you from those villains, looking seriously at the chaotic city, I'll save as many as I can. All for One just smiled, sensing all the chaos from the top of the mountain. He was so amazed to have stolen a quirk that allowed him to feel his surroundings despite being blind. All that despair and fear coming from the burning city only made him laugh madly. Afo, come on Izuku. Shigaraki, getting up from his seat, Doctor, is my prototype finished yet? Dr. C. Sensei Kurajiri mi Arias las honors. Kurajiri only appeared in a huge dark stain that slowly revealed the being of Nibla holding a black briefcase. The doctor only opened it, showing a completely black mask. Doctor, this should be enough for your field battle, Sensei, equipping the mask on All for One. Afo, excellent, speaking imposingly through his mask, Tamura Kurajiri. Roberta, are you ready to watch two old symbols face off? Roberta, I still say I wanted to go, taking out another cigarette, good luck, Sensei. Tamura, Sensei, you can't. Afo, taking his successor by the shoulders, grow stronger, Tamura, no matter how many times you fall, just get up and try again and again, remember that Izuku will also help you achieve your goals, that's why we brought him back. Tamura, bowing his head, yes Sensei. Kurajiri, making a portal, are you ready? Sensei. Afo, entering the portal, yes, everything starts now. Mika just kept getting closer and closer to the disaster zone. On her way, she bumped into All Might and a man dressed in black. They just looked at each other as they approached the area. All Might, young Midoriya, what are you doing here? Go away, this is too dangerous, stopping on the roof of a building, wait, looking at the girl's outfit, it's the same as mine. Mika, forgive me, All Might, levitating high while looking at the city, but that villain is my brother. Both were surprised. All Might knew nothing about this. Aizawa, who was just being carried like a sack of potatoes, was incredulous at the girl's sad expression as she continued to look at the city, her loose hair moving in one direction, making her look beautiful but melancholic at the same time. Mika just shot off into the real chaos. All Might didn't know whether to be proud or angry at this deception and the attitude of his successor. They were undoubtedly almost identical. He would simply ask later as he propelled himself towards the city. Several bodies of little-known heroes lay on the ground, showing no signs of life. The Nomus that accompanied Izuku in this uprising simply stood beside him as the heroes regrouped. Endeavor was seriously injured by the attack, staring menacingly at Izuku, who looked at him with indifference. Endeavor, I hope you like prison, because that's where you rot for the rest of your life. Izuku, well, first I'll take you all to hell, heroes, pointing his arm at Endeavor and the others, see you later heroes. The heroes just watched as the villain's arm grew wider, while purple rays shot out of it, a sphere the size of his hand forming in front, ready to eliminate everything in its path again. Well done Shigaraki Izuku. I heard behind Izuku accompanied by malicious applause. Izuku quickly stopped his attack as his arm returned to normal. He turned his head only to see the silhouette of the man he now considers a father, according to Tamura's words. Izuku-sensei. Looking at Afo with slight joy, what are you doing here? Looking at the ground with slight sadness, I thought I was doing the right thing. The heroes were terrified by the presence of this man who arrived amidst a dark maze. Just seeing him caused them to imagine their deaths. The atmosphere became so heavy that some could not withstand it. Afo, none of that Izuku, ruffling Izuku's hair, you did great, well done. Izuku only seemed happy when he felt congratulated. It was a pleasant sensation to feel the sensei's hand ruffling his hair. Afo, you need to cut your hair, using all for one to remove the air cannon, I'll borrow this, Izuku. Izuku, looking back at the heroes, yes. All for one turned his head to sense the other heroes who were terrified by his presence. He just smiled under his mask as he felt two people approaching quickly. They both shared one thing in common, and that was the unpleasant quirk that his brother used to control him. Afo, you're here, Almight, well, shall we begin? In the midst of all the chaos and destruction, the symbol of peace appeared. New helicopters had arrived for the live news coverage. His suit was a symbol of peace, his eyes that burned in an intense blue color only conveyed justice, and his great heroic pose showed that he could still get up and keep fighting. The two nemeses just stared at each other, waiting for the other's attack, all for one just started laughing with almost insane amusement. Afo, where is she? All Might, smiling beneath his mask, ah sorry Midoriya Mika, I couldn't spot you from up there. The girl just stared sadly at her brother, while Izuku looked at the girl in the air in a disgusted way. Mika, trying to approach Izuku, Izuku, what did they do to you? Izuku, feeling a slight headache, shut up, feeling the effect of the painkillers, who are you? How do you know my name? All Might just stared at the young man who seemed too young. The similarities with Mika didn't fit at all, there was no resemblance to his successor when he heard his rivals scream at the top, shouting loudly. Endeavor All Might, take care of him. Standing next to All Might, we'll take care of the mutants. The other heroes were just beginning to evacuate the surviving survivors, while those who could fight joined the number one hero. All Might guys, looking sideways at all his companions, thanks, looking back at Afo who was just starting to laugh, I'll make you give it all back, all for one. All the nomas that were in the chaos gathered next to Afo and Izuku, who kept looking at the girl who was just looking at him sadly. Afo, you think you'll kill me again? All Might. Both Mika and Izuku kept looking into each other's eyes. Izuku's entire suit was just starting to emit purple steam as he pleasantly breathed in the toxic vapor. Izuku, I don't know who you are, starting to exhale steam from his mask, but you're giving me a headache. Mika was just beginning to use one for all throughout her body, beams of light as green as her eyes began to surround her as she clenched her fists, ready to fight. Mika, don't you remember me anymore? Or mom? Using more than 24% of one for all, then I'll make you remember me and remember who you were. Because I. Both brothers said in unison, so much so that two ancient symbols were witnessing the birth of their legacy. Chapter 4. Sibling Fight. The fall of two old symbols and the rebirth of two new ones. I will defeat you. The only shout that came from both brothers was heard between both sides. The heroes launched themselves into combat against the nomas while they awaited the orders of the great Lord of Evil. Afo, feeling the heroes running towards the fight, go after them, preparing to intercept All Might who was at 100% with difficulty, don't leave any of them alive. The nomas only launched themselves against the heroes, starting a battle. Endeavor seemed to be the only one capable of facing most of them with his flames. They had to buy time so that the surviving civilians could request to evacuate the city, which now resembled a war zone. But only gusts of wind from 4 individuals stopped the encounter between the heroes and the unconscious experimental beings. All Might was being held back by his nemesis, who just seemed to be really amused. The enormous air pressure they both generated simply made the huge debris prevent the great symbol of peace from being helped. Afo, what's up? Symbol of peace, standing on par with All Might, are you holding back? Don't underestimate me. All Might, trying to unleash more of his power, you've always been like this all for one. Glimpsing his rival with absolute hatred, who was just laughing, you only need young Midoriya for your own purposes. Afo, don't you dare, preparing his air cannon, mention my boy in our affairs. All Might was launched forward with incredible speed while spitting blood. The force was so great that it sent him crashing into a building that was about to collapse, only to fall alongside it. Afo, looking at his hand with some amusement, I was right, this combination is fun, I'll try to find some impact boosters, turning his gaze towards Izuku, this is your fight toxin. Mika was having a fight of endurance against her brother. She tried to hit him with a kick at 20% of his power, only to look in amazement that she was hitting the air that protected Izuku, who was just looking at her with a completely indifferent expression. Mika, looking at her brother observing her with disinterest, how's this possible? I'm at 20% and he's acting like nothing's wrong, Izuku, please stop. Izuku just stared at her indifferently. Those damned emerald green eyes gave him a terrible headache just looking at her. It seemed like he knew her, but he couldn't remember anything about her. He just stared at the incredible gift this girl possessed. Izuku, expanding his air shield, causing Mika to back away to avoid being launched into a building, super strength. Looking at the girl who was staring at him angrily, you're annoying, hero. Mika just stared in amazement at her brother, who was emitting rays of pure purple light, his gaze unwavering and indifferent. This wasn't her brother anymore. He was a true villain who didn't care about taking a person's life. Mika, effortlessly managing to pull out 30% while feeling her body creak alarmingly, you are not this Izuku Midoriya. You're useless Midoriya. Izuku just writhed in pain as he heard that echo in his head, the bright images completely blinding him, his head kept showing him such confusing and painful images, only that beautiful woman extending her hand to him, while giving him a beautiful smile. Izuku, looking angrily at Mika, shut up. Shut up. Pointing his hands at the girl, all of you should be ruined from this damn world. You only give me a headache. The support team supplying drugs to a confused villain just ran out completely, a totally purple gas coming out of the mask that allows him to breathe as he looked at her with great anger for making him angry. Mika just stared at her brother's eye glowing brighter, watching in amazement as all that gas melted the ground where her brother stood. Mika, what have they done to you? Nai-san, looking guiltily at Izuku who seemed completely out of his mind, I will save you. Please save me, heroes. Izuku was blinded by the intense pain, he stared at the bright red hand that wanted to touch him, he watched with a huge smile from that figure he couldn't remember, unconsciously he touched his mask while trembling with fear. Izuku, looking at his trembling hand, why? Why? Turning back to the girl who was looking at him with tears in her eyes, I don't give a damn who you are. I'll kill you. From the tips of his fingers, only small purple spheres formed as he pointed towards Mika, who was more than ready to dodge it, when rays came out with the intention of finishing off his rival, who only managed to dodge them by pure luck. The conflict between the heroes and the Noma stopped to watch the two of them fight. The girl was just distracting him so that the villain wouldn't focus his attention on them or the civilians being evacuated. Endeavor, this is our chance. Endeavor propelled himself with the fire from his feet towards Izuku, who was staring with intense hatred at the girl, who was only trying to dodge those lightning bolts. That shot only accompanied number 2, making himself so thin so as not to be discovered by that nameless villain, but the villain, Toxin, was not the only boss on the field. Both heroes glanced sideways at that black guy who was just laughing with great amusement while pointing at them with his arm with his palm open, only completely red rays came out of him while he spoke in an imposing manner. Afo, do not interfere with the family reunion, looking at the terrified expressions of both heroes. Heroes. All for One launched his air cannon towards the duo of heroes who were slightly terrified, watching in disbelief as that attack destroyed everything in its path, but the great symbol of peace always appeared to intercept that attack, saving his companions. Detroit, smash. The blow of the great symbol of peace was struck with all the strength of his heart. It didn't matter that his embers were about to run out, if it was for the good of his comrades he would not think twice about using them again. Almight alone received that enormous attack without flinching, fighting internally not to deflate like a balloon, while his colleagues watched with difficulty as the ground split where the great Almight stood. Almight, without flinching, go help her, looking at his colleague standing motionless, NG now. Endeavor opened his eyes in surprise at being called by his rival, who only gave him a slight smile as he turned his attention back to the villain who was being distracted by the girl. Endeavor, looking sideways at Almight, don't you dare give up Yagi. Endeavor only propelled himself towards the danger that had previously left him injured. Edgeshot would be more silent, trying to find an opportunity to attack him from behind. When Almight finally had time to catch his breath, he just looked at his nemesis who was applauding in the most fun and insane way possible. Afo, stops applauding, who would have thought? Almight, your successor would be the rival of her own brother. Almight just clenched his fists at the mere mention of it. All for One was a manipulator and the king of all evil for over 100 years, and the murderer of his teacher. Almight, damn it, glancing hatefully at All for One who was just smiling beneath his mask, you're just using him for your own purposes. I'll get him back, and I'll make you give it all back. Afo, typical of heroes, looking at the sky from which lightning roared loudly, they think that by putting a cape on a child, they have already saved his soul from so much pain and misery, extending his arms to the sides. Izuku Shigaraki is not like that, he is the ultimate weapon to destroy the society that broke him, that turned its back on a poor boy who only wanted to be a hero. And to top it all off, Almight, your successor was the last to shatter his hopes. No one in this world trusted him even if it was just a white lie. His mother tortured him just for being born quirkless. His father had the nerve to rap him when he was only 4 years old. The society you protect so much with a smile. I end up breaking it just to give it a new life where it will take revenge on everyone. Almight remained silent, only staring in terror at his nemesis who had won the fight. The great evil that All For One represents was being handed over to a poor boy. Afo, sensing his rival's fear, it's just pure hypocrisy what you say so much. Almight, where were you when that boy was being relentlessly tortured? Where were you when he was raped? Where were you to give him one of your fake smiles? Symbol of peace. Almight burned with total rage. He simply propelled himself towards All For One with more than 100% of his power. The villain pointed his arm at Almight only to be grabbed with enormous force, breaking his arm completely. Almight, tightly gripping his nemesis's arm, I've failed many people, but I try to save most of them, preparing a devastating attack with his full power. And Midoriya Izuku will be no exception. Now doctor. Those were the few words of All For One, who smiled amusedly beneath his mask, only to receive the blow from the strongest hero in the world, a blow so powerful it shook the city and completely shattered the ground beneath their feet. The doctor just smiled with amusement, still on the mountain with Roberta and Tamura. Doctor, as you command, Sensei, pressing a button on Izuku's communicator, it's time to destroy Izuku-kun. Tamura, still staring at the city where a hurricane was forming, you can do it, Izuku, make our organization known toxin. Roberta, in less than an hour, looking at the chaos in the city, and he's already managed to throw an entire country into chaos, what will it be like when he gets the C-120 running? Doctor, jumping from side to side. The walking nuclear weapon. Those idiots on Island were wrong. I managed to create a nuclear reactor ready to detonate as soon as it absorbs its energy. Tamura, we won't occupy it, without looking at his incredulous colleagues, not yet. Roberta and the doctor were stunned. This was the plan from the beginning. They just had to destroy All Might and his successor to end the quirk that the sensei tried so hard to eliminate. Roberta, walking angrily towards Tamura, damn it, what do you mean we won't need it? Grabbing Tamura by the neck to lift him up, damn spoiled brat. Roberta suddenly fell silent as she watched Tamura remove his mask, giving him the most serious and calm look, slowly letting go while the doctor was equally surprised. Tamura, taking Izuku's communicator, Izuku. How are you feeling? At the center of all the chaos, there was only Izuku stopping the burning flames of the hero Endeavor with his air shield, while dodging the attacks of the hero Edshot, who were trying to remove the mask that allows him to breathe, while keeping an eye on the girl who gives him a horrible headache. Izuku, creating a shield with his right hand to deflect Endeavor's flames towards Edshot. I'm a little busy, Nai-san, what happened? Finish off those heroes once and for all, Sensei is in trouble. Izuku simply breathed in all the smoke released by his support equipment, returning to the capsules on his back while looking indifferently at the heroes. Izuku, they're so annoying, raising his arms to the sky, feel my fury, you damn bastards. The two pro heroes just looked up at the sky in total disbelief. The sky was letting out huge roars as lightning bolts ran through the clouds, coming together at a single point. Endeavor simply propelled himself backward to get as far away as possible, as did Edshot, but there was just one problem. Mika was just watching in astonishment, not knowing what was happening. Edshot, looking at the girl, completely stunned, girl, get out of there. Looking at a family near the big impact, damn. Endeavor, frowning at the sight of the civilians, damn it Edshot, we have to go. The ninja hero just looked at Endeavor with a bittersweet feeling. He had never let innocent people die in his sight, but he had to be realistic. You can't save everyone. Edshot, damn it, looking in horror as the family screamed for help, bucket. Endeavor watched in amazement as his ally sped towards the family, who smiled at the sight of a hero about to save them. He just stared up at the sky, watching as the lightning bolts were ready to destroy everything in their path. You just have to try harder than anyone else. The beautiful voice of that woman sounded warm in Izuku's mind as he watched that hero risk his own life for others. He couldn't remember her. Only her silhouette was all he could recall as she extended her hand. Izuku, watching Edshot carry the woman and child, who are you? Looking at the woman and child screaming at the adult who just stood there watching, why can't I remember you? Looking confused at the man who was just waiting for his death, why? What are you waiting for, you little brat? Save the man. Mika recovered from her absurd distraction upon hearing Edshot shout towards her, only to focus her gaze on the person trapped in some rubble. She quickly propelled herself towards the man who was more than ready to die in peace upon seeing his family safe. Mika, lifting the enormous piece of rubble as if it were nothing, it's not time to close your eyes yet, carrying the man as she dashes towards Edshot. Why can't I see you? Izuku simply lowered his arms in intense anger at not finding any answer to his simple question. Instantly, thunder completely shook the city that was being evacuated, thunderbolts falling everywhere with the intention of killing anything that got in their impact zone. The villain's albino hair only returned to its dark green color as it grew shorter, looking around in intense confusion as his support team made him breathe drugs and toxins to calm him down. Izuku, noticing he was completely alone, "I have to go find sensei," looking towards All for One's area. From his back only two enormous bone-shaped snakes emerged as he headed towards his master, Deadshot, who had managed to hide with a woman and child, who were completely terrified. Hugging his son tightly, "Everything is alright now, we're safe," stroking the hair of the crying child, thank you, Deadshot." Deadshot and no problem, smiling slightly under his mask, "That's what heroes are for." Suddenly the woman opened her eyes in happiness at seeing her wife being carried by a student who had a very calm expression as she gently placed the man on the ground. "Thank you for saving me," looking at the girl who was about to leave, "hero." Mika simply left without saying another word. Deadshot was shocked by such behavior. He didn't even smile, just give a look that said, "You were lucky." Ryukyu was on his way to the city center, looking around at the total chaos. Families crying because they couldn't find their relatives, children in groups shouting their parents' names hoping to find them, the officers were only evacuating the citizens who were beyond distraught. Some wounded heroes were already lying on the ground, while others were covered with completely white blankets, not only heroes, but also civilians. Ryukyu, running without stopping, "I have to know," remembering the villain's scar, "if it really is you, Izuku-kun." Ryukyu simply refused to accept that the boy who so desperately wanted to be a hero was now responsible for all this chaos. She heard her name mentioned by her colleagues, but simply ignored them. She wanted to know if it really was him, if it was. "I would have to stop him." "No." Midnight only found a motorcycle with the keys in it. It seems that fate smiles on the brave, while a woman's leather jacket was already on the ground. Without even looking for the owner of the two-wheeled unit, he left at top speed. "Ryukyu," starting the motorcycle, "I have to save you." The heroine gave it her all. It was incredible to see her dodging debris or vehicles already blocking the road. She was determined to find out if it was him, the reasons why he did this. Meanwhile, Almight continued to restrain his rival, who was already on the ground with his mask completely destroyed. He was breathing with difficulty as his embers were more than 100% occupied, and he thanked heaven that his nemesis seemed to be unconscious. Almight, breathing with relief, thank God, standing up while looking at his rival's body, that it's all over. Reporters' helicopters appeared to record the triumph of the symbol of peace. People who could see the broadcast in other cities just smiled as they saw the great symbol of peace raise his fist in a sign of victory. "You're holding back, aren't you?" Almight opened his eyes in terror upon hearing his nemesis before being launched into the air cannons, spitting out a large amount of blood as he sped towards a helicopter. Almight, looking fearfully behind him, "Damn. But heroes always appear when disaster strikes. There are always people who appear at the right moment to save someone." Before colliding with the helicopter, Mika appeared, diverting Almight while the hero was stunned. Mika, stopping while looking at All for One laughing, "We're not finished yet," looking at Almight who was smiling at her, "We have to defeat them." Almight, smiling in his own way, "Yes, I'm counting on you, Mika Midoriya." Mika was ready to unleash everything she had on Almight towards the villain in the suit. Almight only knew the intentions of his successor as he prepared a great Detroit smash with everything he had. Finish him off once and for all, Almight. Occupying more than 60% of his body, causing his arm to break from the force, Mika threw his master with everything he had, sending him flying towards All for One who was just still smiling. This irritated the great symbol of peace as he summoned everything he had to finish off his nemesis once and for all. Detroit, smash. Chapter 5. Come back to me. The great hero's blow was delivered to his nemesis, who received it with the best welcome in his entire stomach. All Might, for the second time in his hero career, didn't quite know how to feel. Should she be happy to avenge her teacher? So many years for a single reason. Hunting down the worst villain that superhuman society had ever seen when their powers manifested, seeing all that bloody spewed, shouldn't that be gratifying? Shouldn't I be happy? I thought you'd be better than this, Tashi. Nana Shimura's voice echoed in the great hero's head in a tone of disappointment, sadness, and melancholy, but that did not prevent him from putting much more pressure on his arm, piercing his nemesis through the stomach. The enormous explosion shook the city violently. Buildings furthest from the disaster zone collapsed from the massive tremor. In the air, things couldn't be better. Mika was just trying not to be thrown off by the enormous gusts of wind caused by the most powerful of all smash attacks. The heroes who were fighting against those beings without their own intelligence only tried not to be blown away or worse, to avoid having a building fall on them. The civilians who were only at a distance could only think that the great All Might had ended this. There was no happiness in their expressions after so much massacre, they only lowered their heads in a sign of despair and pain. The helicopters from different television channels were just waiting for the gigantic smoke screen to dissipate. The seconds seemed like an eternity for the other cities that could see the news from their homes. Almighty did it, not only that he took down the one suspected of being the leader of this massacre, Almight. It was the last thing said by a reporter who was watching the scene from the sky as he saw the great symbol of peace with his arm piercing the stomach of the villain who didn't seem to be moving. Almight, looking at his nemesis's smile, "It's all over now, I'm sorry, master, but this time I won't smile. I'll just let the last successor not have to go through this," looking sideways at the girl who was surprised not to see him smile. "Now I just have to rescue young Midoriya from that world of darkness." Almight was about to withdraw his arm from that corpse that was simply smiling, but a faint laugh made the great Almight open his eyes in terror as he looked at the corpse that was not the cause of that macabre laugh. That same laugh was all for one himself. This will never end, it's an eternal struggle that will always be repeated until the end of time. Slowly, from a small curtain of smoke emerged the worst terror of all, the one for all wielders, who was completely unharmed, his mask without a single scratch. Almight, watching his nemesis walk slowly towards him, how is this possible? Looking at the corpse, which was that of a woman, no. Afo, sensing Almight's incredulous expression, "It's just an illusion, Quirk," sensing the woman's corpse, "I just switched places with her at the exact moment you landed your best punch, hero, but tell me just one thing, symbol of peace, how does it feel? Taking the life of an innocent person." Almight just cried, staring at his nemesis who slowly began to laugh. That's why he heard his teacher's voice, expressing disappointment. If only he had been a true hero like before, just incapacitating the villain without killing him. Afo times symbol of peace, removing his mask for a few brief moments, that woman deserved it, feeling Almight cry, she was an underworld villain who killed for money, prostituted minors for the highest price, and she was my lunatic follower. People from other cities watched the scene in disbelief. Their symbol of hope and peace had been stained by the blood of an innocent. Now they saw the fall of their symbol of peace, who only continued to weep in despair. Mika didn't know exactly what to say. Everything happened so fast, but she too was guilty for throwing her master with such force. Behold your symbol of peace. Stained with the blood of an innocent. Look at the true face of the Great One. Almight. The greatest of all heroes just began to deflate like a balloon. People stared in disbelief at their great symbol in that terrible state, who just kept his head down, tears streaming down his face as he withdrew his arm from the lifeless body of this woman, only to finally fall to his knees before evil. Afo, don't be ashamed, Almight, smiling as he sees his nemesis kneeling before him, that's your true form, isn't it? Let the people who trusted you so much admire you for who you really are. People just stared at his defeated symbol. His once striking suit was now wrinkled and badly damaged, his hair, which instilled terror in villains, was now just disheveled, while his gaze seemed to accept his defeat. Nezu, looking at Almight who was doing nothing, get up, you can do it, Almight, you can't fall, if you do society will collapse. Come on, get up, you can do it, Almight, come on, get up, great hero. Afo, feeling people's voices from miles away, you can hear them right. Motivating you to keep standing, making the same expression Nana used when she smiled, it's fun, Almight, really fun. Almight just kept his gaze fixed on the ground. The voices of those people who placed their hope in him seemed not to reach him. Everything he had done seemed to crumble just like him. Afo, yes, you look so pathetic with your sunken eyes, that face almost at the point of taking its last breath, smiling more evilly, the power that was already inside you seems like a candle against the wind about to go out at the slightest sudden movement. Everyone watched the villain rise from the ground as he put on his mask. They only opened their eyes in terror when he raised his right arm, pointing at the fallen symbol that still did nothing. Afo, sprouting red beams from his arm, I will give you a death worthy of a fallen hero symbol of peace. Mika was just so horrified to see that villain using the same quirk as her brother, she could deduce that it was air cannon with a few impact multipliers, a quirk that could steal others, surely that shouldn't exist without knowing. That his brother possesses a much more destructive one. What kind of pathetic back is that? Almight. The scream of a girl that was much louder than that of 1,000 people together made the symbol of peace regain her sanity, ignoring the fact that the hero's Endeavor and Edgeshot were below her and looked at her in amazement. Mika, get up, get out of your stupid ideals of being able to save everyone. Looking tearfully at Almight, who turned to look at her. You should already know that better than anyone. You can't save them all. Those harsh words were the reality he always tried to avoid. He simply tried to combat that harsh reality by giving people, his colleagues, blows and smiles. His dream of creating a united and happy world would never be possible. He learned that very well when he lost his teacher, who only gave him a smile before falling at the hands of the greatest of all villains, pointing him out as the next in an endless list to end evil. That's the damn reality. It doesn't matter if you save one, somewhere else someone will never be helped by a hero. That was the case of Midoriya Izuku, a boy who suffered from the age of 4 because of everyone around him, completely alone. Neither his parents, nor his sister, nor the teachers who interacted with him ever received any help. He was completely alone and more damaged than anyone else, just for following a dream to be a hero. He only had the beautiful light of midnight that motivated him to continue in this world. His room was full of posters and figures of heroes, but the heroine Midnight always stood out the most. A year and a half ago. Izuku continued to gaze happily at his room, his figures, which had cost a pretty penny, and his posters. They were Izuku, holding the last Midnight figure, I finally got her, caressing the figure with a smile, no matter what I did to get you I know you're still waiting Ryukyu. Mika, looking at her brother smiling like an idiot, you damn pervert I don't care what you do with your idiot body, but close your damn door. Izuku, running towards his open door. I'm sorry. Noticing Mika glaring at him, it's just that I'm glad I got this figure. Mika just looked at him calmly now, despite being a Quirkless, his brother had his own charm with being shy and nervous, but that eye ruined his face completely, that huge scar on his right side made him look pitiful, that completely wide eye a sign of blindness. He felt immense guilt for not trying to convince his mother to let him take him to a hospital since that day, not noticing that he was gently caressing that huge mark. Izuku just didn't say anything. It seemed normal to him that people wanted to touch that mark to know what it felt like to be marked for the rest of your life. His clients, who used him only as a toy, also touched him with curiosity. Mika, feeling the scar on Izuku's right side, only close the door if you're going to masturbate. Izuku it's not that, looking away, it's just that she's my pillar for not giving up. Mika only stroked him one last time before moving her hand away from Izuku's face, who was just looking away. She found his behavior very strange, letting himself be touched so easily without even blushing. But I miss her most, that pillar to not give up, just wouldn't dwell on her strange fetishes, well I resumed my journey, but not before giving her a warning. Mika, looking sideways at Izuku, if you're masturbating with the door open and I see that, you're dead. Izuku, starting to tremble, why yes. But that last part, Izuku locked his door, his gaze turning gloomy as he lay down on his bed, staring at the ceiling and stroking Ryukyu's figure. Izuku, squinting, I just want to see you and tell you that I'm a Quirkless, but you just have to try harder than anyone else. That was undoubtedly his phrase to keep going. He only remembered the one person who trusted him to be a hero. He would never forget that beautiful smile she gave him when he was still a child. The only hand that offered him help to stand up was waiting for him at that school. Izuku, smiling as he begins to sleep, nothing can go wrong right. Current events. All Might knew why his successor said such a thing. She couldn't save her brother, even though they were family, from the hands of All for One. For that brat, looking up at the girl, knows the reality of this world better than anyone. All Might, looking down at the hero who was just staring at him, of all those miraculous holders, only 2 thought the same as her, smiling under his mask, and you know the best part about those 2. They didn't hesitate for a second to want to kill, just to get what really matters. All for One was more than ready to send All Might to the core of that stored power. People were just waiting for their symbol to rise once more, but they only calmly watched the last attack of their nemesis that would put an end to his useless cause. Shut up, destroyer. Deadshot arrived alone to try to attack the leader of all this chaos. His gaze was determined to try to help and put an end to all this massacre. Deadshot, watching the villain easily dodge, no matter what a villain like you says for all of us, looking at All Might out of the corner of his eye, you will always be the #1 hero. All for One was simply dodging the top hero with great ease. He was having so much fun that he simply couldn't show his smile because of that mask. That's how all heroes are, they give hope to those who can see, dodging an attack from Deadshot, it's a shame that their precious symbol only moves for revenge, watching All Might stand up, it's time to end this All Might. The great villain only pointed his arm towards the ground, Deadshot only moved away by instinct, because of what the leader of the villains was about to do. Mika was only about to go for All Might who barely managed to recover, but Endeavor was much faster, as he propelled himself at an incredible speed towards his rival, while extinguishing his flames on the upper part of his body. Endeavor, carrying All Might like a sack of potatoes, you're pathetic Yagi, preparing to push himself back, I only ask you for one damn thing. All Might, looking at his partner's broad back, I'm sorry Enji, looking at a woman in some rubble, wait, have. Endeavor forget about her, didn't that girl say so? Endeavor only propelled himself to his maximum power to avoid the great impact that was about to occur. All Might was just desperately trying to break free from his partner who was getting further and further away, seeing that woman trying to reach him with such a look full of terror was what destroyed his conscience the most. You can't save them all. The air cannon with multiple quirks of expansions and impact multipliers hit the ground directly, destroying everything around it. The most distant buildings just ended up collapsing while the people at that distance screamed in terror. Any civilians or wounded heroes on this side of the battlefield were already presumed dead. Corpses of those who hadn't been rescued were visible as a thick smokescreen obscured the view of helicopters broadcasting live. The cities witnessing the events could only fear the worst. Their symbol, which had so long maintained peace, was now crumbling. The beginning of dark times is approaching. The last thing a reporter said, observing the scene from a helicopter, was that the city center was in complete chaos, but where was the person primarily responsible for so much destruction? Where was the league tool? Where was Toxin? Nomura, along with the doctor, Roberta and Kurogiri, could only watch the city burn. They could hear the screams and cries of the civilians who were just leaving the city. Roberta, watching the city burn, that brat, what is he doing? Sensei needs support and he's just playing around. Doctor, looking at Tamura who was so calm, do you know what Tamura-kun might be doing? Tamura just watched in the calmest and most relaxed way possible. Kurogiri just stared incredulously at their new behavior, and even more so at the hand that he always had on his face, now he had taken it away. Tamura, something confused him, still looking at the city, he just wants to remember who he is. Doctor, showing concern, he can't, that suit has him under control if he were to remember who he was. Roberta, exhaling a puff of smoke, he won't hesitate to switch sides, that brat betrayed us. Tamura, still watching, no, the damage is done, he has no chance of redeeming himself if he decides to abandon us, pressing the communicator button. Izuku. Are you alright? The seconds without any response from the other end of the communicator seemed like an eternity to the three of them. They thought Tamura would have a panic attack or start scratching his neck desperately for not being answered, but they were only surprised when he just lowered his hand and, with the most relaxed look possible, simply watched. Izuku stood alone in the middle of the street, surrounded by buildings that showed great destruction while vehicles burned around him, staring at a sheet of paper he held in his hands, a pamphlet listing the best heroines, whether for the best body or the best personality. But only one caught his attention too much, her white suit with leather parts would only be the delirium for men, that long, messy hair, those eyes that made him observe her with a strange feeling, sadness, melancholy, was the only thing. Those eyes of different tones looked at the heroine Ryukyu. Izuku, taking the sheet curiously, who are you? Why can't I? Turning the note over. Only the names of heroines appeared on that paper. Izuku couldn't recognize any of them. He was simply lost in the smile of that beautiful heroine, only to feel his great headache again as that sweet voice continued to play. I know you'll become a great. Izuku, holding his head in pain, why? Looking at the pamphlet with intrigue, one of them, it must be that voice, clenching the pamphlet in his hand, I just have to go hunting. His mind was projecting confusing images again. The distorted voices of those shadows, sounding mocking, made him frown. Only his eyes could show his anger as he stood there. Izuku, damn it, holding his head, shut up, you damn bastards, holding the right side of his face, I swear that when I remember you I'll kill every single one of you. His support team only administered more of those powerful drugs to calm him down. His right eye only glowed brighter as he stood up straight and calm again. Izuku, extending his right hand to the side, I know you're their hero, sensing several more presences, come out now before I make you come out dead. Please don't kill us. The scream of a man accompanied by a child was the cause. Izuku just looked indifferently at both of them who had their arms raised in total surrender, but he was still attentive to others who were hiding, while he did not take his eyes off these two people. Looking at the villain, staring directly at him, Jay, just let us go please, I have my son with me. Izuku, and you think I care, looking at both of them with disinterest, so you might as well die. There was not a shred of mercy in his eyes when he finished them off with his purple rays, which cut through both their bodies, as if it were butter being cut by a red-hot knife. Izuku, looking at them both as if nothing had happened, idiots, turning his gaze away, you should have walked away. The heroes hiding in the destroyed buildings remained silent. It was truly terrifying to see a villain of that caliber walking around as if nothing was wrong. His appearance made him look like a robot whose sole function was to annihilate anything in sight, and that mechanical voice made him sound as terrifying as possible. Boruko, looking in terror at the villain walking away, why? My body won't respond, that guy, looking at her completely terrified companions, he's on another level. His agency colleagues just stood there completely still, so powerful was his killer instinct that he could kill with a simple glance, so great was his power that he could destroy almost half the city with a single attack of his quirk or several that he possessed. Clenching her fists angrily, damn it, looking at the villain stop abruptly, Mirko, looking at her partner shaking her head, this is our chance. Boruko, about to grab her partner, are you crazy? You saw what he was able to do in less than an hour, remembering how he destroyed half the city, if we attack now, turning her gaze towards the villain, only to look at him with terror. That back with those purple tubes, completely static, that mask that seemed to make her breathe pure toxins and totally dangerous chemicals, was releasing purple vapor, that completely purple eye looking directly into her eyes, seemed to analyze her completely, looking for 1,000 ways to eliminate her from this world, along with her companions who were static. Izuku, turning his body towards them, "Aren't you coming?" Heroes, receiving no response from those who only stared at him in terror. "Wait, you're," looking directly at Mirko, taking out the pamphlet to see her on the list, the heroine Mirko. The top heroine could only open her eyes in terror, but she wouldn't stand idly by watching as her companions, who were only preparing to attack, easily finished her off. Mirko, looking at the villain directly, "What do you want?" "Why?" "Izuku, you're not her," looking bored at the heroine, "so it's best if disappear from my sight." The heroes were paralyzed with fear when they saw the villain pointing his hand at them. From his fingertips, completely purple spheres formed as he looked at them in the most disinterested way possible. Mirko, looking at his companions as he prepared to jump as high as possible, "Jump, you bunch of idiots." Those who reacted fastest to the attack of the League of Villains' weapon jumped out of the building in time, which was cut like butter, thanks to the purple beams. The heroine of the top just watched several of her companions being killed as if they were nothing to this villain, as if he were just stomping on a bunch of worthless insects. Mirko, looking at the villain raise his gaze towards her, "Bastard," looking at her companions who managed to dodge him, "Get out of here." Looking at his partner, who is glaring angrily at the villain, "But we have to help." "Mirko, you'd only be in my way. Help the other heroes in the evacuation area." The heroine's last words came out in the most authoritarian tone possible. Her companions had no time to waste in recovering the lifeless bodies of their allies for the moment. "We'll come and help you when we're done helping," looking at his partner who was staring at the villain, "Good luck." Mirko, smiling with slight arrogance, "I don't need it, idiot," preparing to push off. Mirko's fellow heroes left, but not before wishing their companion the best of luck as she was ready to try to incapacitate the unknown villain who was just staring at her with no interest whatsoever. Mirko, looking at the villain putting his hands in his pockets, "Don't get too cocky, villain, his quirk is ranged, I just have to attack him at close range." "Just tell me one thing," looking at the villain as smoke comes out of his mask, "you said it wasn't her, who are you talking about?" Looking at the villain taking a hand out of his pocket, "Before I kick your head off." Izuku just kept looking at her with total neutrality. He didn't have to answer that question from someone who had been completely dismissed the first word the woman uttered to him. Only his suit began to release the tranquilizing gas as he prepared for the attack of this rabbit. Izuku, taking out the steering wheel while looking at Ryukyu's picture, "It must be her," looking at the heroine out of the corner of his eye. Again, such confusing images came to her mind, such blurry memories and such confused voices filled her head with intense pain that the heroine could notice only the silhouette of that woman who was totally dark, only letting her sister's eyes show as she stretched out her hand. "I know you'll become a great hero, Izuku-kun." Izuku, holding his head in pain, "Why, I can't see your image," looking at the ground in frustration, "Why?" Mirko was not willing to miss this opportunity to avenge those who fell because of this guy's paranoia. She just propelled herself with the enormous strength of her limbs towards the villain who was still so lost in his mind. Mirko, preparing his right leg, "I'll rip your damn head off, you piece of shit villain." Izuku could barely perceive the heroine being so close to him, only to feel the strong leg of this woman hit him squarely on the cheek, which shook his head completely. Only a slight creaking of his mask was surprisingly heard because of what the heroine Mirko was looking at. Mirko, feeling an intense burning sensation in his leg, "Damn it," moving away abruptly while staring at half of Izuku's face, "You're too ugly, bastard." Despite feeling an intense burning sensation in his right leg at the slightest contact with the gas released by the villain, he couldn't help but stare at the exposed teeth of the man who had just taken hold of his half-fallen mask. Izuku, readjusting his mask, "Damn it," looking at the heroine complaining of pain in her leg, "I don't need to finish you off." Mirko was about to push off again towards the villain who had turned his back on him to walk away slowly, but the burning sensation became so painful as being burned by red-hot steel that he only made him kneel while watching his leg slowly turn purple. Mirko, clinging his leg tightly, "Damn you." Looking at the villain breathing in all that gas surrounding him, "Son of a bitch, is that gas poison?" Izuku, looking sideways at the woman who was looking at him with contempt, "No, they're toxins." The rabid heroine's scream of agony was so loud that it made Izuku look at her with annoyance. No matter how hard he pressed on her leg, he just watched her flesh melt like butter as he stared at the exposed bone. Meanwhile, in the disaster zone caused by All for One, there was only total destruction. Lifeless bodies of citizens who could not be rescued lay beneath the feet of the very symbol of evil, who merely watched the scene with great amusement while the smoke slowly dispersed, revealing it in the air to news helicopters. Afo, sensing the panic of other cities, I've missed this All Might, this day one of us will fall, smiling slightly, only to witness the birth of an age of darkness in the society, touching the communicator on his mask, Kurogiri. It's time for the Nomas to do their job. The villain from the fog, who had perfectly heard his master's order along with the others, only caused multiple black portals to appear in different areas of conflict between the heroes and the Nomas. Hero, looking at a dark portal, what? Reinforcements. Dodging a creature's attack, damn it, good thing the reinforcements have arrived, looking at his teammates. Keep them away from the civilians. The small group of heroes was only kept at bay by the Nomas, who now seemed to be going straight for anything, as if their intentions to kill had shifted from gathering to simply collecting. Heroine, pointing to several of those portals, they're not reinforcements, they're more allies of the enemy. Hero damn it. Watching several of those things slowly leave, no matter what happens, guys, looking sideways at his companions, it was a true honor to be here. Careful. The heroine scream upon seeing one of those monsters appear next to her leader, and a companion made the two present turn their gazes towards that thing. Everything happened too fast. In a second, that thing launched a powerful blow towards both professionals, knocking them out of the fight. The woman was about to come to their aid, but she was intercepted by a winged Nomu while being held by the waist. In several combat zones, the doctor's Nomas were reassigned to body recovery duties, whether of heroes or civilians. The largest kidnapping of people was underway, and of course. Mountain. More guinea pigs for my experiments, I can create an army of Nomu, Tamura-kun. The doctor was more than amazed. He had two great triumphs in less than an hour. His big smile looked like that of a typical scientist mad with satisfaction at obtaining satisfactory results. Doctor, looking at the city with a crazed expression, the result of this raid is the best. Izuku-kun demonstrated great performance, bringing chaos and my babies, they delivered the expected result. Roberta, looking disinterestedly at the doctor, we lost a few Nomas, doc. Doctor, looking at the woman with a huge smile. What does it matter? With these new bunnies I can create many more, don't you see, Roberta-san, sometimes collateral damage is necessary to get the best result. Roberta just kept looking at him with disinterest. Without a doubt, the doctor was completely crazy when he saw expected results that favored his research. Roberta, watching the doctor enter a kind of cosmic orgasm, he's crazy. Dr. Madness. Looking at the woman seriously, that's humanity for you, Roberta-san. We can disguise our true nature with that enormous lie of sanity, when in reality, making a malevolent face while rubbing his palms together, we are complete lunatics. Roberta, looking at him with a bead of sweat, he's completely insane. Tamura, just shut up already, still looking at the city, if you're just going to argue, you'd better keep quiet. The three present said no words in response to Tamura's complaint. His personality changed in a surprising way as he did not take his eyes off the burning city. The screams of despair and pain were simply calming for any pyromaniac to see such a scene from afar. We're all going to die. In the evacuation zones, terror gripped the population, only to descend into chaos. Looting and theft of supplies from stores or any place that supplied food were being carried out by the citizens themselves. This was complete chaos for the few police units that were in the city. Tsukauchi, looking at several men carrying televisions, damn it, it hasn't even been an hour since this happened, grabbing a policeman by the collar of his uniform, is that when the army is supposed to arrive? Police officer, looking at his boss's angry glare, in 1 more hour. Tsukauchi, releasing the policeman, damn it, we're completely on our own in this. Police B, but the heroes. Tsukauchi, they have it tough too, looking at the blackened sky, an era of darkness. The end of heroes is very near. The last thing said by the police station detective made his subordinate tremble. It was impossible that something like this could happen, this is only the beginning of a new era consumed by chaos. The villains will take the initiative if the great All Might does not rise and fight once more. It's simply unforgivable, All Might. Endeavor's shout towards his rival in the franchise sounded like a scolding at its most intense. Seeing him in such a pitiful state made him want to hit him for keeping such a terrible secret for years. Endeavor, grabbing All Might by the neck, what other secret are you keeping? Number 1 hero, striking All Might's face while glaring at him, tell me All Might. All Might could only lie on the ground after receiving that strong blow that made him bleed from his mouth, he was so disappointed in himself, his nemesis won, he will not be able to rescue his successor's brother from the hands of All for One. That shot, stepping between them, Endeavor-san, please, that's enough, noticing that Endeavor wasn't taking his eyes off him, we have a much bigger problem than this now, looking at the villain leader who was in the air in the distance, he's strong. Endeavor, looking at the villain extending his arms to the sides, multiple quirks, remembering the guy in the bartender's suit, he's too similar to that villain. All Might no, looking at the ground, that boy, remembering Izuku's serious expression, was corrupted by my nemesis, I couldn't help him. Shut your miserable mouth. Endeavor just punched the number 1 hero in the face again, who did nothing to dodge the blow. The flames became more intense, while his gaze was total fury, so much so that it made the number 5 hero back away from that intense look. Endeavor, looking at All Might, he lowers his head. If you have any of the true symbol of peace left in you. Turning his back to the hero, close that fist again that I've tried so hard to overcome. Get up. That shot only looked towards the symbol of peace, who was completely staring at the ground. Endeavor just frowned when he saw that his rival wasn't making the slightest effort to get up. His intense gaze was only directed at the leader of evil. Endeavor at shot, calling the hero's attention. It's time to go, preparing to boost, we have a villain to defeat. Ed shot if looking at All Might who was doing nothing, rise once more symbol of peace. Both heroes were ready to leave, but a great flash of green passed over them at top speed, heading towards All for One, who simply turned his gaze towards what was coming towards him with intense hatred and courage. All Might looking at Mika going towards his nemesis. No. What are you doing? Mika. Bring Izuku back to me, villain. Despite having a broken arm, her courage was incredible as she prepared both fists with the intention of defeating All Might's greatest rival, who only smiled evilly as he prepared to intercept her. Foe, preparing to hold the girl's fists, return him. Smiling beneath his mask, just so you can torture him again. Mika damn it. A huge clash of completely different energies collided with each other. The enormous clash of All for One and One for All made everything around both of them fly away. The helicopters only moved me with turbulence, while the pilot tried to maintain stability. The camera only tried to focus on that huge sphere of energy coming from the leader of the villains and a green flash that collided with him. Reporter, making the camera focus on the scene. This is All Might. Feeling that thing was about to explode. Let's get him out of here. Looking at the pilot who was lost in that sphere now. The other helicopters just watched one fly away. It must have been intuition, but what happened next could only be described as total chaos. Slowly, each one moved further away, while that sphere seemed to shrink in size. Only one enormous explosion shook the entire city much more powerfully than All Might's punch at 100%. The sky opened up due to the immense pressure that shot out, while on the ground, only debris was flung out in all directions. Tamura, covering his face from the gusts of wind, Sensei Kurogiri. Kurogiri, trying not to be swept away by the air. I'm sorry Tamura-kun, this air is preventing me. Doctor, that snothead, being dragged through the air, she's completely insane. Roberta, holding the doctor by his coat. Shut up, old man, trying to look ahead. I should have killed her when I had the chance. Ryukyu. Being so close to reaching the disaster zone, Ryukyu only plummeted due to the enormous air current. She tried to get up only to see huge pieces of debris and vehicles heading towards her. Ryukyu, crouching down, hoping to escape unharmed. Damn it God, if you're there, feeling a vehicle crash near her, just let me save him. Having her eyes closed in the hope of being incredibly lucky not to be crushed by a vehicle or debris was almost nil, but something cosmic and divine, if you could define it that way, gave her that enormous luck as everything returned to normal. Ryukyu, noticing that everything was calm now. I have to get there, looking at a completely destroyed motorcycle. Damn good legs, please don't fail me now. The heroine started running, the memory of that boy in her mind. Despite the horrible scar on his face, he still had a beautiful smile. She hoped with all the good in the world that the boy was still there, waiting to be rescued. But Izuku, toxin. On the opposite side from the heroine Midnight, the villain responsible for murdering thousands of people in less than an hour, just kept watching the heroine Mirko, who kept writhing in pain. Izuku, observing the heroine's completely rotten leg. Oh. That's a strange mixture of toxins, watching the woman scream in pain. Living with the doctor was a strange mix of fatherhood and experimentation for Izuku's barely recovered mind, learning to master the toxicity of his environment thanks to C-120. Listen, Izuku-kun, radiation is everywhere in the air. You can control it and make it as unstable as a nuclear bomb. What allows you to breathe are drugs that could put an entire city to sleep if only they were in a weapon, as well as toxins that kill the cells of anything living that dares to have physical contact with you. Tamura, you were right. I don't understand anything the doctor is saying. These were Izuku's brief words as he approached. The heroine, who was screaming in pain. Slowly, her leg was being consumed by that powerful toxin, more potent than any acid. On record. Izuku, crouching down to be looked at by Mirko. Does it hurt? Mirko, glaring at Izuku with hatred. Rot in hell, you imbecile. Looking at Izuku staring at her with disinterest. You'll die deep in prison when I'm done with you. Izuku, looking at the heroine with disdain. Roberta-san told me that rabbit's feet bring good luck, looking at Mirko's terrified expression. I'll see if it's true. I need luck to find the one I'm looking for. No matter how much she screamed for help, the only thing that answered her pleas was the fire around her and the creaking of the damaged structures. Her tears flowed like waterfalls, only to be held back with enormous force by the villain's hand, silencing her beautiful mouth. Izuku, putting his thumb inside Mirko's mouth, SSH bunny, feeling Mirko's wet tongue, "That's a good girl, bite if you want." Mirko quickly tried to kick it with her good leg, only to see how a huge bone snake held her with incredible strength while pinning her to the ground. Mirko please and no, looking at the villain's calm gaze, anything but. Being silenced by the feeling of the sick man's thumb against her throat made her suspect that he would grape her at that moment. She held the villain's arm with all the strength she had to try to free herself, but it was impossible. He was incredibly strong. "Izuku, if we don't cut off the affected side," pointing his free arm towards Mirko's injured leg, "the toxin will continue to eat away at your entire body until you're just bones." Feeling the woman's ragged breathing, "It'll be quick, I promise." Looking directly into his emotionless eyes, it seemed he was doing this purely for amusement. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the tips of the villain's fingers, glowing purple spheres pointing towards his leg, which was slowly melting away. He squeezed his eyes shut, biting down the villain's thumb with all his might, trying to tear it off, but he was unsuccessful. The excruciating pain of losing his limb was unbearable. The villain's gaze seemed to hold a curious fascination with his suffering. "Izuku, you should get some sleep, bunny," releasing a little purple steam, "relax, they're just top quality painkillers." The heroine only lost consciousness at the first breath that thing took, while the cut part did not bleed at all. Izuku just stood up while taking Mirko's damaged leg. "Izuku, this will help me find you faster, I only need the paw," cutting the paw off the rest of the leg. With nothing else to do there, the villain slowly resumed his walk towards his father, who was in the disaster zone, only to sense something large approaching him. He simply stretched his right hand forward as an air shield protected him and the sleeping Mirko from vehicles and debris. His hair merely moved back as his gaze seemed so disinterested. Izuku, watching as things calmed down, "Sensei," walking among the damaged structures, "I'm coming, Dad. All is not lost. Don't you dare touch her again, all for one." Ofa's greatest enemy only released the girl, while he focused all his attention on his greatest rival, who emanated an intense aura of hatred and pain at the same time. He simply prepared to stop the enormous fist of the hero who hated him so much once again. "Afo, well, come to me, symbol of peace," showing his enormous smile, "let's see if you still have that disgusting power that has caused me so much trouble. I'll send you to prison, along with the others. From your little organization. All for one." The biggest facade hiding his weakness could cost him his life if he used it irresponsibly. The large amounts of blood that came out at the slightest sudden movement made him want to faint, but he wasn't allowed to, not until he saw his successor being released by his greatest nemesis who seemed completely insane. The embers of that immense power fought alongside his incredible will to avoid being extinguished, resisting until his last breath. "If I have to fall, I'll take you with me." The caregivers who watched their greatest hero dash towards the supposed culprit of so much massacre and chaos were perplexed. Seeing their greatest hero defeated, only to rise once more, gave hope to everyone who could appreciate it. The incredible intensity of those blue eyes could leave a trail after he had launched himself once more against his rival. His body could no longer withstand 100% of one for all, letting the energy out of his body. Being a few meters away from his target, he just closed his fist as he prepared for another huge Detroit. All for one simply let go of the girl as he prepared to receive the enormous fists of the #1 hero. So great was his joy that he simply couldn't stop smiling like a lunatic. "Afo," smiling as All Might approached him, "impact reduction, steel bones, strength x10, impact multiplier," preparing both arms towards All Might, air cannon. The impact wasn't as huge as with the first wielder of that enormous power, but it was powerful enough to trap both rivals in a tornado, both staring at each other with an intense look of determination, although All for One never stopped smiling. Endeavor, looking at the girl's body, about to hit the ground, edge shot. Edge shot, looking with difficulty where Endeavor was pointing, yes. The ninja hero, with incredible speed and agility, managed to reach where little Mika was about to faint from the pain. Gradually carrying her, he propelled himself backward while looking directly into her eyes. Edge shot, noticing the girl looking at him, "That was stupid, kid," running towards Endeavor who was just staring at the huge tornado, "but you were amazing." Mika, slowly closing her eyes, "Thank you." The girl just pressed herself even closer to the hero's body, making him slightly nervous, but he only pulled her closer as he continued to watch her. Edge shot, feeling the girl's chest, "What are you thinking, idiot? She's probably 15, but is she really that cute?" With every second that the completely asleep gaze in his arms awakened something he hadn't felt in years, he must be completely insane to try to go far with just a little girl. "Get out of there, you idiots." Endeavor's scream made the silent hero pay attention to his surroundings, glance out of the corner of his eye at some purple lights in the distance that didn't fit in at all with the cruel scene, slowly turn his gaze towards those lights, only to open his eyes in terror. Izuku, watching Deadshot carry that annoying hero, two birds with one stone. Deadshot simply threw the girl who was charging towards his partner who didn't think twice about catching her by propelling himself with the flames on his feet. Endeavor, looking sideways at the villain, get out of his range, Deadshot, propelling himself with the girl to another place, that guy. No matter how far he moved away from the villain responsible for so much death, that guy never lost his gaze. No, that villain wasn't looking at him. Endeavor, opening his eyes as he looks at Mika, that brat, get her out of here, Endeavor. Deadshot glared at him angrily. That shout gave him a slight headache. He simply refocused his gaze on the ninja hero who was approaching him at top speed. Izuku, looking angrily at Deadshot, you bastard, pointing his hand at the hero, I'll tear you to pieces of meat and shit. From those spheres that were at the tips of his fingers, only multiple rays came out that the hero was able to dodge by making himself as thin as paper. It was difficult with gusts of wind caused by Almight and All for One, but he managed to be close enough to the villain that he could barely see him. Deadshot, taking a small dagger from its compartment, why do you want to hurt him? Izuku, creating an air shield in front of him, don't ask stupid questions and die. The sound of his dagger was as if it had collided with some steel being so close to the villain, he could not see what was in front of him, it was almost as if he could make the same air in a shield that he could control at will. Deadshot air shield, looking at two enormous things emerging from the villain's back, multiple quirks. His reaction was almost instantaneous as he watched the new villain who caused so much death and destruction attack with his laser beams. Instantly, his body became so thin as he dodged his enemy's attack. Izuku, frowning at not seeing Deadshot, damn it, where the hell are you? Looking behind him, come out, you bastard. I'll kill you and all of you. His sudden fit of rage caused him to lose track of his surroundings. He didn't notice the enormous tornado that had vanished as All for One was flung several meters away from him, nor did he even notice the injured symbol of peace heading towards him. Everything's alright now, young Midoriya. Why? Izuku only opened his eyes when he felt a presence right behind him. He could feel that incredible power, almost the same as that of the girl who caused him so much pain. He slowly turned his head towards that enormous subject who had blood coming out of his body, his suit completely worn out, while looking at him in the warmest way possible, almost as if he were smiling. Almight, young Midoriya, looking at the boy, jump back, I didn't come to hurt you, I came to rescue you from. Izuku, shut your wretched mouth, hero. Glancing angrily at Almight who was just staring at him, I'll finish you all off, I'll help Tamaranai fulfill his dream, feeling an intense headache, yes that's the right thing to do, a just world. Almight just stared at him. Despite that appearance, that boy was still a child, a lost child trying to find his true form. So far, he has only limited himself to imitating the personalities of his allies in the league. The sound of that suit seemed almost mechanical. Seeing those tubes on that boy's back supplying that liquid made him uneasy. What was that liquid? Why didn't he know he was doing something wrong? What are you looking for, young man? No matter how many tranquilizers and drugs flowed through his body, the pain was becoming more and more intense. Again, his head was playing tricks on him, trying to remember his life before this. Distorted and deep voices made him think they were mocking him. He couldn't even hear Ryukyu's voice extending her hand in an attempt to help him, nor could he even look at the woman's form. All Might walking slowly towards Izuku, now I see it clearly, looking at the huge scar on Izuku's face, you don't know who you are, do you? Izuku, looking at his hands trembling, I am Izuku. The great symbol of peace had only one chance to win back his successor's brother by good means. He thanked heaven that he could barely stand and had the strength to walk. I remember, Izuku-kun, a true hero never gives up, even when you feel all is lost, when you can't see the light in the darkness, when you have no strength left to keep fighting. Remember who you are and where you come from. Only then will you find the courage to stand up. Now I remember. The afternoon with the most beautiful heroine for most was incredible. On the way home, for the first time in a long time since he was diagnosed with Quirkless, he could smile as any child should. Watching her beautiful silhouette walk with elegance and nonchalance was magnificent as far as his healthy eye could see. Ryukyu, smiling at the boy who was just looking at her with a smile, that's what I always tell myself when I see things going badly. And you? Don't you have something that motivates you? Izuku, holding Namiri's hand, and no, I always have hope of being like All Might, but… Ryukyu, wait, there can't be two All Mights, Izuku-kun, looking at the boy lowering his head, you can be better than him. But that's simple, you can be better than him. Her life was completely illuminated, even if only for a moment, she was able to recover the sparkle of life in that eye that transmitted sadness and pain, it was as if she removed all the insults and words of hatred that she had always heard towards her. Izuku, you're truly amazing, Ryukyu-san, can I write that advice down for myself? Looking at the woman smiling at him, may I? Ryukyu, of course there are many ways to save a person, Izuku-kun, looking at the boy who didn't understand, we don't just fight villains, we also save hearts, so promise me, Izuku. Never give up, you just have to work harder than anyone else to become a great hero. Present. Just remembering Ryukyu brought back everything she tried to block out. Her miserable childhood, the years of insults and mistreatment for simply having a dream, for simply wanting to get where she was, how her own sister completely disfigured her mouth because of her great ego of superiority, and finally. Izuku, looking at All Might, suddenly stop, did I do it? Did I do it? All Might, young Midoriya. Izuku jump off the building, remembering how he was on the edge of the building, jump I gave up. Unconsciously, he brought his hands to his face, only to feel that huge mark on his right side that his father left him, only to remember how his sister completely destroyed his mouth. Izuku, touching his mask fearfully, what is this? Looking as his arms were covered by the mechanical suit, what? What did you do to me? All Might just watched as the boy's right eye turned completely white, a sign of blindness. Seeing him act like this gave him no doubt that he was unaware of his actions. He wasn't the same, he just tried to get a little closer, but the young man only pointed his hands at him. Izuku, don't come any closer. Remembering how his quirks worked, what is this? Where am I? Paying closer attention to the hero, All Might. All Might, calm down, young Midoriya, looking at the very agitated boy, everything will be alright, okay? Come with me, I'll take you to your sister. Just remembering her made Izuku tense up even more. His hands trembled as he recalled the one who caused him to jump into the void, the one responsible for destroying his mouth. Izuku, stay away from me, looking at the hero, he extends his hand, this isn't real, I couldn't, remembering the people he mercilessly murdered, and no. All Might, come on, kid, looking at the boy hesitate, I'll take you home, you can be with your parents. You're too weak, All Might. Endeavor's sudden scream made them both look at him with concern and fear. Izuku only felt the threat while making a huge air shield, in case the hero wanted to hurt him with his flames. All Might, looking at Enji flying towards him, Enji, wait, getting hit in the face, no. Endeavor didn't give his rival in the franchise a chance to explain, he just used much more of his strength to throw All Might several meters away from this villain who looked at him in terror. He just prepared his left fist while smiling at Izuku, who was confused and terrified. Endeavor, creating a massive burst of fire on his left arm, prepare yourself, villain, because this time, looking at the villain staring at him in terror, I am going to incinerate you. His flames intensified to a point that melted the very ground, his gaze turned completely to rage, as he planned to end the life of a villain, as he prepared to deliver his best blow, the intense heat made Izuku sweat, while the great number 2 hero was barely visible. Endeavor, looking at the villain, who stares at him fearfully, fear. That won't save you from the flames of purgatory, this blow will finish you. It will avenge all the people you murdered in cold blood. Izuku entered a panic attack at this moment. For a few moments his old self emerged, but faced with the threat that could end him, his new and selfless Izuku regained control of his body, only to create a much larger shield capable of deflecting the hero's flames. Izuku, looking disinterestedly at the hero, fear of a stupid hero, extending his hands towards the hero's face, die second rate. The hero Endeavor is preparing his greatest attack, the villain, unrecognized by the authorities, will face the most fiery hero of all. The reporter's voice, still on the air, was simply recording the scene from a distance. Everyone watched that enormous amount of fire rise several meters into the sky as the villain prepared those laser beams that pointed directly at Endeavor's face. Prominent burn. Everyone who saw their number 2 hero shouted the name of the hero's most powerful attack in unison. Endeavor was not alone at this moment. His shout echoed with the citizens demanding justice for those who lost their lives, their homes, their families. The fire hero's attack hit Izuku's shield squarely, which barely flinched from the impact. His air shield heated up to such extremes that the heat sewed Izuku's bare hands together and he could only unleash his lightning bolts, hoping with some luck that he might finish off the number 2 hero. Izuku, looking at the sleeves of his suit burning, you bucking bastard, die. All Might Enji, being carried by Ed shot, no, I was that close to getting him back. His muscular form disappeared after receiving that blow from his companion. He could only watch as that enormous amount of fire completely illuminated the battlefield. People were only hoping that Endeavor would finish off that guy. Their chances of victory were 50-50, but that number dropped to 10% when they saw the villain's beams pierce through that huge wall of fire. Shoto, looking at his father on television, when I'm watching you, old man, touching his left side, win-win. It must have been luck that Izuku's attack never hit the pro hero, Endeavor, as far as he could see. He only concentrated more burning flames while pushing with all his might that shield that was about to be destroyed. Izuku, firing his beams without hitting any target, damn hero, where the hell are you? looking at his fingers like burnt fritters, where? For a fleeting moment he could see him, his eyes betrayed him for a fleeting moment, but it was enough for Izuku to finish off this hero once and for all. He simply pointed his fingers at the hero's face, launching his attack. Endeavor, through the intervention of some divine god, managed to tilt his head slightly back as he saw that one of those rays would have struck his head directly, were it not for his quick movement. Despite all the blood flowing from his enormous wound, he remained firm as he gave his all. Suffer, dog, suffer, sorry, let's continue. Endeavor, turning his gaze forward, you took the lives of innocents, remembering the man he saved from the Nomu, you're like a monster, devoid of emotion, taking the lives of innocents, watching as the air protecting the villain began to dissipate, I don't care if my body is consumed by my own flames. Izuku stopped talking so much crap, looking as his shield was about to give way, damn it. Endeavor, smiling as he remembered his children, I always hated that school's motto, but it's absolutely right to overcome the evils that plague our society, it is necessary. Izuku, glaring at the hero, it's nice that you opened the treasure chest of memories, but buck you. The shield was about to give way completely, the heat became millions of times more intense as it burned Izuku's uniform, who was just furious, he just looked back at the hero who was shouting with enormous determination in his eye to win. Plus ultra. But that scream full of anger and determination, the hero completely surpassed his limits as the air shield gave way completely. Izuku just stood there as he received all that fire full force throughout his body. Silence reigned throughout Japan, hoping that all this would end once and for all. Inko could only watch and affirm that her son was more than reduced to ashes. Mika was still resting in a safe place, thanks to Endeavor while being cared for by Ryukyu, who was only treating her wounds. Ryukyu, looking at the sleeping girl, they were only similar, looking at the girl's freckles, in her freckles, looking as the enormous curtain of fire rises higher into the sky, Izuku-kun. Almight was so close to bringing that boy back. He just needed one more thing to set him on the right path. Almight young Midoriya, striking the ground hard, damn it. In the area where he landed in pain, All for One was just smiling while talking on his communicator with the rest of his comrades. Beifo, smiling as she senses Tamura's concern, Izuku and I will give it our best shot, Tamura-kun. Tamura, touching his communicator, sensei, it's not necessary to. Beifo, be strong, Tamura, putting on a calmer expression, if we lose Izuku, everything we've fought for will be for nothing, promise me that no matter what happens. You'll get it back. Well guys, I know it took me more than a month to upload this, I'm really sorry, but when I found out that My Hero Academia was about to end, I wanted to read the manga over and over again, and I liked it and it made me sad at the same time. I'm planning to write a story about what happened after the end of the manga, only different. I intend to make theories about My Hero Academia, the Monsterverse, and other types. Izuku, the queen of villains. Genre: grape, horror, revenge, action-adventure, all for one x Izuku. It wasn't by chance, it was destiny. Genre: romance, revenge, hate, action Izuku x all for one. The Onomirandir genre: romance, villains, adventures Izuku x Mina Izuku x Abara Izuku x Najira Izuku x Harem. The Return of the Gods genre: monsters Titans Izuku x Uraraka Monsterverse. The UA Dragon. The King of Terror. The Mother of the Nomus. These are the stories I'm working on. It will take me some time to publish them. They'll be ready by the end of the month or later. They'll be somewhat long, but not too long, since I have to continue with this one. Well, goodbye everyone, and I hope you enjoy yourselves. If you want to help me with the story I'm going to write, the one I mentioned, whose name is the incarnation of power, about Izuku being, so to speak, a titan, a Godzilla, tell me which girls you want added as his girlfriends. Mine. Jirou. Seiya. Ayumi. Najire. Sirius. Bubble Girl. Eri 16 years old. That. Miana, mine a Godzilla Earth. Article. Pony. Hendo. Hinoko. Yui. Satsuna. Tell me which one in the comments please. The story is in progress and it will take me about 3 weeks to publish. I plan to have at least 7 or 10 chapters by that time. Chapter 6. His fist, pointing with flames towards the sky, made people who could see him on television smile. The tears of joy of each citizen at seeing a hero take justice into his own hands made them congratulate him from above. Despite being injured, that slightly damaged flaming suit did not detract from his heroic image as he smiled arrogantly. Endeavor, giving a smile to the camera, everything is alright now. Why? People from other cities couldn't help but rejoice at seeing the number 2 hero as a true champion, with the almost charred corpse of the villain responsible for thousands of deaths on his back. That dark suit with purple lines was still intact, his bartender's suit was reduced to ashes, stretching out his right arm, which was so static with his fingers turned to charcoal, that at the slightest movement they would turn to dust. Endeavor, he did it. The number 2 hero defeated the villain responsible for genocide. My flames are as hot as purgatory, punishing your sins and taking justice for those you murdered in cold blood, villain. These were Endeavor's thoughts as he saw the villain reduced to nothing but ashes, giving him the most serious and disgusted look possible as a farewell, only to resume his journey towards the glory he deserves. Endeavor, looking at All Might who was staring at him in disbelief, it's what had to be done, resuming to walk while looking ahead. Police, send the forensic technicians to Sounds of quiet applause v. NDA. I know we don't have a budget for sound effects. Endeavor, headshot, and All Might just stared in terror at the leader of the League of Villains, who walked calmly while clapping his hands. His black mask was completely destroyed, revealing that he had no face. They didn't need to look him in the eyes to know that his gaze made them imagine their deaths. Afo, sensing the hero's disbelief at his presence, I wouldn't expect less from the number 2 hero, turning his gaze towards Izuku, you destroyed our newest weapon Enji Todoroki. Endeavor, looking at All for One angrily, damn you if All Might couldn't finish you off, getting into a fighting stance, I'll do it, so you end up like that damned weapon of his. Afo, giving a slight smile that terrified the heroes, Toxin stop sleeping, little one, dad needs your help around here. Endeavor, sparking flames from his entire body, that guy's more than just ashes, turning his gaze towards Izuku's corpse, I am possible. The others accompanying the number 2 hero just watched in terror as that corpse regenerated at a rapid speed, while the pieces of his suit broke apart, that arm only applied slight force, while the sleeves of his suit were completely torn to shreds. Izuku, slowly stretching his fingers, damn it bastard that hurt, turning his gaze towards the heroes who tensed up, sensei let me kill them. All for One could only feel as his boy slowly stood up, astonishing those present as well as the media who were still broadcasting live. When that villain managed to stand up, his entire suit fell to pieces, leaving only the mask and those tubes sticking out of his back. His pants were completely ripped and it looked like they would fall off at any moment. Izuku, looking at his naked body, damn it, Kurogiri-sen will be angry with me for tearing his suit. Afo don't bother Izuku-kun, we'll be home soon and you can change, turning his gaze towards the heroes. Izuku, looking seriously at the heroes, I'll kill you. Staring to walk calmly towards them, I'll have your damn corpses sealed off due to high levels of radiation, you damn bastards. The heroes tensed up as they saw purple smoke coming from his entire body. His eyes only conveyed anger and a murderous intent like that of All for One. Afo, looking at Izuku, determined to kill the heroes, Izuku-kun, watching the boy stop, calm down, this isn't the time for you to have one of your anger outbursts. Izuku, looking back at the heroes, but sensei. Afo, oh are you challenging me, Izuku-kun? Feeling the boy lower his head, I thought so, Tamura still needs to teach you manners. Izuku tch, looking angrily at All for One, yes sensei. Afo, looking back at the heroes, they won fair and square, feeling All Might's hateful glare, heroes, touching the communicator on his mask, it's time to retreat Kurogiri. Behind Izuku, a huge dark portal appeared as the symbol of evil calmly walked towards him. The heroes were about to intervene, but the appearance of multiple nomas prevented them from advancing towards the villains. Endeavor, looking at the guy in the suit holding Izuku's head, you damned bastards you won't escape. Afo but that's what we're doing, heroes, looking fondly at Endeavor, Izuku-kun, are you ready to go home? Izuku, looking down at the heroes with contempt, I want to kill them let me finish them off, I'll have their bodies buried 1,000 meters underground, not noticing All for One's hand on his head, without them getting a proper send-off. Unless they want to die from radiation. All for One just started laughing out loud after hearing that enormous rage. All that suppressed hatred finally being released was the best bit of fun since his confrontation with Nanashimura. All Might, looking into Izuku's eyes, young Midoriya, turning back to his nemesis with anger, All for One, return to the young. Afo you should shut up I've been putting up with your hypocritical screams and fake heroism for a while now, feeling All Might trying to inflate himself once again. All that hatred you feel for me, All Might, I feel it for you too, pointing at All Might mockingly, I killed your teacher and the one you considered a mother right. Feeling All Might's anger, you destroyed everything I achieved even in my dreams, your corpse with its gut spilling out still haunts me, giving a wide smile. All Might, preparing to launch himself at 100%, don't you dare mention my teacher with your vile words All for One. The symbol of peace launched himself with all the strength he had left, it didn't matter that he spat more blood from his wound in his mouth, his fist closed with an enormous force that even the small embers that remained resisted because of his enormous will to win. All Might, looking at several nomas rushing at him, I can't waste time with you, I only have 2 or 3 more blows left, looking determinedly at his nemesis who was smiling. Detroit smash, looking at Izuku stepping in front of All for One, damn it. Just by stretching out his right hand towards All Might, a huge air shield received a powerful smash from the American hero, who came so close to landing the blow on his greatest nemesis. Izuku, looking indifferently at All Might, get out of the sensei's sight, pushing his shield along with the hero who was thrown backwards with great force, damn second-rate hero. People watched in utter disbelief as that villain stopped the great hero's punch with a single hand. He didn't even have to intercept All Might's fist to throw it with enormous force, which ended up crashing a few meters away. AFO fantastic Izuku-kun, simply fantastic, touching his communicator, Kurogiri send the boy some new clothes and tell the doctor to have a new suit ready for Izuku-kun now. In less than a second, a black box the size of a suitcase emerged from that portal, containing neatly folded bartender clothes, only to slowly close again, causing the Nomus to return. Izuku, opening the suitcase, showing his specialized suit, incredible doctor, thank you very much. Without showing any shame in front of the millions of people watching him live on the news, he slowly changed, showing people his entire body covered in scars, those huge tubes on his back that were now attached to him, until finally he reached his mask. Izuku, remember what the doctor said, fresh air could kill you Izuku-kun, this mask will be a part of you now, good. To everyone's astonishment, they only saw a large amount of purple vapor completely expel as the mask he was wearing disconnected, only to show the world the enormous mark that will follow him for the rest of his life. Endeavor, noticing that Izuku had no lips, experimentation, looking at the leader of the villains laughed slightly, you sick bastards. Deadshot, looking in horror at the young man's face, isn't he supposed to have regeneration? Then why? Looking at the villain's exposed teeth. To the morbid curiosity of all those who managed to look at him, Izuku just stared with an indifferent gaze towards the heroes, showing how his enormous scar on his right eye connected to his mouth, only to reconnect his mask as the smoke returned to his body. Afo, how are you feeling Izuku-kun, looking at the boy squirming a little, are the drugs taking effect? Toxin's gaze was as calm as possible. His eyes only became intense with their peculiar color as he looked at the hero serenely, almost as if they were nothing to him. Izuku, feeling the painkillers relieve his body, better than ever sensei. Afo, starting to levitate slowly, alright, remember Izuku-kun, kill them all, leave no trace of their existence when we're done with them all, feeling All Might rise again, you and I have something to discuss in your language All Might. Multiple quirks being mentioned by the symbol of evil, terrified the helicopters that were recording him for the rest of the world. Seeing his right arm grow to almost monstrous levels with huge metal spikes coming out of it, his huge knuckles only stopped being metal as he pointed at the barely recovered symbol of peace. Afo, looking amusedly at his nemesis, come on, All Might, unleash the rest of that despicable power you have left, watching the great hero unleash more than 100% of his power, with this fist, I'll finish you off just like I finished her, Nanashimura. All Might was simply preparing to receive his rival's enormous fist with his own, it didn't matter if his power surpassed that of his body, causing yellow lightning to come out of his body, he simply prepared himself as his nemesis launched himself against him. All Might, watching as All for One charged at him, give me your master power, looking at Endeavor and Deadshot to defend them all. The contact of both fists, which were with the full intention of defeating each other, All Might only channeled all the power he had into his legs and his right arm. Afo, engaging in a resistance struggle, that form of resistance is truly disgusting All Might. Even though blood flowed from his wound to the point of fainting, that did not prevent him from resisting like the greatest hero of all that he is, resisting with something more than his body, his spirit that fought for a world full of smiles and happiness. You can't keep fighting, I saw you die at the hands of a villain All Might. Sir Night Eye's voice echoed in his mind as he recalled the scene from years ago, how he abandoned one of the few who knew his secret to continue fighting evil even in his pitiful state, without noticing that he gave a slight smile as his gaze became more determined to win. All Might, remembering how he looked at Sir Night Eye for the last time, maybe this is the day my friend, but I'll try to change that future, feeling his arm begin to bleed alarmingly. But nothing will stop me from correcting her mistakes, that girl needs discipline. All for One just smiled at the top of his head as he remembered that little girl. He had to thank little Mika Midoriya for finally breaking his own brother. Afo, smiling as he feels All Might move forward a little, impact absorption multiplied strength. His strength multiplied to levels capable of matching that of All Might, who was being dragged along. The pain in his arm, which he bravely resisted against his nemesis, made him scream as he was dragged along, leaving a trail across that destroyed area of the city. Afo, you saw it, didn't you? Listening with great amusement to All Might's shouts, you saw Izuku Midoriya's face at the hands of the society you protect so much, feeling All Might's disbelief along with his shouts, the people who knew him were responsible for shattering the dreams and desires of an innocent boy. His parents, teachers, schoolmates and his own sister, smiling even more, they were responsible for handing me a weapon for my successor. It was impossible that people could be so cruel to leave a boy who was only fighting for a dream of being a hero in that state, how could people leave such horrible marks on a poor boy? The bullying in his adolescence did not reach such extremes, but people change over time, for better or for worse. Afo, guess what your successor's last memory of her own brother was, sensing All Might's enormous disbelief, depriving him forever of the ability to smile, putting much more pressure on All Might. Her actions are worthy of a true villain, everyone you protect is worthy of being called a villain. The sound of thunder throughout the city made him apply much more force to his arm, stopping his nemesis completely. The enormous pressure from abruptly halting that tremendous force caused the ground to completely shatter, while slowly his gaze became much more serious. All Might, I know, remembering Izuku's face, but I can still see the regret in her eyes, remembering Mika's sad gaze, for having done the wrong thing, looking with enormous determination at All for One, who was surprised. I need to reprimand her for her actions, and for that I don't intend to die. Afo, exerting much more force, I forgot you were as stubborn as a child. Meanwhile with Toxin. His gaze was as serious as possible as he watched his two rivals, who stood with their guards up, waiting for another attack from him, his right arm pointing towards the sky that roared with thunder and thunder. Izuku, looking disinterestedly at the heroes, just I already, so I can begin my search for that hero, slowly lowering his arm towards the duo who quickly moved aside. It's useless, the nature of lightning is uncertain. Lightning struck the city, destroying everything in its range, with some even hitting news helicopters that were filming the scene. Endeavor, watching the helicopters explode in midair, damn it, watching his partner struggle to dodge the beams that nearly grazed him, this is impossible. Looking back at the villain, I incinerated him to a level that his cells couldn't regenerate to a previous state, so how? Headshot, pushing Endeavor while burning his hands, watch out idiot. His mind played a trick on the number 2 hero for not paying attention to his rival, who was pointing his left hand towards him with those purple circles. Only Headshot's intervention managed to save his life from being torn to pieces by those purple rays that destroyed the place where they impacted. Endeavor, looking at his partner's hands, excuse me, are you there? Headshot, clenching his fists tightly, just concentrate, glancing furiously at the villain, he won't let us get close enough to land a hit. Endeavor just looked back at the villain who was still watching with his calm expression, only to see his arm begin to vibrate in a strange way while purple rays came out of it. Endeavor, looking at Izuku pointing his arm at them, damn it. Her gaze conveyed terror as she watched the villain point his arm in a particular direction, where the lights reflected the sky, that same evacuation zone where innocent people were trying to leave the city. Headshot and no, watching as a sphere formed in the villain's palm, stop. Endeavor, looking at the villain with intense rage, I'll kill you if you do that, you bastard. Not even the threat of the most dangerous hero of all had any effect on the villain, who continued to look at them with great disinterest. The rays that came out of his arm only connected with the containers on his back as the sphere grew larger and larger. Izuku, looking at the intense rage of both heroes towards him, what I once was doesn't matter anymore, slowly turning his gaze towards the evacuation zone. I'm just the world's refuse, remembering when he was on the edge of the building, who had a chance to be something more than a hero. Endeavor and Headshot could only open their eyes in astonishment at seeing him cry. His gaze turned to tears as he didn't take his eyes off the innocent people trying to get to safety, the children crying amidst the chaos in search of their parents, the elderly being carried away with caution so they wouldn't get hurt, and finally, the heroes. You just have to try harder than anyone else. Izuku, remembering Midnight's smile, I swear I tried my best, but I ended up giving up, remembering his mother's and father's words, but I didn't have a chance to defend myself against those who hurt me, remembering the abuse throughout his life. Why is this society? They made me who I am today. The enormous purple light completely illuminated the incredulous eyes of the heroes and the people watching the scene from the surviving helicopters that were broadcasting live. Silence took over everyone's ears as they watched a huge laser beam destroy everything as it had in the beginning. Its target was right where most of the people were being evacuated as quickly as possible. Just to see how that glider completely disappeared from the rescue zone with a large number of people as if they were nothing, as if they were just small ants, which made people aware from their homes. Ryukyu, looking at Izuku with great sadness from a distance, no you were more than this, Izuku. You were their pillar of strength, their reason not to give up. Midnight. The voice of the girl she was taking care of made her look at her in amazement. Those beautiful emerald eyes looking at her in the warmest way reminded her too much of that boy she had met a long time ago. Feeling his purple arms holding her with great affection made her shed tears, remembering the hand of that child whose mind was so full of hopes and dreams. Mika, looking at Ryukyu crying into her hand, we need to bring him back. Ryukyu, but how will we do it? Looking at the girl struggling to see her, you can't move. Mika, trying to get up, if All Might can move while being so thin, moving his arms with great effort, it means that I can too. Her determination to endure all that pain would amaze most people. Her beautiful emerald eyes shone with a glimmer of hope for bringing that villain to the side where he always belonged. Mika, standing with difficulty, and the best part of all, looking at Midnight, who stares at her in amazement, we have our trump card right here, turning her gaze to just behind Ryukyu. Erasehead. You damn bastard, die. The screams accompanied by tears from Endeavor and Edgeshot in a desperate attempt to attack the villain who easily blocked them with his air shield. The desperation in both of them for not achieving anything was really noticeable to Izuku, who continued crying as he remembered all the damage in his life. Edgeshot, trying to break the shield with his dagger. Damn you, why did you do it? Why? Watching as his dagger broke in half, so many innocents. Izuku, pushing his air shield along with Edgeshot, who ended up crashing hard into the ground, innocent. Society did this to me, looking at his arms seriously, now I'm the League of Villains weapon, pointing his hand at Edgeshot, and nothing and no one, not even a hero, will stop me from helping Nai-san change this world. Edgeshot could only watch with great difficulty as the villain's hand held those purple spheres pointing at him, but he just smiled arrogantly when he saw Endeavor right behind the villain who didn't seem to be aware. Endeavor, preparing a huge burst of flame, watching as huge things came out of the villain's back. What? Enormous bone snakes emerged from toxin to hold the number 2 hero with tremendous force as he was slammed to the ground, completely breaking his back. Izuku, hearing Endeavor's cries of pain, I'll return the favor for turning me to ashes, pointing his hand at Endeavor, I'll cut off your arms so you can never create your flames again, number 2 hero. His gaze didn't even show a hint of regret for what he was about to do. Only small snakes emerged from the larger one, while carelessly holding the hands of the number 2 hero, who for the first time felt fear. Endeavor, seeing that the villain was serious, stop and no, trying to break free, no. Stop young Midoriya. To the surprise of everyone in the country, even Izuku, who was more than ready to cut off Endeavor's arms, they only looked at the great symbol of peace that was holding the right shoulder, which was bleeding profusely. Being in his weakest form, he looked with great sadness at the villain who could not get over his astonishment at seeing that hero who so aspired to be like him before midnight supported him. Endeavor Toshinori, looking at how the symbol of peace didn't have its right arm, your arm. Edgeshot, looking incredulously at the great hero, Almight, watching as the blood continued to flow every second, you will die. The great hero ignored Edgeshot's comment as he walked with great difficulty towards Izuku, who erased his astonishment to look at him with complete neutrality. Almight, I know what you went through, looking at the boy getting down to the ground, I know you suffered more than anyone trying to fulfill your dream, but is this what you really want? The question didn't even fill his mind with doubts. Before, if the old him had been the protagonist of his story, he would undoubtedly have regretted it as he ran to hug him, but he only pointed his hand towards his old idol, as spheres prepared to send him to the other world. Izuku, looking calmly at the hero, you're right, I suffered more than anyone for not having a quirk, watching the hero stop abruptly, but now I have enough to make a change, it doesn't matter if the world descends into chaos for not having its symbol. About to launch his attack, only one person believed in me in this world. Remembering Midnight's beautiful smile, in return, I ended up giving up on the same old thing, never achieving anything, being trampled on by those who had the opportunity, I just wanted to be a hero to save people. Not for fame and money like the rest of you, feeling the effect of the painkillers, and to show that I will change the world alongside Nai-san, it is necessary to tear down the current society. Looking at All Might one last time, I will be eternally grateful to you, symbol of peace, you will be the spark that ignites this world to see a new one reborn from its ashes. In her calm gaze, there was no trace of sadness as she looked directly into the eyes of the hero, the idol of the masses, who always smiled when he saved the day, and strangely, was doing so now. Edgeshot, despite all the pain he felt, tried to save the number 1 hero, but it was impossible. His eyes reflected despair at not being able to activate his quirk. Edgeshot, looking at his hand in disbelief, why can't I activate it? Opening his eyes in surprise, that damn, giving a slight smile as he sees Izuku confused. Izuku, noticing that nothing was happening, what? My quirk isn't working, seeing that All Might was still smiling, you damn bastard, trying to get the beams out of his body, but what? All Might, it's all over now, young Midoriya, looking at the boy angrily, why? Izuku, you damn American hero, looking angrily at the hero, what the hell did you do? Izuku was about to release all the toxins from his body in a final attempt to kill everyone around him, but only worn bandages appeared out of nowhere to squeeze him with enormous force as he slowly turned his gaze towards the one responsible for this. Izuku, looking at a guy in black, you bucking bastard, trying to remember the guy as he lunged at him, yellow glasses, with lenses, so you can't see where you're looking, you bucking bastard. Before he could curse him with words, he was silenced by a powerful kick to the mask that made him bleed as he was pinned to the ground with enormous force. Eraserhead, I am the worst nightmare, grabbing Izuku by the head to slam him against the ground, for you villains, kid. Izuku, glancing at the hero with hatred, tch buck you damn shitty hero, being restrained by a hold on his arms, bastard. Endeavor, looking with a smile at the Eraser hero, I thought you'd never arrive, Eraserhead. Eraserhead, I'm sorry, without taking his eyes off Izuku, but some idiot left me on the roof of a building, saying it would be too dangerous to subdue an arrogant brat. Almight, coughing up small amounts of blood, I'm sorry about that, but you were a great help. Deadshot, thank God it's all over. Eraserhead, quick, get some anti-quirk handcuffs for this brat, watching the boy relax, you give up that easily. Izuku, looking neutrally at the hero, no, I'm just waiting for my reinforcements. Eraserhead, caution. Eraserhead, what? Feeling something about to touch him from behind, damn it, releasing Izuku as he jumps to the side, now who? A small, dark portal revealed a hand about to grab Aizawa by the head as it slowly grew larger, showing Noma slowly emerging, alarming everyone present. Izuku, trying to stand up, Nai-san, thank you. You let yourself be defeated too easily. Izuku, Shigaraki, giving his hand, being careful not to touch him with all 5 fingers, are you alright? Izuku, carefully taking Tamura's hand, yes, just a little pain, standing up while watching Tamura leave the portal, but I'm fine. Roberta, coming out of the portal while looking at the heroes with her guard up, well, the brat did more than perfect, looking at Endeavor on the ground, finally your shitty ego is on the ground, taking out her weapon while pointing it at his head, die. Tamura, Roberta, watching as the woman stopped, not this time, we're going home, watching the woman put away her weapon, we're leaving. Izuku, but and, looking as Tamura smiled at him, sensei. Tamura, he's safe, looking towards the heroes, we got what we wanted to bring down the symbol of peace, watching as Roberta entered the portal, Nomus, it's time to go. Slowly, the mindless creatures entered the portal, 2 of them waiting for Izuku and Shigaraki to enter first. Izuku, looking at All Might one last time, I won't kill you here, not today, looking at the heroes, but I will one of these days, All Might. All Might, watching as the boy slowly entered, young Midoriya, wait, looking as the Nomus positioned themselves in front of him, damn it. Izuku-kun. Before the villains retreated, the sudden appearance of a woman being carried by Mika made Izuku look at her with total astonishment, just as he remembered her, her beautiful outfit made her so desirable to any man, except for the one who stopped to watch her get down from the girl who was about to faint. Ryukyu, watching as the boy stopped to look at her calmly, tell me it's you. Izuku, turning his body while looking at the heroine, it's been years since I last saw you, watching the woman walk towards him, and you're still as cute as ever, Ryuko-san. Surprise. Disbelief. What the hell was going on? These were the thoughts and expressions of everyone as they watched a woman hug the villain with enormous force, who was doing the same, almost as if they were relatives who hadn't seen each other in years. Tamura, looking at the scene indifferently, heavens, what the hell is going on here? Looking at the heroes, who were just like him, damn it, touching his forehead in frustration, don't ruin their moment, Tamura. Neither of us said a word as we watched them cry in front of each other, just looking at each other with all the looks of a mother to her son, while they kept staring into each other's eyes. Ryukyu, but look how much you've grown, looking at the huge scar on Izuku's right side, but I see you haven't lost your mark. Izuku, no, I have another one right under my mask, looking at Mika, who was unconscious, with disdain, because of that stupid bitch. Tamura, sorry to ruin your moment of love, little brother, noticing that Izuku was looking at him nervously, but we have to go, or are you staying? Izuku, Nai-san, watching as Tamura removed his mask while smiling at him, may I? Tamura, but I'll come for you, looking at Izuku's starry eyes, prepare to be imprisoned for a while, little brother, while I will be busy with the league, you know, paperwork, recruitment, and preventing some idiots in clown suits from coming to lock me up too. Izuku, yes, watching as Tamura entered with enormous, good, looking as Eraserhead was about to hit him, arrest me. Izuku simply stretched out his wrists, while Eraserhead was as incredulous as everyone else. Ryukyu, being fully prepared, simply took out some anti-quirk handcuffs and put them on Izuku. Endeavor, watching them both walk while they talked, I can't believe it, but it must be. Deadshot, shut up, looking at his partner angrily, I want to go home. Eraserhead, looking at Midnight talking to the villain with complete calm, the League of Villains weapon. I'd say more like the League's arrogant brat. All Might, looking at them both chatting normally, it's good that it's all over now, seeing things blurry, I've lost a lot of blood. Eraserhead, carefully picking up All Might, you're a really stupid number 1 hero. Medical attention was slow to arrive for the heroes who took this time to fall unconscious. News helicopters only reported that the heroine Ryukyu managed to unexpectedly and quickly capture the villain, whose current whereabouts are unknown. The people demanded that the villain responsible for thousands of deaths be killed, but the law intervened to learn more about the League of Villains. Today's society has lost a symbol, whose retirement will surely be mentioned as he can no longer fight for his current status. As villains across the country slowly came to light, Toxin emerged as the symbol of a new era for an equal world, without the supremacy of quirks. Looking at the bodies with amusement, you're not the famous League of Villains I'm looking for, starting to walk out of the alley, it's a shame they managed to arrest him, but the League must be doing some kind of raid to get him back, and I intend to be in on it. Some part of another city. On the fourth floor of an abandoned building, only 2 people remained, while the rest were corpses covered in blood that spilled onto the floor. One watched the beautiful sunset with a smile full of amusement, his knife stained with blood. His eyes, once a captivating yellow, reflected only madness as he recalled that villain, stained with the blood of thousands. Looking at the man with amusement, do you know where I can find the originals? Shigaraki-kun. Shigaraki, you're crazy, you bitch, being cut through the throat while looking at the girl for the last time. We're all crazy, Shigaraki-kun, looking out the window again, but in his eyes, there's no difference when it comes to killing, remembering how the villain Toxin murdered thousands without hesitation, we're nothing but insects before his beautiful eyes. And I intend to find him to make this world a better place. Chapter 7. Remembering home a little. 2 weeks after the catastrophe. The country was about to collapse after the news that the greatest hero of all time was about to give, dressed as just another civilian while standing in the barely rebuilt Central Square. Surrounded by his top colleagues and most of the heroes who managed to survive after the enormous calamity that befell the city. Being filmed by reporters from all television channels, the cameras shone on Almight, who was in his weakened form with the loss of his arm. Giving the saddest look that the symbol of peace could give to the population, who only hoped that this was not true, that he could still continue fighting and facing evil as he always does. Almight, looking at the cameras, exactly 2 weeks ago this was the place where innocent people lost their lives at the hands of a group called the League of Villains, the initial attacker was. That damn villain deserves to die. It was more than obvious that people would start shouting their complaints, their pain and frustration for those who lost their relatives, their children and their homes. The cries of the people who looked with great pain at the former symbol of peace only silenced him for having failed them. He is no longer in a condition to continue fighting, but he still spoke again through the microphones that completely silenced those who did not stop shouting their pain for what happened. All might it was caused by a teenager who was very different from us, feeling that people were about to scream, he was different because he was a Quirkless, looking at the crowd suddenly falling silent, he had dreams and hopes of becoming a hero, but clenching his fist tightly, we all know how those born without a quirk are treated, lowering his head, not less than a year ago, that boy reached his breaking point. The cameras kept showing the greatest hero of all, who was just starting to sob. People were about to explode with shouts and riots, because his whereabouts had not yet been revealed. All Might one night, I won't say which day, he committed suicide, his great courage to endure the mistreatment of everyone who knew him reached its limit. That boy endured his entire life, always maintaining the ideal of becoming a hero, even knowing he didn't have a quirk, but everything must come to an end, strikes the stands hard, the society I always tried to protect was the one that gave him a wrong and evil motivation. Never inspire anyone to belittle others. For me, everyone was unique, and with a smile I like to convey confidence and self-assurance. Humanity thinks differently. Each person who could look at All Might thought differently, some thinking that was his job as a hero, to save them forever by paying their taxes to the government. Others said that people, out of superiority and great ego, unconsciously harmed those who were born with useless gifts or without any quirk. But that's their job as heroes, they must save us for paying our taxes year after year. The civilian scream made some people think the same as him, others just remained silent as the former hero silenced everyone again by screaming with intense rage and pain. Our job. I never thought of this as a job, it was my greatest desire, to make this world one full of smiles and joy. The people who really knew him were in complete agreement with him. The profits from his merchandise were always donated to hospital institutes or adoption homes for children, but people are always stupid, it's what characterizes us as humans. All Might, those heroes who charge to save their lives, looking angrily at the cameras, they are not worthy of being called heroes. Those who do it because they know they have the strength to save anyone are worthy of having statues erected in their likeness. It saddens me so much, looking at the cameras with tears in his eyes, that the very society I always saved. May she be the cause of so much pain. Looks of hatred, disbelief, and sadness were seen on every person who could see All Might as he took out his hero license, which was golden in color, and in front of everyone, he did something that confirmed his permanent retirement. All Might, biting one corner of his license while stretching it with the other, I will no longer be your symbol of peace, looking with enormous rage at his smiling picture, and nor your #1 hero. And much less All Might. After saying his old hero name, that license that gave him complete freedom to unleash his quirk, that card that supposedly gave him permission to save people with authorization, was completely torn apart before the incredulous eyes of the whole world. There wasn't a sound when they witnessed such an act from the one who always saved them with a smile. The other heroes just kept watching their former comrade and greatest example slowly descend from that platform while he was about to fall. NG, carefully holding Toshinori, are you alright? Looking at Tashi coughing up a lot of blood, you shouldn't have exerted yourself. Tashinori, looking at his hand with difficulty, I'm fine, I still want to believe, lowering his head, that you will do the right thing, Eng, giving Enji a slight smile. Endeavor. Endeavor merely frowned as a small tear escaped from his left eye. With all the care and caution he could muster, he helped Tashinori Yagi to his feet while some of his companions assisted him in moving to the ambulance, where he received immediate treatment. What will happen to us now? Don't we have a symbol of peace? We don't need heroes, right? We can use our unlicensed quirks, right? We don't need All Might. Here only the fear of the unknown manifested itself in the people who were able to see All Might's retirement before the world. The fear of not knowing what was going to happen to the society that depended on a pillar that they themselves ended up breaking. Shut up, you bunch of idiots. The number 2 hero simply silenced everyone who was about to descend into total chaos. His blazing flames made him look like the most imposing hero of all. His gaze reflected total anger, and his expression of disgust at such behavior from people made him angrier every second. Having a scar on the left side of his face from his battle experience against the villain Toxin made him look much more imposing than before. Endeavor, looking at the silent crowd, we can't give that little league of villains the satisfaction of breaking us so easily with the fall of the symbol of peace. Looking at everyone's expressions, we must be strong in the face of the crisis that is now coming, we must resist. I have hope that All Might's resignation will raise awareness in each of us. Looking at the crowd's different expressions, now we won't depend on this, pulling out his silver hero license, to save you. The other heroes simply took out their licenses and, along with the hero Endeavor, each one tore up their licenses before the incredulous gazes of everyone. Endeavor, turning his license to ashes, consider us vigilantes, criminals, but from now on we will not receive payment for doing our work. It's what we will do from now on out of responsibility, out of obligation, because we have the strength to save you, looking at the people with determination, because it's the right thing to do, and those who charge for saving people are considered scum to me. My name is Enji Todoroki. Father of 3 beautiful sons and 1 beautiful daughter who have great aspirations. Somewhere else in the country. Only a subject with multiple scars on most of his body looked at the hero Endeavor with such a calm expression, despite having set fire to a floor of a building that was supposedly the League of Villains. Watching the television as the fire was about to consume her, you finally in a city in Japan. A seemingly ordinary city has always concealed a great secret. A vast army of millions who could freely use their quirks, more than willing to become part of the new world, all thanks to that nameless villain who wielded his quirks with complete freedom and without ever being suppressed. His organization. The Superpower Liberation Army. And the leader of this great organization, who remained in the shadows for decades, will now have an opportunity to be at the top of the stage, while their leader watched the news with great excitement. Bakia, watching the television with excitement, this is what we've been looking for, looking joyfully at Endeavor, confirming that they will use their quirks without a license. Now that society has lost its greatest heroes who are repressed by the government, they will make use of their powers without a license now. Looking at his secretary happily, you're seeing it. Yes, but I don't understand how that benefits us. Looking at the leader, smiling even more, boss. Bakia, you're not looking further into the future. This is the perfect opportunity for the world to change. Thinking about the villain who easily destroyed almost the entire city, and all thanks to that villain, no, to that great hero that the League of Villains introduced to the world. But I still don't understand. Bakia, this is our chance to make society a world without needing to oppress superpowers. Watching the heroes reveal their identities one by one, that hero, remembering Izuku, was the spark, and the unlicensed heroes will be the explosive to bring down oppression. Looking at his boss, who was smiling even more, whatever you say, but what are we going to do about the League of Villains? The Liberation leader only put on a much more serious expression as he leaned his head imposingly back on his hands, staring intently at the unlicensed heroes who were being surrounded by the media, looking for more answers about his resignation. Bakia, we don't need them. Looking sideways at his secretary, they don't deserve to have the hero of liberation at their disposal. Looking back at the enormous screen, we'll have him for ourselves. But the government is keeping it a secret like. Bakia, the truth always comes to light. Looking at the unlicensed heroes being criticized by some people, it's only a matter of time before their whereabouts are revealed, and when that happens, we will have him for our cause. At the League of Villains scientific base. Tamura just stood there calmly listening to everything that happened on television, constantly arranging his cards in the shape of a castle to distract himself for a while. Kurajiri, so the top heroes are quitting. Why? Looking at the TV in confusion, don't they know they'll be arrested for the slightest use of their quirks? Roberta, they can all eat shit and die as far as I'm concerned. Exhaling a puff of smoke, I'm still surprised how you let Izuku go so easily. Tamura Shigaraki. Doctor, taking a sip of his drink, he also has the right to know what the world is like outside of this, Roberta-san, that way he'll only gain more hatred from society. Tamura was still so focused on stacking the cards when the unexpected happened. They all collapsed as he was still working on the last card, almost ready to place it on top. Tamura, giving a slight smile, the government won't arrest its greatest heroes for breaking a simple license. Feeling everyone's gaze, the symbol of peace has fallen. It's obvious there will be chaos villains, unafraid of a great hero. Remembering Almight's words, will have more freedom to do whatever they want. They'll gather in groups ever larger, seeking us out to be on our side. The words that came out of Tamura Shigaraki were totally unexpected for those present. He didn't seem the same since Izuku entered the league. He seemed more mature, growing to such an amazing level that he seemed like a leader capable of leading the masses. Tamura, it's only a matter of time before the league regains its strength, looking at the letter calmly, but there's another organization that worries me a little. Roberta wait, opening her eyes in surprise, you're not talking about the Liberation Army. When Tamura said the name of that great organization, those present swallowed hard, but at the same time it was the perfect opportunity to unleash the army of Nomus that were being created day after day. The raid was a complete success. All for One could only smile at the great progress his successor was making, growing stronger day by day. All that was left was for him to be ready to receive the All for One, and the world once again would know true terror. Afo, feeling Tamura so calm, and when will we make the masterstroke, Tamura Shigaraki? Tamura, without even looking at the screen, will do it when I get my brother back, imagining Izuku locked in a cell, his presence is key to the success of my plan. Afo, oh, and what's that plan, Tamura Shigaraki? Smiling even more at how calm Tamura seemed. Tamura, deteriorating the letter while calmly looking at the dust, create a world without heroes, change the people who reject change to not have their heroes, remembering how no one helped him when he was a child. I plan to rule as a superior being to bring true peace, remembering how Izuku screamed in pain when trying to remember something, so that no one else has to suffer because of society. Afo, but you know there will be pain when this starts, right? Tamura, rearranging the cards, you should know better than anyone, some things have to be sacrificed to achieve a dream, without looking at the camera, sensei, but in this case it's not a dream, it will be a reality. Meanwhile, with Toxin. Leaving aside two large organizations that had their own goals and achievements, we will take a small scenario from the one responsible for the death of thousands of people. In one of Japan's maximum security prisons, darkness completely engulfs the villain responsible for thousands of deaths. Anti-Quirk handcuffs were already on his wrists, while a straitjacket restrained him to prevent his freedom of movement. His gaze was so empty when he was handed over to the authorities by the heroine Midnight. Her countless interrogations led to nothing about the League of Villains. Namasa, looking at Izuku through the glass, damn it, he refuses to cooperate with us, looking at the police leader, what do we do? Placing his hand on his chin, he could only talk to Midnight until he got on the truck, looking at the boy staring into space, they must have known each other for a long time. Namasa, we can't bring Miss Ryukyu to this prison, looking at his superior with a smile, what? If this is the only way to get this kid to talk, taking out his phone, then there's no other option, answered on the other end of the line, I want a unit ready to bring the heroine Ryukyu in now, hanging up abruptly, well, you little weapon of the League of Villains, looking seriously at Izuku, I want to know everything about your organization. And as if Toxin heard this as a threat, he slowly turned his face towards the glass, as his specialized suit began to glow purple, as did his mask. Izuku, go to hell, looking back into space, I want to see her, only her, slowly closing his eyes, Namiri-san. Namasa, looking at Izuku's calm expression, we barely know his name, pulling out the documents from the old Izuku, experimentation on humans, noticing that he'd been missing for a year, was he kidnapped? Without taking his eyes off Izuku, no, calling his colleague's attention, for some strange reason he smells like death. Meanwhile, with Ryukyu. Some coffee shop in the city. Her beautiful eyes reflected sadness as she gazed at the coffee cup she stirred calmly, her mind conjuring up images of the little boy she had known years ago, his smile reflecting a dream. Despite having a large scar on the right side of his face, he could remember that beautiful red eye that conveyed all the happiness a child should always have, but now they only reflect hatred and pain. Seeing him commit such a horrible act against people made him realize that that boy would never return, that now that boy is one of the worst villains, along with that guy in the suit who managed to escape. Rikayu, looking at the steaming coffee with melancholy, I still have hope, placing the cup on the table, that you'll still be that child, looking out the window, Izuku-kun. Are you okay? Ryuko. The voice of Yamada Hisashi, present Mick, who beast in civilian form, leaving aside his hero appearance, only looked with some concern at his friend for seeing her in that state, since he handed that villain over to the authorities, without knowing anything more about him. Ryoko, looking at her friend calmly, it's nothing, looking back at her cup, it's just that a lot has happened, looking at Yamada sitting down in front of her, how did work go? Yamada, giving a slight sigh, as I suspected crime has increased by 20% since Almight left, looking at Ryuko's expression, and now that he's mentioned his retirement, things will get worse. Ryuko I think so, looking at her friend watching her with concern, what? Yamada you knew that boy? Looking at Namuri, who slightly opened her eyes. The heroine only remembered that little boy who smiled incredibly while talking to her as she walked him home, how he told her that his biggest dream was to be a hero like Almight, saving people with a smile while shouting at the top of his lungs. Everything is alright now why? Because I'm here now. But now there's only one villain who doesn't care about killing people as if they were nothing, multiple quirks capable of unleashing chaos and destruction. If Izuku only became a villain for power. It was one of his theories that he didn't want to be true. That child would never fall to the dark side if it weren't for some reason. She only remembered how that boy was about to tell her something very personal, but she didn't let him finish by saying something that made that red eye shine even brighter. You just have to try harder than anyone else. Ryuko he was a child full of hopes of becoming a hero like Almight, looking back out the window sadly, but now, something made him change to the dark side of society. Yamada, holding her friend's hand, who was on the verge of tears, people changed Namuri-san, some for the better and others for the worse, feeling Namuri's hand tighten around hers, it would be even more incredible if only one person were responsible for all the evil, but that's something everyone has to decide. Aizawa, sitting wearily in the chair, that's very profound, looking neutrally at Yamada, did you get that from a movie? Yamada, looking seriously at Aizawa, please, Aizawa Ryuko-san is in trouble, we must help her, looking at Ryuko, who is about to cry. Aizawa I'm sorry I've just been more tired than usual, gently placing his hand on Ryuko's shoulder, you'll see, everything will be alright, looking at Namuri, who has tears in her eyes, let's order apple pie what do you think? Yamada but you hate that cake, looking at Aizawa's glare, sorry it's like that then do you want some coffee? Aizawa are you kidding me? Looking at Yamada, he smiles nervously, give me a claw, giving a big yawn, I feel like I'm going to faint from sleepiness. Since high school, these three great heroes and human beings were inseparable, lifelong friends the best gift the most popular girl of that time could have received, and still is to this day. Watching the two men chat was something that cheered her up. Their trivial arguments always made her laugh. Although Aizawa was the strictest at his job, he always dropped any topic of conversation when the three of them went out casually. Ryuko, starting to laugh slightly while wiping away her tears, thank you so much for being my friends. Only a slight smile appeared on both adults' faces at seeing their best friend smiling like before. A hero has things to protect, and his friend's smile is the highest priority when the three of them are off duty. Ryuko, raising her thumb while smiling, no problem. Yamada you smile disturbingly as always, Aizawa-kun, looking at Aizawa, his smile suddenly disappearing, that's much better. Aizawa screw you then, looking at Yamada laughing loudly with Ryuko, damn it can't a guy just let himself be happy in peace. Looking away, now be quiet we're not in a bar. Yamada, wiping away her tears of happiness, that sounds perfect we should go sometime like in the old days what do you say? Aizawa finally you say something interesting, looking at a waitress a few tables ahead, you tell me when and I'll be there. Ryuko you? The most responsible of us covering her mouth in an attempt not to laugh, forgive me, but I can't imagine you lying outside the bar again. Not again. Aizawa that was a long time ago, looking away in embarrassment, it was my first time so, touching his fingertips, I got a little carried away. Yamada just a little. Aizawa, you were about to sleep with the owner's daughter, looking at Aizawa blushing, in the middle of the whole place. Ryuko, covering her face as she remembers the scene, it was a miracle that we got out of there alive. Aizawa, erasing his blush as he looks indignantly away, if I don't remember that never happened so I plead innocent. Yamada, giving a slight sigh, thank God you're a nighttime hero without fame, thinking about the huge scandal if you were a well-known hero, I could already imagine it if you were like us. Ryuko, smiling as she imagines the headline image on the news, erased hero Racerhead, embroiled in controversy over his hexual actions in a bar, putting her hand on her chin, it would have been a huge scandal. Aizawa stopped that already, raising his hand, excuse me. Looking at the waitress looking at him, could you please serve us? In less time than it takes Aizawa to activate his quirk to scare the second and third year students of UA, a beautiful waitress appeared at the table of the three friends, only to blush upon seeing the strictest teacher and pro-hero, who seemed to have a sparkle in his entire serious image. Waitress, trying to calm down to serve normally, why yes how can I help you sir? Aizawa, not paying much attention to the woman, yes could it be a cup of coffee, looking at Yamada, vanilla or cappuccino? Yamada oh men make it a cappuccino with a touch of love, looking at the waitress with intrigue, miss. Aizawa there's none of that give him the vanilla one, looking at Yamada frowning, give me a shot of black coffee without sugar and a small apple pie. Yamada and Ryuko just stared at the woman, blushing so deeply that she didn't even bother to write down the order. The two friends simply looked at each other, while Aizawa watched them, intrigued by their amused smiles. Aizawa, looking at the woman standing still, are you alright? Receiving no response, excuse me, quickly standing up while looking more closely at the woman, are you alright? Her eyes only met the tired eyes of this handsome man. Being so close only made the waitress blush to the same degree as a tomato, but she quickly regained her composure, while she quickly took notes. Waitress anything else? Still trembling as she watches the man sit down with some intrigue, we have an excellent lemon pie if you'd like. Aizawa was sure, looking at his friend smiling like fools, that would be all. Without another word, the woman walked away quickly while trying to control herself, while Namuri and Yamada just kept looking at Aizawa with a smile, as they prepared to tease their friend. Aizawa has a girlfriend. Aizawa, looking at his friends neutrally, are you 5 years old? Grow up, please. Yamada, come on Aizawa-kun, you should talk to her, getting too close to Aizawa, she's really cute, you know, and it's obvious she likes you. Ryuko, come on Aizawa-kun, it's been years since we've seen you with someone, looking at Aizawa looking away, why did you always end your relationships? Aizawa, pulling Yamada away, that's why I don't have time for a relationship, I spend most of my day and night working, I barely have time to sleep, looking at the waitress watching him, only to turn away, besides, I always think they deserve someone better than me. Ryuko, don't say that, Aizawa-kun, placing her hand on Aizawa's shoulder, believe it or not, you have a natural charm that would make any girl fall in love. Yamada, giving a mischievous smile, or to a boy he. Aizawa, glancing at Yamada, shut up, looking at Ryuko who was just smiling, besides, what charms I look like a zombie with my expression. Yamada, that's true. Ryuko, you should have higher expectations of yourself, Aizawa-kun. That look conveys that you're responsible and serious about your decisions, looking at Aizawa, raising an eyebrow, your hair slicked back makes you look determined in your goals, and that you're a busy man, looking at Aizawa. Raising his eyebrow even further, that half stubble makes you look attractive when you glance to the sides, and that scar under your right eye, giving a kiss to his fingers in an Italian style, it's simply sublime. Aizawa, I'll pretend I didn't hear that, taking out his phone, I am possible, opening his eyes in surprise, this can't be happening. Ryuko, what? Looking at Aizawa who was in shock, what? Yamada, leaning towards Aizawa only to look in astonishment at the news, this can't be true. Ryuko, damn it, what? Ryuko, out of curiosity, snatched the cell phone from the hands of a frightened Aizawa, only to open his eyes in surprise. He slowly dropped the phone on the table, alarming all the customers who saw them in that state. Aizawa, sweating worryingly, how did she get my number, imagining someone laughing every second, that crazy woman. Yamada, that woman never gives up on you, Aizawa-kun, looking at the picture of my Joker on the cell phone screen, you should go out with her. Ryuko, are you crazy? Looking at Yamada seriously, the last time you went out, Aizawa was so tormented that he didn't work for a week. Aizawa, taking his phone while opening the window, I won't let your smile disturb me again, throwing his phone out the window, God, I need a vacation out of the country. Sorry for the delay, the cook was a little busy, haha. The same woman who was blushing adorably at seeing the same man again, who looked somewhat worried, carrying the aforementioned order for the friends who were slowly regaining their composure. Ryuko, giving the waitress a slight smile, thank you very much, looking at the woman staring intently at Aizawa, it looks wonderful, looking at the small apple pie on a beautiful plate. Yamada, giving a light glance at the waitress's rear, I wouldn't say that's the only great thing, haha, watching the waitress turn to look at him while she looks away, a vanilla coffee. Whatever. Waitress, nervously placing the lemon pie, a lemon pie for sir, carefully placing the coffee mug, and a coffee mug. Blushing when Aizawa looked directly into her eyes, and no sugar. Aizawa, thank you very much, looking back at the lemon pie, it looks wonderful. Yamada and Ryuko both had a twitch in their eyes. Clearly their most serious and uninterested friend in relationships let opportunities like this pass him by whenever he could. Yamada, watching the girl leave dejectedly, I feel like Aizawa will be alone forever. Ryuko, having a twitch in her eye, I think so, looking at the girl suddenly becoming discouraged at being ignored, Aizawa, you're an idiot. Aizawa, huh? Stopping eating, why? Yamada, dude, you don't know when a girl likes you, wow, you're so dumb. Aizawa, to begin with, I don't have time for that stuff, looking at both of them frowning, and even less so with the current situation, looking at both of them in disbelief, besides, I already said that. I think they deserve someone better than me. But that last comment, Aizawa Shota fell into a deep silence as he ate peacefully. Yamada and Ryuko exchanged a worried glance, concerned by their friend's profound lack of self-confidence. They knew that Aizawa had always been an excellent hero and teacher, always helping his students with personal problems, but always putting aside his own. I deserve someone better than you, Aizawa-kun, so please don't ever speak to me again, you'll never be a hero with your quirk. High school was difficult for the eraser hero. The voice of the only girl he liked in high school always echoed in his mind when it came to any romantic relationship, always making himself seem less than he was actually worth more than any diamond. Just to prove to that girl that he had the strength to become a hero, he trained for most of his life, getting stronger every day. When he entered UA in the hero course, he tried to find her. Just to see that she had gotten pregnant by the jerk from her old class, and in the end she ended up being dumped. I tried countless times to support her, but the depression she felt led her to commit suicide. Not only taking her own life, but also that of the baby inside her, losing the opportunity to know the beauty and evil of this world. Aizawa, eating the last piece of pie, it was delicious, looking wearily out the window. But the laughter of his friends kept him from getting lost halfway there, smiles that deep down he appreciates to a level where he can consider them brothers. Those are the smiles that protect heroes. Yamada-o, looking at Aizawa's slight smile, it seems that lunatic's laughter is affecting you, Aizawa-kun. Aizawa, his smile vanishes abruptly, never mention her again, it was absolute torture enduring her laughing at every comment. Ryuko, come on, it couldn't have been that bad, looking at Aizawa, who was watching her neutrally, or was it? Aizawa, she started laughing in the middle of an infiltration mission into a mafia, looking at Ryuko and Yamada making incredulous expressions. I'm surprised they haven't fired her from the agency. The three friends just kept eating while talking about normal things. They always left work aside when the three of them met like in the old days. Police sirens now adorn the streets since crime rose in the absence of Almight, and now that he announced his retirement to the world, it is only expected that that percentage will rise much more. UA Preparatory School, Principal's Office. The small creature, which could easily be a mouse, bear, or dog, its true origin, is one of humanity's greatest mysteries, which it could only watch with notable concern through the window. Nezu, dark times are approaching, still looking out the window, I think UA will close its doors like other hero institutions. If society is truly going through a crisis, it was only a matter of time before the population began to judge the heroes who receive money in exchange for saving people, and second or third year students decided to go without pay if they really wanted to become heroes for money and fame. Higo, don't think that, Director Nezu, looking at the road and staring intently out the window, this institution has produced the best heroes Japan has, I doubt people will start to. Nezu, you're wrong about that, walking towards his chair, most of the students who are here are always here for fame and money, only a few have what characterizes true heroes. Higo, self-sacrifice. Taking a sip from his cup, I couldn't comment on that, you know I work for the government too, so. Nezu, I know, looking at his desk neutrally, you got information about the league. Higo, slamming the cup down on the table while looking seriously at Nexu, you know I can't tell you anything about that, looking at Nexu sigh, it would be considered treason to give you classified information. Nezu, so why are you looking for Ryukyu? Looking at the feathered hero, he smiles, do you want to go out with her? Higo, of course not, but I'll just say that she's connected to that villain who calls himself. Oxen, taking a sip from his mug, multiple quirks that were stolen from pro-heroes in other countries are in him, looking at Nezu, whose eyes widen slightly, all for one is behind turning that villain into a weapon, not only that his suit was made to maintain an artificial quirk that's based on toxins, drugs, and specifically the radiation that surrounds him. Nezu was about to speak again, but he would only let Kigo Takami, Hawks, speak since this information was of interest to him, and he was also surprised by how he was talking about this classified information, as if it were nothing. Kigo, he's been silent ever since he got into the patrol car, and during his interrogation he just remained completely silent, looking at his mug neutrally, it's like he was trained to keep secrets, or he wants something or someone in exchange for information. Taking a sip from his mug, we also have the missing people, more than 13,750, and counting the creatures that some heroes managed to take down, gave the analysis that they were simple thieves and low-ranking villains. Also with multiple quirks. Nezu, the question will be, looking out the window with concern, what do they want with the people they kidnapped? Opening his eyes in disbelief, could it be that? Higo, that's right, the League of Villains plans to create its own army of those things, looking at Nezu in complete disbelief, if 200 were enough to cause total chaos, a large army of those things could easily subjugate the country, so the real question is. When do they plan to make their masterstroke? Nezu, the leader, planned everything, looking at Kigo, who laughs slowly, they plan to use that villain as a weapon for the heroes. Higo, they've already brought down the pillar that conveyed security, playing with one of his feathers, they made the great heroes give up their licenses to be criminals, although for me Endeavor-san is still the most incredible, with stars in his eyes, and for us heroes, our only weapon would be that guy. Nezu, but what does Ryukyu have to do with this? Higo, she's important to that guy, looking calmly at Nezu, I feel like a villain saying this, but she'll be the control that manipulates that weapon. Nezu, but where are they thinking, looking at Kigo and smiling at him, they wouldn't dare bring that villain in here. Higo, haha, you thought I'd just come for tea, come on, Nezu, I promise you he'll always be in anti-quirk shackles, only 2 keys will be given out to open them. Nezu, I assume I'll have one in the other, looking at a photo of the teachers gathered, Midnight Sensei, right? Higo, bingo. looking at Nezu frowning, good heavens, you really are the smartest being in the world. Nezu-san. But do you know where she is? Nezu, you should have started from the beginning, taking his phone from his desk. I hope she's not busy right now, looking at Kigo, who's smiling at him, it's her day off with President Mika Nozawa. Kigo raised head resting. Looking incredulously at Nezu nodding, wow, I thought he was a slave to his work. Ryukyu. Director Nezu-T, tell me what you need. Haha. Nezu. Sorry to bother you, Ryuko-sensei, but the police need you right now. Ryukyu. The police be, but I haven't done anything. Nezu. That's not it, they just want to ask you some questions about that guy you caught. Ryukyu. I see, I'll go to the police station then. Nezu. There's no need, just tell me where you are and an agent will come for you. Ryukyu. Well, I'm at the cafeteria of, give that place a name, the writer is messing around with the story V, I'm with Aizawa and Yamada, the principal. Nezu. They'd be helpful if anything were to happen, looking at Kigo, shaking his head, you know what? Tell them to come with you, looking at Kigo, frowning, if they refuse, tell them I'll deduct it from their pay. Pay why? Nezu. Because I can, because I want to, and because I damn well please, so you'll accompany your partner, the agent is on his way right now, Ryuko-san, watching Kigo reluctantly leave, that's all, thank you and bring me some carrot cake. The principal abruptly hung up as he began to think about the trouble that was coming, and the biggest problem would be how the students would react to having that guy living with them. Nezu, leaning back in his chair wearily, who would be the most suitable to teach him? Vlad. He's not very irritating most of the time, maybe in general courses, so he doesn't attract so much attention as I don't know. Recovery girl, Mr. Director, entering through the door, just to let you know that the brat is woken up. Nezu, what a relief, sighing, he's been unconscious for 2 weeks now, I thought it would take much longer for him to recover. Recovery girl, I thought exactly the same thing, watching the director walk towards her, but she's stubborn even when it comes to resting, walking slowly alongside Nezu, she's too much like him. Nezu, yes, placing her paws on her back as she walks slowly, there's a reason she's Tashi's successor, did she suffer any permanent damage? Looking at the old woman who was just staring straight ahead. Recovery girl, I had to perform surgery to reattach the bone fragments in his arms, his hands ended up in pieces that I had to rearrange as best I could, looking at Nezu who was just touching his scar, does it still hurt? Nezu, just a little, looking ahead again, will he have scars? Recovery girl, most of them on her arms and a few on her face, sighing, thank God they're only that she could have lost both arms if they had taken her to a normal hospital. Nezu, sighing in relief, it's good that it didn't escalate, and what about Mrs. Midoriya? Recovery girl, she doesn't leave her daughter's side, I had to ask the security robots to separate them so I could work, taking a long sigh, she cries too much. Nezu, giving a slight smile, that's how a mother should be, always taking care of her children, thinking about what Kigo said, a weapon of the League of Villains. Recovery girl, will he be given the lethal injection? Looking at Nezu shaking his head, do they want him alive after everything he did? Nezu, the government wants it for its own benefit, entering the infirmary reception, and our school will be a part of that. The old woman was just confused. Nezu only managed to see Mika Midoriya's mother, who looked completely worried about not having any information about her daughter's current condition. Upon seeing the elderly healer, Inko did not hesitate for a second to attack her, tears streaming down her face. Inko, holding the old woman with enormous concern, my daughter, for everything that is sacred in this world, ma'am, tell me, how is my baby? The old woman, fed up with such behavior, simply gripped her cane with a huge fist as she quickly attacked Mrs. Inko, who was only trying to protect herself. Recovery girl, for the love of all that is dear, trying to hit her on the head, you need to calm down. Without stopping despite hearing Inko's complaints, we need to talk, so you better control yourself. Nezu only had a neutral face upon seeing such a scene. When Recovery finished giving such an old-fashioned lesson, he only sighed in frustration as he slowly calmed down. Recovery girl, well, looking at Inko sitting painfully in the waiting chair, your daughter suffered terrible damage for stupidly throwing herself at the villain leader. Looking at Inko's worried expression, her arms ended up suffering great damage. Inko, did she, covering her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably, did she lose her arms? Nezu, it's not. Recovery girl, that's right, Mrs. Midoriya, offering her deepest condolences to Inko, who started to cry, I did everything I could, but the damage was very serious. Nezu opened his eyes in utter concern as he watched Mrs. Inko Midoriya shed oceans of tears, while he looked back at his friend who was inwardly laughing at such a tasteless joke. Patient number 34, please return to the stretcher. The voices of the security robots guarding room number 24 sounded, alerting Nezu and especially Recovery. Inko just stopped crying as she stared at the door of the rooms. Only the robot's body flew out of those doors and became completely embedded in the wall while the others followed it. Recovery girl, looking at the pile of completely destroyed robots, that brat, she looks too much like that idiot. Nezu, watching as no one came out of those doors again, will he be alright? Peeking out slowly. Slowly, the three looked at the girl who was dressed like a patient, her arms and face completely bandaged, barely able to stand. Extending his fist as if he had punched the security robots while his gaze was about to fall to the ground again, breathing in the most tired way possible, while slowly his knuckles became adorned with blood. Mika, hardly placing her hand on the wall, I told you to get out of my way, idiots. Before Recovery could begin attacking her with the powerful staff of the Greek and Norse gods, Inko was much faster while holding her daughter with enormous concern, who barely recognized her when she felt her embrace. Inko, feeling her daughter's arms around her, but the old woman said, ignoring the topic while examining her daughter from head to toe, "My child, I'm so glad you're alright," hugging her daughter with enormous concern, "I thought I had lost you." Only the sound of a sob was heard with such disappointment. Nezu and Recovery, who had approached, just watched the girl cry silently in her mother's arms as they both fell to their knees. Inko was just comforting her daughter who was slowly clinging on with great force because of what she had lost. Slowly that sob turned into crying as she didn't stop crying. Mika, remembering how she fainted when Izuku was about to leave through that dark portal, "Mom, I couldn't get him back, I couldn't save him, I couldn't do anything to try and help him," being hugged tighter, he couldn't even remember me. I'm trying to kill myself. Inko just hugged her crying daughter even tighter, closing her eyes as she remembered what those villains had turned her son into. A real monster, a weapon to create chaos. Inko, remembering how she mercilessly beat her son, "There, daughter, you'll see that everything will be alright, we haven't lost him yet," gently stroking Mika's head, "we'll have another chance to get him back. Forgive me, Mom, it wasn't my fault." The cry of a child who never felt safe even in his own home, that voice echoed in Inko's head every second she hugged her daughter. "Mom, why do you hate me so much? It wasn't my fault Dad left, was it? Mom?" Remembering the look of misery in her son's eyes when he was barely 4 years old made her realize that she was a real monster to her little boy, just a week after her husband left that terrible mark on the right side of Izuku's face, causing him to lose his sight completely on that side. "Doctor, I'm sorry," Mrs. Midoriya, looking at Inko, who frowned, "your son has completely lost sight in his right eye. I know there's a somewhat expensive treatment, but perhaps he can regain his vision." "He's not worth it, it's not worth the trouble I went to bring you to the hospital, Quirkless." "Doctor, how can you say that, ma'am?" Watching the woman leaving the child on the stretcher, Izuku, "You don't have to go with her," extending his hand towards the child, "just come with me." "It's a different doctor, folks, not Ulfer's doctor." To the terror of the doctor, who could only stare in disbelief at the attitude of the child who had gotten off the stretcher without any care, his condition was total malnutrition, while burn scars adorned him all over, and in his eyes, they only seemed like those of a dead man, so devoid of joy, so devoid of life. "Look, Mom, I got 10 in all my subjects." What was the reward for doing his schoolwork well? Easy. When he was 5 years old, Inko broke his arm while drunk because of her husband's absence, always blaming her son who tried harder than Mika to excel at school. Inko, grabbing Izuku's arm roughly, "Are you good for nothing but drawing numbers? You useless trash." "Mom, you're hurting me, Mom." Remembering those eyes filled with utter fear only made Inko hug her daughter tighter, trying to protect her from herself, who was a total monster for tirelessly torturing her son. Mitsuki, breaking through the door, "Izuku, where is Inko?" looking at Inko leaning against the table with a bottle. Inko, looking wearily at Mitsuki, I think he's over there," pointing wearily to the corner of the kitchen, "please don't shout." Mrs. Bakugo walked worriedly towards where Inko pointed, only to see with fear the child who was crying silently while holding his broken right arm. Mitsuki, oh my god, running towards Izuku, who had a terrified look on his face, "Calm down, I'm here now, I'll take you to the doctor to get you checked out, okay?" Carrying Izuku, who was trembling, "How could you do that to him, Inko Midoriya?" "Inko, it's not my fault," that the useless idiot tripped on the stairs, glancing a glare at Izuku, who started trembling, "Isn't that right, Quirkless?" Mitsuki was about to scream again, but Izuku's broken voice stopped her completely, only to feel the child trembling in her arms, his gaze reflecting total fear. "Why yes, I didn't look closely." Inko, sitting back down, "You see, at least it's useful for telling the truth," taking a sip of her drink. Mitsuki had to do something soon. She couldn't abandon this child in the hands of an unstable mother, so for the 5th time, maybe she would accept. "Mitsuki, Inko, please, we've already talked about this," looking at Inko, observing her with nonchalance, "just sign the paper, Izuku can't go on like this anymore." "Inko, we already talked about this, Mitsuki, and my answer is still no," looking away, "as much as I dislike it, he's still a Midoriya." Mitsuki, looking sadly at Inko, "I don't plan to sue you because Mika needs you, I can't do that to her," looking at Izuku's grades on the floor. Mrs. Bakugo, with all the care in the world, simply bent down to look at the grades of the child who was still trembling in her arms, only to see that all the grades were a perfect 10. Mitsuki, throwing the notes towards Inko, who looked at them with disinterest. Look, she got 10 in her subjects, you should be proud of that. Inko tch, they were probably zeros, and he gave them a 1, watching Mitsuki leave with Izuku. He's just a liar, tearing up the report cards, a useless liar. Mitsuki just kept carrying the child who wouldn't stop sobbing, just to look at the neighbors who were just peeking out, wanting to know what happened now with the Midoriyas. Mitsuki, looking at the neighbors watching her curiously, you hear a child scream, and you don't call the police, what the hell is wrong with you? Neighbor, come on, Mitsuki-san, looking at the woman with concern, it's about Inko, you know she has her fits of rage sometimes. Mitsuki, do you think this is just a simple fit of anger, letting the woman see Izuku's arm? When it happens again, please call the police. Neighbor, oh okay, quickly take him to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Mitsuki quickly contacted her husband, who was at work, just to tell him where she was taking Izuku, who kept whispering to himself. You just have to try harder than anyone else, you just have to try harder than anyone else, you just have to. Try harder than anyone else. I don't know where Izuku went, but the graduation photo has to be now. Elementary school graduation. This was the end of elementary school for the children to become teenagers in middle school. All of Mika Midoriya and Bakugo Katsuki's classmates were gathered for the photo they would have to remember. Here, great friends who had been together for almost 6 years were lost, their only memory being a photo of them all together one last time, holding their diplomas well dressed elegantly. Hammerman, is everyone here? Hearing a yes from the children, okay, everyone say. Mitsuki, Izuku's missing, looking at Inko, who was just smiling at the sight of her daughter so well dressed. Where's Inko? Inko, I don't know, she must be around here somewhere. Looking at Mitsuki with a smile, I don't see Mika. Really cute. Hammerman, I'm sorry Ms. Bakugo, we have to film it now, I don't have all day. Mitsuki just turned to look at her husband who had arrived, sadly shaking her head after not finding Izuku anywhere. Resigned, she just sat down while the photo was taken, with the whole class present, except for one student who was completely dirty and had burns on his clothes that Mr. Bakugo had bought him for this day. He was crying while sitting next to a tree. Beside his elementary school diploma were written offensive words about him for being disproportionate to a whim. Izuku, you just have to try harder than anyone else, remembering Ryuko's beautiful smile, why you just have to try harder than anyone else. Hours passed and he continued to deceive himself with the same old thing. He just has to work harder than anyone else to be the best. That's how the greatest heroes start, right? Without opportunities, and when they finally succeed, they can shout it with great courage and joy to the four winds. I did it in your face, you shitty world. Mitsuki, looking at Izuku next to Masaru, here you were, Izuku, looking at the boy's appearance, what happened to you? Izuku, sorry, wiping his tears, I fell and I didn't mean to be in the picture, feeling both older boys hug him, oh. As much as he wanted to hold back the urge to cry, it was simply impossible when the Bakugo family gave him what he had been missing for most of his life. It was simply inevitable that he would let it all out in this warm corner of his otherwise horrible life. Masaru, gently stroking Izuku's head, come on, Izuku, don't cry anymore, you just have to. Izuku, I feel like I can't go on anymore, being hugged tighter, I feel like I'm about to give up, I feel like everything I do is pointless. Mitsuki, feeling that he was thinking something bad, don't say that, you'll see how in the end you'll have the greatest reward of all, feeling Izuku scream in pain, you have a really strong heart. Izuku, that's all I have, feeling Mitsuki crying along with him, it's all I have. Masaru, that's not true, Izuku, hugging them both gently, you also have the strength of your greatness, you have a brilliance that shines even brighter than 1,000 suns, and when the time comes for you to finally burn bright, feeling Izuku cling to them both, I hope to be there to see the beautiful brilliance you radiate that day. Mitsuki, we both hope to be there, slightly separating from Izuku while wiping away her tears, you just have to keep going, always remember that. You just have to try harder than anyone else. In high school things were the same, he managed to get into the best group, along with Mika and Bakugo, who quickly didn't stop bullying him, now the blows were harder, adolescence was a jungle watching who eats whom, like that for 3 years, until that day came causing the bullying to go to a much higher level. Teacher, alright students, this is your last year, and since I have nothing to do in the last hour, you'll tell me what you want to be in the future, looking at the class sighing, come on, it'll be fun. Raising his hand, sensei, if we want to be useless we'd be Deku, right? The class immediately burst into laughter as Izuku hid in his desk, while Mika remained so disappointed that her useless brother had been with her all this time. Looking at Mika mockingly, come on, he's your Ani-chan, go cheer him up. Mika, glancing at her partner, if you say that shit again I'll break your nose, you idiot, seeing her partner nod fearfully, as far as I'm concerned, he can die. Amidst the laughter, Izuku perfectly heard the last thing his sister said. He just looked away while the laughter continued to shake his head. Teacher, good, good, looking at the young people slowly falling silent, that was a good one, name irrelevant to the story, just for that you earned an 8 on the next exam. Thank you, sensei. Thus began the last hour of this class, each one writing down their aspirations for the future, until only 3 of all the students who had passed were missing. Teacher, alright Bakugo, it's your turn, looking at the boy getting up with superiority, let's see what you surprise us with today. Bakugo, it goes without saying, but since showing his ambition in front of everyone, I will be the richest and most famous hero, even surpassing All Might himself. Professor, haha, yeah, as always, giving a few small claps, well Bakugo, I have no doubt that you will be great, just strive to surpass All Might. Bakugo, hahaha, no need but thanks, walking towards his desk, what the hell are you watching, extras. Teacher, just don't exploit your classmates, looking at the class laughing, ha the youth, alright Mika Midoriya to the front please. Mika just stood up with a completely serious look while showing her aspiration to the whole class, not one said anything to know what the sister of the useless quirkless person of the city wants. Professor, wow, supermodel. Looking at the girl nodding, why? Mika, it's simple, sensei, it's money and fame, 2 heroes save people, so the government pays them for using their quirks, I want to avoid that in exchange for having the same. Professor W, well although with your quirk you could be even as great as Bakugo, feeling that the boy was about to shout shine at the top of his lungs, I don't want you to shout Bakugo. Mika, I don't see it in my future, but oh well, walking towards her place. Professor, okay, and lastly, looking at the list wearily, tell me what isn't true, giving a big tired sigh, Izuku Midoriya to the front, please. Giggles and mocking whispers followed his every step, completely shattering what little confidence he had left. Standing directly in front of everyone, he revealed his greatest ambition, utterly surprising only Mika and Bakugo. You're a hero? Come on Deku, again hahaha. The only thing you'll save is yourself by running like you always do. Bakugo was just as surprised as Mika this time, although the useless one and the most useless brother trembled with the intention of crying, he still held up his tablet that showed his aspiration on the verge of tears. This time there wasn't the usual stuff. To be a hero like All Might. To be the #1 hero. Saving everyone with a smile. This time, his wish was being trampled on by everyone in the room, and even the teacher started laughing, expecting more of the same, but he only fell silent when he saw the greatest ambition a quirkless person can have in this superhuman society. Being a hero. Professor silence everyone, noticing that the class had suddenly fallen silent. Midoriya, is that what you want to be? Izuku, letting his hair cover his eyes, why yes. Professor, but you know your condition, looking at the boy trembling with helplessness, come on, you're smart. If you weren't here, only Bakugo and your sister would stand out in the grades, looking at the people booing him, silence, and it's the truth, you know it, looking back at Izuku, why do you still want that? You've already tried hard enough. Midoriya, Izuku, do you think you'll ever be one without a quirk? Izuku, unable to stop himself from trembling, why yes, it's what I want, I know that in the end I'll receive what I deserve for so much effort. Professor Midoriya, that's enough, please, looking at the boy with his aspiration still raised, it's time you gave up on that aspiration, it's just an unattainable dream for people like you. Izuku, what defines true heroes? Sensei. Receiving only a sigh from his teacher, a hero is characterized by helping those who cannot get up, is one who risks their own life for others, is one who knows they have the strength to save people, breathing into tears in front of everyone, that is what it means to be a true hero. Professor, you must aspire to something more than that, looking at the boy about to drop the board, just let it fall and accept who you really are. Bakugo, who was still staring intently at Deku, who was just starting to tremble and cry in the middle of everyone, was just waiting for him to give up his aspiration so he could decide something else, but the freckled boy remained firm despite feeling so miserable with his life. Touching Bakugo's shoulder, hey Bakugo, look at this. Bakugo just turned to look at his partner, surprised by what that extra was showing him. Izuku's hero notebook, which was in his backpack. This notebook contained the freckled boy's lifelong notes, written over years. He was about to scream through tears and pain. If you don't intend to abandon your master, then I'll reduce your life to ashes, Deku. Izuku, I refuse to accept anything other than this. Looking painedly at everyone who were only surprised. I can't accept anything other than this is what I want. Teacher, sighing, wow, you're quite persistent and have a big heart, Midoriya Izuku. Looking at the rest of the class, what's your inspirational quote, Midoriya Izuku? You just have to try harder than anyone else. Current events. The last thing the villain Toxin said was delivered in a melancholic robotic tone through his mask as he gazed warmly at the only heroine who had offered him support. On the other side of the glass were Ms. Bakugo, Ms. Inko, and Ms. Mika, who could now see clearly the boy who had committed suicide because of all the pain he felt. All Might's walking body could only watch as a poor boy with a dream went on to become what he is now, a villain. Ozawa and Yamada just watched as Ryuko was about to cry her eyes out while holding the hands of the villain now identified as Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, looking at Ryuko sadly, I gave up Ryuko-sen, I tried harder than anyone and never received anything, looking at Namuri bursting into tears, I just wanted to thank you for saving my smile that day, I wanted to tell you that I was a Quirkless. Ryuko, but it was my fault, I didn't let you finish what you were about to say, looking at Izuku and shaking her head. Izuku, you just did your job, you saved a smile that day, and you also gave me hope, taking Ryuko's hands affectionately, so many years and you're still so cute, looking towards the glass hoping the Bakugo family was there, I'm sorry I couldn't take it anymore, I didn't shine like you said you'd see me, Mitsuki-chan. Misaru. Both adults simply placed their hands on the glass while they cried uncontrollably. That boy was gone forever the moment he jumped off the edge of the building that night, leaving a completely different young man with the memories of that child. Izuku Mitsuki, I received no reward when I watched my life flash before my eyes, looking tearfully at the crystal, I only remembered the times you saved me from that monster, trying to reach the crystal, Misaru, I didn't shine that day, I wanted to die so badly that my light simply went out, desperately trying to reach the crystal, I would have loved to be a part of you. The call you dad, mom, continuing to try to reach the crystal, being a Bakugo would have been my reward for all the effort I put in. Izuku just fell to his knees while lowering his gaze completely, Ryuko just stood up while hugging him with a great motherly instinct. Izuku, but I gave up, looking wearily at the ground, the pain was so intense that I simply broke down, all thanks to this world that taught me the hard way, remembering the enormous burn on his mouth, it condemned me to carry this for the rest of my days. Ryuko, forgive me for not taking you with me, remembering the moment when she left a child alone against the world, I should have taken you with me. Izuku. The voices of two people he hadn't asked for were heard shouting from the other side of the glass. His eyes, which had been full of tears and sadness, turned into complete anger. Giving the coldest look, I slowly stared towards the glass, scaring those responsible for shouting his name in the most fake way of showing concern. Izuku, standing up while Midnight hugs him, I should have killed you, trying to remember his sister in his makeshift hero costume, I should have cut off your arms when I saw you. Mecha Midoriya, I should have destroyed you. All Might simply took his successor's shoulder without taking his eyes off that boy who was in total rage. He could feel her trembling with fear just from seeing the intense hatred reflected in those eyes of different shades. All Might, sensing the girl was about to back away, you can't run back now, looking at the girl, it's time you faced your past, giving her a slight smile, don't worry. I am here. But you want to see what you did to me, one more time. Keep going down. You believed IT. I'll show you how IT turned out next week. Chapter 8. Who the hell are you? Those eyes that reflected absolute hatred simply made her tremble like jelly, despite having All Might's hand on her shoulder. She simply couldn't help it. Fear is a natural reaction to a threat that is watching us. Izuku, I asked you, looking down towards where he felt Mika, damn it. Do you want to see what you did to me one more time? All she could see in her mind was the ghost of her innocent brother with that horrible burn on his mouth. Those present who were next to her just watched as the girl was about to have a panic attack from remembering something bad. All Might, feeling Mika tremble uncontrollably, calm down, he can't hurt you anymore, looking at Izuku who was staring with murderous intent, you have to face the past Mika. Mika, backing away without taking her eyes off Izuku, and no please no, holding his head tightly, I didn't do anything wrong. All Might, looking at Namasa calmly, please Tsukauchi-kun, looking at Izuku shouting angrily at them, let us through. The detective just looked at Mika, who was about to panic, seeing that villain staring at her with all the hatred in the world while he kept screaming. Namasa, sighing, okay Tashi, pressing a button on the table, Miss Ryukyu, I would appreciate it if you would remain in the room for a while longer, looking at the heroine nodding as she leads Izuku to his chair, open the doors. Only the sound of such a horrible doorbell rang throughout the room. Those present could only watch as the door opened into the room that connected to the villain. Mitsuki, trying to walk towards the door, I have to see him, looking at Izawa and Yamada getting in the way, please, I just want to talk to him, feeling her husband's hand grab her wrist. Misaru, shaking his head sadly, not yet, darling, hugging his wife while they look at Izuku who was so calm, we must know why he did it. The adults just watched as All Might know, Toshinori Yagi walked beside Mika toward that door. It seemed like torture for the girl with every step she took, having to see once again her own brother, the one who had been willing to kill her when he couldn't remember her, and now that he did, she had no doubt he planned to do it. All Might, entering the room only to see Izuku looking at him seriously, come forward, looking at Mika standing in the corner trembling uncontrollably, it's time to face the villain. Izuku, looking at All Might with disgust, if Endeavor is your partner, looking mockingly at All Might, tell him he can go to hell. Ryukyu, taking Izuku by the shoulders, don't be rude, looking at Izuku lower his head, you have to see her too, feeling Izuku tremble with anger, and she should see you as her brother. Izuku, you can all go to hell, his gaze sharpens towards the door, I'll kill that Midoriya when Nai-san gets me out of here, watching the girl slowly peek through the door, I'll cut off her arms, standing up angrily upon seeing her standing directly in front of the door, I'll make you squeal like a pig's before I kill you, watching Mika walk alongside All Might, I'll return the favor you did me, I'll take off your horrid mouth just like you did to me. To the concern of everyone present, Izuku quickly removed his mask from his mouth as a large amount of toxins were instantly released, only for Izuku to breathe in all that toxicity before it could harm Midnight. Those present were horrified to see Midoriya Izuku's full face. Inko could only stare in disbelief at her son's face. It's messed up V. Sorry, we don't have the budget to improve the visual content XD. Inko Izuku, looking at Izuku's mouth, who. The pro heroes accompanying Midnight were so shocked that nothing was the only thing that could come out of their incredulous mouths. Izuku, feeling everyone's horrified stares, look what you did to me, looking at Mika, who looked up only to have a panic attack, I should have killed you that day, his gaze sharpens as he watches Mika tremble, where's the heroine who faced me without fear of death? Looking at the girl crying while still staring at him, what's wrong? Why aren't you laughing with that same glee when you see what you did to me? His words sounded too strange now. That mechanical voice used to help him sound more understandable, but now it sounded too terrifying, almost like a dead person in a horror movie. Izuku, you took away what little I had left, trying to smile, you made sure to completely erase my smile, trying to grab Mika by the neck, that smile that Ryukyu-san saved that day when you were leaving with your friends. No matter how hard he tried to free himself from the table, it was simply impossible. It didn't matter that he had the anti-quirk shackles. Izuku knew he could easily break Mika's neck if he could just reach her. Izuku, looking at the girl with intense rage, you took everything from me, looking at the girl, wanting to touch him, I will torture you without rest, I will make you suffer for the rest of your miserable days. To everyone's horror, the handcuffs that held him to the table broke completely. Izuku could only grip Mika's mouth tightly as he pulled her closer to him. Izuku, looking seriously at the girl, I should burn your entire hideous face, looking directly into Mika's eyes, but that would be killing you quickly and mercifully. Ryukyu, holding Izuku by the shoulders, please stop Izuku-kun. All Might simply stretched out his arm, preventing Aizawa and Yamada from trying to stop the villain who had the girl detained. He was only threatening her with death, without releasing the gas that could kill everyone in the room if it weren't for Midnight being there. All Might, looking at Izuku seriously, he looked so much like All For One, looking at his friends who were just watching what he would do, he doesn't have his quirks, looking back at Izuku, he's not a threat now. Looking directly into those emerald eyes made him angry, bringing back all the taunts, the mistreatment, the insults directed at the miserable person he was before becoming Tamura Shigaraki's brother. Izuku, I swear, Midoriya, tightening his grip on his hand, I'll make you suffer more than anyone else in this world, I'll make the Noma scrape you day and night, looking at Mika choking, and I'll make you eat the creatures you give birth to, I'll kill that damned woman right in front of you. I will kill her like I did our father. Namasa Tsukauchi was just confused. Ever since Toxin started talking, he never stopped using his quirk, knowing that everything the villain said was true, except for this. He just looked at Inko, who was in total disbelief as she fell to her knees. Namasa, looking back at Izuku, that's a lie. Looking at Namasa with intrigue, you haven't stopped using your quirk, have you? Looking at the detective nod, why do I say that? Namasa, looking at Inko, who kept saying her husband's name to break her completely, looking at Izuku trying to kill the girl. Izuku was only stopped by a racehead who forcefully pinned him to the table, while Mika kept trying to breathe, being helped by Toshinori and Yamada, along with Ryuko. Aizawa, pulling harder on Izuku's arm, that's it, now you'll answer any questions asked of you, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku, glancing angrily at Aizawa, go to hell, damn hero, I could easily kill everyone here, feeling the hero dislocate his elbow, damn it. Aizawa, lifting Izuku's face, who was wincing in pain, now you'll tell me what your little league of villains is planning with those you kidnapped, looking at Izuku, he remained silent. Izuku, looking at Aizawa with amusement, book you shitty hero. Aizawa grabbed Izuku's wrist with enormous force, completely dislocating it, only hearing the villain's groan as he tried to glance sideways at Aizawa. Aizawa, where are those people? Looking at Izuku, he curses under his breath, you won't get enough of this, fine, taking one of Izuku's fingers, you'll tell me or I'll continue with all your fingers. The pro hero only completely bent Izuku's pinky finger, who only complained of the pain. The others just watched as Aizawa's interrogations went on. Namasa, looking seriously at the hero, I see why Aizawa always gets what he wants. Looking at the Bakugo family, don't worry, Aizawa has incredible skill when it comes to doing his work. Only Izuku's enormous scream alerted everyone in the room. Aizawa even moved away from him as he watched Izuku appear to be choking. Yamada, looking angrily at Aizawa, what did you do to him? Looking at Izuku choking on something, he's not breathing. Aizawa, looking towards the glass, first aid. Ryukyu just watched as Izuku began to spit out a dark liquid from his mouth, those eyes only showing the desperation to be able to breathe. Izuku, looking at Aizawa out of the corner of his eye, the air burns. Erase had only opened his eyes in astonishment upon seeing his eyes. His eyes only showed fear of something he saw, but he was only brought out of his trance by Ryukyu, who pushed him while carrying Izuku's mask in his hands. Ryukyu, quickly placing the mask on Izuku, calmed down, looking at Izuku breathing desperately through his mask, breathed slowly. From that specialized suit, the toxin slowly returned to his lungs, allowing him to breathe normally. Ryukyu simply leaned forward to look directly into his tired eyes. Ryukyu, stroking Izuku's head, what did they do to you? Looking at the boy glancing at her sideways, still breathing heavily, we can help you, just tell me what happened. Izuku, looking at Ryukyu, I don't know, looking at the table wearily, the doctor said the fresh air could kill me, looking at Ryukyu, who was astonished. That was the price I had to pay to come back here, that and other things. Naomasa was only interrupted by the arrival of a scientist who was more than amazed by the studies they had done on the guy, before putting him in the room. Doctor, excuse me, detective, looking at Naomasa with concern, but the blood test showed a high concentration of radiation, handing the papers to Naomasa, it not only contains radiation, but also countless toxins that could come out of your body as a defense system. Naomasa was about to speak, but only Izuku's voice brought his attention back to his department head, who was unable to say a word. Izuku, if I were to take off my entire suit, looking at Ryukyu with concern, I would release an incredible amount of radiation around me, feeling everyone's astonished stares, much greater than the great tragedy of Chernobyl. The walking nuclear reactor. The voice of Kigo Takami, Hawks, made its presence felt in the room, along with a squad of men dressed in containment suits. The men quickly removed everyone except for Midnight, who did not separate from Izuku. Ryukyu, looking at the men in the doorway, what's happening now? Looking at Hawks entering the room, but what is this? Kigo, giving Midnight a smile, I'm sorry Ryukyu-san, but I have to ask your friend a few questions, sitting down in front of Izuku, well, so you're the great hero of liberation. Izuku, looking at Kigo with intrigue, hero of liberation, watching the subject put a briefcase on the table, I don't understand. Kigo, well, I'm getting distracted from the questions, looking seriously at Izuku, what does the League plan to do with the people they kidnapped? Looking at Izuku, looking at him seriously. Kigo just glanced at the crystal out of the corner of his eye. Naomasa quickly activated his quirk in case the boy was lying about something. The government hero just looked directly back at Izuku, who was doing the same. Izuku, I don't know, looking at the man seriously, I think they'll use them as experiments. Kigo, experiments? Izuku, nodding, like those things that were with me the day I did my mission. Kigo, what exactly was your mission? Looking at the boy staring at his hands, Izuku Mido. Izuku, looking seriously at his hands, destroy as much as possible, eliminate as many civilians and heroes as stand in my way, feeling Ryukyu look away, that was my mission. Kigo, were you aware of what you were doing? Izuku only remembered how everything was dark, he knew nothing about himself when he started to commit a massacre, everything seemed to bother him at that moment, only feeling the drugs that controlled him was the only relaxing thing after hearing the screams of the citizens. Izuku, no, looking down, I could barely remember my life in small pieces, always the same, clenching his fists tightly, distorted laughter, that damn sister of mine when she deformed me, frowning, insults I couldn't understand and finally, looking sideways at Ryukyu who gave him a slight smile, my pillar for not giving up, whose voice I could barely remember. Kigo simply opened his suitcase while placing a photo on the table. Izuku quickly remembered the exact moment when he was about to jump. Ryukyu just looked at the old Izuku who was ready to end his pain. Kigo, sorry if you remembered something, looking at Izuku taking the photograph, you should have given up to do that, right? Izuku, yes, looking at his former self, I had reached my limit, looking at his former self calmly, I don't know how to explain it, but when what happened occurred, everything was darkness, there was no God to judge me, nor did the devil come for me, it was like a dark dream, as if I could barely sleep peacefully. Kigo, looking at the boy strangely, did you hear voices? Looking at Izuku shaking his head, when you came back did you remember anything from your past? Izuku, putting the photo on the table, no, I felt like a different person, looking Kigo in the eyes, almost like I was born with someone else's fragmented memories. Kigo simply took some photos out of his briefcase again, slowly placing them on the table, only to see Izuku's eyes open slightly. The photos only showed Kurogiri, Roberta, Doctor, and finally Tamura, who was looking disinterestedly at a group of children playing. Kigo, do you know them? looking at Izuku taking the photos, remember that Detective Namasa has a really great quirk for these kinds of situations. Izuku TSK, looking at Kigo with slight annoyance, of course they're my family, pointing at Kurogiri's picture, his name is Kurogiri, I don't know his last name, looking at the man glancing at the glass lightly, his quirk allows him to create portals to places he's been before I don't know the details very well, pointing at Roberta's picture, Roberta-san. That woman is crazy I don't know anything about her at all, pointing at the doctor's picture, I only know him as a doctor, I don't even know his name, much less his quirk, I only know that he talks strange things about human evolution and that crap. Kigo, looking at the boy with a slight smile, you have a somewhat dark sense of humor, looking at the photo of Shigaraki, what do you know about him? Izuku he's my brother, taking Tamura's picture with a smile, if only he could, his name is Shigaraki Tamura, his quirk is decay, he's the only one who treated me like a little brother, placing Tamura's picture on the table, and he was the first person I saw when I woke up after I jumped. Kigo do you know what they did to you? Looking at the boy, shaking his head, do you know what they'll use you for? Izuku of course dad, all for one, told me he would make Nai-sen's wish come true, looking at Kigo raise his eyebrow, I will make society change for the better, so that there will never be pain in the world again. Kigo but you know there will always be, looking directly into Izuku's eyes, you were proof of that of how cruel the world can be. Izuku that's why I'll help him, taking Tamura's picture, even though he considers me his legitimate brother, he can never erase the fact that I'm just a weapon, looking intently at Kigo, what will happen now? Will they lock me up in Tartarus? Kigo, sighing, that would be the first thing. Ryukyu, holding Izuku's shoulders tightly, no they can't. Kigo but I have orders from higher up that they want you for a cause, looking at Izuku, showing interest, it's not just the League of Villains that's our concern, also the liberation meta what you did could have completely changed the balance. Now this is nothing more than a simple war between three sides. Izuku those of us who seek a just world for all villains those who only seek the freedom to use their quirk superpower liberation army, and those who only do justice heroes. Kigo that's right, Izuku-kun, looking at one of the men carrying a larger suitcase, you'll be involved in a small, secret government project, watching the man place the suitcase on the table, it's my honor to introduce you, looking at his confused people, drumroll please. Kigo just started repeatedly hitting the table, imitating drums. Izuku just looked at him in confusion. Ryukyu and the men who accompanied Kigo just sighed while feeling embarrassed. Namasa and his boss just looked at his immature behavior in disbelief. Namasa, sighing, I think it was wrong to lock him up as a child, looking at Kigo who didn't stop, he looks like a brat. An old brat. The redemption project. Izuku Ryukyu. Project redemption. Kigo that's right, looking at Izuku and Ryukyu with a smile, you'll be given the opportunity to reintegrate into society isn't that fantastic? Izuku, looking seriously at Kigo, no better lock me in the deepest part of Tartarus and lose the key, looking at Kigo, who laughs slightly, I don't intend to return to the society that made me what I am now. Ryukyu, holding Izuku's shoulders sadly, Izuku this is an opportunity to see the world from another point of view. Izuku another point of view? Looking at his hands, the world didn't give me that chance when I was weak, looking seriously at Kigo, and now that I have the power to change it, his gaze sharpens, surprising Kigo, they'll always have me under surveillance, it's much worse than being in Tartarus. Kigo you were actually mistaken, looking at Izuku, he raises an eyebrow, it's true you'll be under surveillance, but it will be Miss Ryukyu who will be watching over you, looking at the woman with a smile, of course, I'll be giving progress reports every month, looking at Ryukyu, who gives a slight smile, so I'll only see you twice a month so what do you say? Ready to see the world from another point of view? Ryukyu saw this as just another opportunity that fate had given him, I mean the author v. Izuku was speechless, returning to walk through the society that was primarily responsible for his dark path. Kigo of course, if you want to go out on the streets, you'll have to change your appearance, looking at the tube sticking out of Izuku's back also, since you're still a minor, you'll be provided with academic studies. Izuku but I dropped out before finishing high school, looking at Kigo and smiling, besides, no institution wanted me. Kigo error, making an X with his arms, I've already pulled some strings, looking at Ryukyu who was just excited, you'll be studying at the famous UA. Thus by mentioning that school, it seemed he had achieved his goal, of course, if it had been the same as before. Kigo you'll be in general studies, playing with one of his pens, well, that is, if the principal decides to move you to another course what do you say? Ryukyu come on Izuku, looking at the boy with a smile, it's another chance that life is giving you. Izuku couldn't say no to that smile, but this was complete madness, a bad joke that didn't generate even the slightest smile, but she did, Ryukyu was smiling. Izuku I only want one thing, looking Kigo in the eyes, I want to change my last name, clenching his fists tightly, I don't want anything to do with the Midoriyas ever again. Kigo just smiled, to the surprise of both of them. With just a snap of his fingers, a man in a suit with a much larger suitcase appeared and greeted them cordially. Lawyer, looking at Izuku neutrally, I will be the one to validate your new birth certificate Izuku-san, placing the briefcase on the table, you will also be given a new identity, a new registration of your quirk. Higo, it's like starting from scratch, looking at Izuku who was astonished, have you thought of a name yet? Izuku didn't have to rack his brain to know that his identity was about to become a part of him now. He only thought about the Bakugo brothers, but it wasn't the right thing to do. It would have been perfect if he had been with them long before all this happened. Right now, all he felt was the smile of his older brother who took care of him completely when he was in the league. Izuku Shigaraki, that's what I want to be my new name. Higo didn't have to be the smartest to know that Izuku would ask for that new identity. Ryukyu didn't know that guy in the photo, but he had to assume that he was too good to Izuku for him to have a great affection for him. Lawyer okay, starting to type on his laptop. Minutes passed and the man in the suit seemed to be writing a whole book. Higo, watching the man write without stopping, well, he finishes, taking 2 small bracelets out of the suitcase, this will be purely as a precaution. Ryukyu, what are those? Higo, these are the new prototypes of anti-quirk handcuffs, looking at them both with obvious happiness, which can only be opened by this, pulling out a small key-shaped card, the new technology, the future is now, you hear me, old man. Everyone in the room just stared at him in confusion. This man must have had a tough childhood to behave like that sometimes. Guard, looking at Higo wearily, it's obvious he'll end up like this after all, he spent his childhood in a government lab. Higo, looking seriously at the hideout, Shine, looking back at the couple, well, 2 of these keys will be given to 2 people who will be sending their report every week to my secretary, looking at the man who was still writing, one is for Miss Ryukyu, passing the small key to Midnight, and the other will be a secret. Ryukyu, oh okay, looking at the small key with intrigue, I assume it's to keep Izuku under control. Higo bingo, putting the handcuffs on Izuku comfortable. Izuku, I couldn't tell you, I still have the big ones on, looking neutrally at Higo. Higo, excuse me, calling to one of the guards who removed Izuku's larger handcuffs, better. Izuku, wow, looking at the small handcuffs while moving his arms, you can barely feel them, the future is amazing. Higo, looking at Izuku with delight, right. Lawyer, I'm done, stretching out his hands, damn, that final boss in Final Fantasy was really tough, looking at those present, what? Higo, looking at the man with a twitch in his eye, that's why you took so long, looking at the man nodding, and Izuku's new identity. Lawyer, I finished it as soon as I started playing, giving a superior smile, I know, I'm amazing, but just one thing, looking intently into Ryukyu's eyes, we need a tutor to look after Shigaraki-san. Ryukyu just gave a huge smile that even made the 3 who looked at her blush. Izuku just looked away while his blush, which wasn't noticeable because of his mask, faded. Ryuko, I will take full responsibility for Izuku Shigaraki's behavior, and he will also be provided with a roof over his head and the food necessary for his development, looking at Izuku with a smile, also with his basic needs. The man in the suit didn't say a word, he just wrote Ryukyu's name as the sole legal guardian of the boy who was still incredulous. As time passed, Higo gained his freedom under Ryukyu's care, while they were now being taken to the heroine's apartment by a government vehicle. Later, the streets were illuminated. Looking out the window of the government car, I saw how people seemed like they were back to normal, living their lives as if nothing had happened, as if everything that had happened had never occurred, watching couples smile, and couples try to heal a wound. Ryukyu, looking at Izuku, lost in thought, what would you like for dinner? Izuku, looking at the boy with a smile, should we order something? Or would you prefer to eat? Izuku, I think a pizza would be good, looking as Ryukyu nodded, double cheese with extra mushrooms. Rikayu, okay, I was too lazy to cook anyway, looking at Izuku who looked back out the window, what? Izuku, everything seems normal, looking at a group of children playing, it's like nothing happened like what happened. Ryukyu, Izuku, looking at Izuku who was just looking at her, that's how the world is, when something falls it always has to get back up, looking at the boy looking out the window, people too, we must get up the instant we fall, extending her hand towards Izuku, you must get up too. Izuku just looked back at Ryukyu, those beautiful eyes that had given him so much hope in the past, now he was looking at them again. Izuku, taking Ryukyu's hand, I think so, giving a slight yawn, I want to take a bath. Ryukyu, relax, we're almost there, looking out the window, it's here. The car only stopped in front of an apartment building, the driver who was accompanied by a guard just got out, opening the passenger door, while the woman got out accompanied by Izuku. Good evening, getting into his car. Ryukyu, why yes, watching the car speed away, thank you for bringing us. Izuku, she must have been in a hurry, looking at Ryuko who was just taking her keys, I thought you'd have your own house. Ryuko silenced Izuku by giving him a light karate chop to the head. Her gaze seemed more serious than ever before. Ryuko, don't say that again, looking at Izuku nodding. I missed my chance to buy mine a long time ago, and I still regret not doing it, sighing, well, let's go inside. Izuku, watching Ryuko walk calmly, it's okay, rubbing his head, that hurt. Ryuko, looking sideways at Izuku with a smile, aren't you coming? Izuku, I'm coming, walking towards Ryuko, what floor are you on? Ryuko, on the 3rd floor, but first let's see if any of my neighbors are outside, entering the building with Izuku, ready. The natural enemy of humanity had manifested itself in this world, long before man was what he is now. There were always great obstacles, and Izuku would have to overcome one. Ryuko, noticing that the elevator was under repair, we'll have to use the. Izuku, looking wearily at the formidable opponent, stares, sighing, what a load of crap. Namuri, Izuku, that language, young man, looking at Izuku walking wearily, come on, it's only the 3rd floor. Izuku, what a load of crap, Ryukyu-san, just kill me now for real, looking at Ryukyu smiling, but whatever. Thus the young family moved from one floor to the next. Ryukyu introduced Izuku to her neighbors, who saw them as distant relatives. People found the young man's appearance, with his completely serious expression and barely a few words, quite strange. Finally, they arrived at Namuri's apartment, which was across the hall from a rather unusual family. Izuku, watching Ryukyu open the apartment door, it's good that you're finally here. Girl, I'm talking to you, listen to me, I'm your father. The scream from the apartment across the hall made them stop completely. Izuku just sighed in dismay at now having very noisy neighbors. Looking inside her apartment as she prepared to scream, I already told you I'm not a child, how many times do I have to tell you, slamming the door hard, damn it, calm down girl, remember what Momo told you. No stress. No wrinkles. The teenager from the apartment across the hall stopped completely when she saw the man in front of her, or rather a boy taller than her, his eyes, which appeared cold and of a different shade, met hers. Neither of them even dared to speak to each other. The girl, who was thin and dressed in dark clothes, had short dark violet hair that suited her perfectly, and those eyes that would make the city of Manhattan fall in love if they had the pleasure of looking at her. Izuku, looking away, hello. But silence was all that came from the girl's mouth as she stared intently at the boy in front of her with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. That mask seemed familiar, but where? That suit, which looked like half a machine, she'd seen somewhere before, but where? Those eyes of different shades seemed truly strange. That completely wide eye on the right side, as if it couldn't see, filled her with intrigue. Opening the door forcefully, Jirou Kyoka, calling the girl's attention, I told you that you couldn't leave, and that was my final word, being ignored by the girl, hey. But nothing seemed to bring back the girl who kept staring intently at Izuku. Izuku just wanted to go into Ryukyu's apartment, but he only felt her stop him while she smiled at the man. Ryukyu, good evening Jirou-san, looking at the man suppressing his fury, where is Mika? Mr. Jirou, good evening Ryuko-san, looking at his daughter angrily, my wife went to get some dinner, looking at Izuku who was staring at his daughter, who is he? Ryuko, he'll be living with me for a few months, looking at Izuku who didn't take his eyes off the youngest of the Jirou family, come on, introduce yourself. Izuku, sighing, Shigaraki Izuku, bowling, a pleasure. Mr. Jirou, at least the boy has manners, looking at his daughter who was still watching Izuku, unlike certain little people who throw a fit just to avoid going to a small concert with homeless people. Dear, stop bothering me, old man, turning back to Izuku. Ryuko Izuku, looking at Izuku raise his head, this is Jirou Kyoka, and she's the same age as you, giving a slight smile. Mr. Jirou, looking at Namuri with a twitch in his eye, hey, that sounded more like an introduction for a future marriage, giving a dark aura from his body. Ryuko, haha, of course not, looking maliciously away, well, we'll go inside, Izuku needs to take a bath. Sir Jirou, coating his daughter's ears, if that's alright I'll tell my wife you've arrived, she wants to have tea with you. Ryuk9, sorry, I've been busy for a while, but I'll be there when I get there. Entering his apartment, they were both about to enter their respective apartments, but something couldn't prevent the two young men from glancing at each other as they were about to close the door. Who the hell are you? Chapter 9. His attitude seemed too strange. He just stared out the living room window at the buildings across from this apartment, sitting with nothing else to do since he arrived here. Ryuko just looked with some sadness at Izuku who was still wearing that suit, condemned to wear it for the rest of his days due to his emaciated appearance with scars from a past life. One where that beautiful smile, full of hopes and dreams, will never return, a smile that the world took it upon itself to erase forever. Ryuko, walking towards the living room to sit in front of Izuku, how are you feeling? The boy was just looking out the window in a very calm manner, but he quickly turned to look at Ryuko who was watching him with concern. Izuku, I'm sorry, it's just that, looking back out the window, this is still weird, looking at Ryukyu again, but I'm glad we're together now. Ryukyu, I assume that, looking at Izuku's scarred fingers, you still feel confused. Izuku, shaking his head, I'm so glad when you said without hesitation that you'd take care of me from now on, giving a slight smile, if only he could. I've never met anyone so kind-hearted besides the Bakugo family. Looking at Ryuko, who stood up and sat next to him, they always fought to see me happy, but… Ryukyu simply hugged him as the boy began to sob on her shoulder. She had undoubtedly made the worst mistake of her life by leaving that child alone a long time ago. She tried to hold his hand, but her fear of raising a child alone completely won her over, resulting in a boy who gave up as her reward. Ryukyu hugging Izuku tightly, I'm so sorry, I knew I should have saved you that time. Why did people always treat me worse than nothing? How could she answer that? She knew that the world for Quirkless was simply hell on earth. They were always looked down upon by society as God's mistakes, humanity's mistakes, the world's mistakes, it was always the same. Ryuko, I don't know, threatening to cry just like Izuku, people don't know that they are also human, hugging Izuku tighter, but the world changed completely, no people did, they are the ones who really need to change. Mom, look, it's the Ryukyu heroine. His professional work was always the same, saving lives and smiles at the same time, giving hope to children who are the most sacred thing that humanity can have, but there was always a small exception, there was always a minimal percentage where innocence fell into despair. Pulling the girl forcefully who complained of the pain, shut up, brat, we have to go. Ryukyu could not ignore what he had just seen. Clear child abuse had just passed before his eyes, and he could not let it go unaddressed. Ryukyu, hey, looking at the woman, stop in the middle of the people, tell me what you think of what you just did, looking at the girl with a smile, are you okay? The fascination was in those little eyes when they saw her, as if she were even bigger than Almight in the eyes of this little girl who had clear nutritional deficiencies and some bruises. Ryukyu, carrying the girl while looking at the woman angrily, you should take better care of your daughter, you don't know what some women would give to have a child, looking at the girl with a smile, in this case a beautiful princess. Nobody wants a mistake. This sounded as irritating and hateful as possible, bowing to the heroine in a show of respect, but still staring at that little mistake of the world who was smiling in Ryukyu's arms. Ryuko, remember, little girl, looking at the girl smiling in an incredible way, if you want to be a great heroine, you just have to strive harder than anyone else. What was the last thing he knew about that little princess? He only ended up learning from conversations with his colleagues at the agency that the girl had been murdered by her own mother. The reason? She was a Quirkless. The world was a cruel and selfish place. From that moment she knew that this job was not what she expected. She had hoped to fill the faces of all the children with smiles, but completely ignoring how cruel it could be. Ryuko, still hugging Izuku tightly, why are we still unable to accept what is different? We criticize others for their appearances and not for their strengths, feeling Izuku hug her tightly. Minutes passed and they were both still on that couch. Ryuko only felt Izuku fall slightly asleep as she gently laid him on her lap. It was too complicated to watch Izuku sleep with those tubes sticking out of his back. They only lit up in that purple color, while Izuku seemed not to care how uncomfortable he must be. Ryuko, looking sadly at Izuku while stroking his hair, you'll see that everything will be alright from now on, looking out the window while closing her eyes, because I'll be with you, Shigaraki. Izuku. Midoriya house. The sight of her arms in her bathroom made her tremble. Having such horrible scars on both arms made her realize how stupid she'd been to throw herself at all for one, or rather, to use one for all at its full potential. Looking in the mirror filled her with the most horrifying sight imaginable. Seeing that large scar on her nose that stretched across both cheeks made her see herself as her brother before he burned her mouth. Mika, lightly touching the scar on her nose, and no, this can't be real, feeling a slight sting when she touched it, why? Clenching her fists tightly, I'm supposed to be a heroine, I can't look like this, slamming her fist on the mirror, I must be perfect, because I'm a Midor. Mika suddenly fell silent upon hearing herself, completely unaware that her mother was knocking on the door, worried that she might be hurt. The girl remained motionless as tears streamed from her beautiful eyes, which were filled with total disbelief. Ever since she could remember, she had to stand out more than anyone else. Her father always filled her head with the idea that she had to be perfect because she was a Midoriya, but something changed completely when her father left without saying anything, just abandoning her and her mother. It was always the same thing he heard from his mother's words. Because of him your father abandoned us. I always blame Izuku for his father's abandonment. He just clenched his fists in fury for unfairly blaming Izuku. Because of him his brother suffered most of his life, not him, he suffered his whole life from the beatings he gave him, how his mother took it out on him for being different. Mika just leaned against the door as he slowly bent down to hug his legs, staring at the pieces of the mirror where he could see his little brother smiling like before. Mika, looking at Izuku and giving him a smile, I have to change everything, looking back at Izuku playing with her when they were children, just like it was before. crying as she sees Izuku give her a small flower when she was 3 years old. "Forgive me, Nai-san, I didn't mean to hurt you. Ni-chan, will you marry me?" How can we forget how beautiful the future could have been if things weren't this way? But unfortunately for those who have everything, she never knew how to value the only person who truly trusted her, despite all the blows and insults she received for being different from the rest of the world. Despite always treating him like shit, that never stopped her brother from giving her a smile, that beautiful smile that she herself took it upon herself to erase forever from her face. Mika, hiding her face in her arms, "Please forgive me, I wasn't aware of my mistakes, Nai-san," remembering Izuku's face, "I took away the last thing you had left, please forgive me. You can't undo what you did, you, your mother, everyone who ever knew him. They ended up breaking it. Do you have the slightest idea how many times I wanted her to be with us?" Mrs. Bakugu's screams, who had only come to take it out on that girl, seemed worse than bullets hitting the barely reflective Mika who was listening through the bathroom door. Itsuki, ignoring Inko who was standing next to her, "Why, you have absolutely no idea how many times he tried harder than anyone else, how many times he had to put up with both of you," biting her teeth tightly. "And you scarred him for the rest of his life." Mika just covered her ears as she kept remembering her brother's face, that face that had been marked on his right side, before she came to destroy it completely. Itsuki, crying as she remembered Izuku shouting towards them, "He would have been a great hero if only he had been given the chance to shine even brighter than the sun itself, but why does God punish good people? Why does he reward the unjust? Why? Itsuki, that's enough, please." Itsuki just opened his eyes in anger as he turned his gaze to look at Inko, who was crying while stretching out one of her hands in an attempt to comfort her. Itsuki, pulling Inko's hand away, who didn't say anything. "All of this would have been different," standing up while watching Inko lower her head, "if you had given it to me," looking at Inko sobbing, "If you hated him so much you should have just signed that paper, he would still be striving to achieve his dream, but that's not the case, is it? Midoriya." Inko lowered her head even further upon hearing that surname. In her most twisted and hypocritical mind, she was only invaded by guilt and remorse, remembering how she beat her son countless times for the same thing over and over, how she was capable of even burning her son, breaking his bones just to hear him scream. She was even capable of feeding him garbage. Whenever she saw him eating from the same garbage as her neighbors, it made her feel good about herself. Itsuki, looking back at the bathroom door, "You deserve those scars more than anyone else in this world, hero," looking back at Inko with disgust, "I don't want to hear anything more about you, about both of you Midoriyas." Itsuki only stayed there quickly. Seeing every corner of it only reminded him of that little boy who was in danger, how those beautiful eyes reflected fear even of his own home. The sound of the front door slamming shut made Inko start crying uncontrollably next to her daughter who was in the bathroom. Itsuki simply kept hearing Izuku as a child in the courtyard, crying for a hero to come and save him, but he couldn't do anything for him. He simply prayed to God countless times that Inko would reconsider her decision to sign that unpleasant paper that she still has at home. The woman simply fell to her knees while crying uncontrollably. Almost instantly her husband was already hugging her, giving her all his support, while Mr. Bakugu cried in the same way. "Itsuki, why didn't he come to us?" Hugging her husband tightly, "He should have come to find us that day." Baseru, hugging his wife tightly, "I don't know, darling," feeling his wife cry against his chest, "I don't think he would have wanted us to see him like this. You have the strength of your greatness, you have a brilliance that shines brighter than even 1,000 suns, and when the time finally comes, when you burn." Baseru simply closed his eyes tightly while sobbing uncontrollably, hugging his wife as if she were the same Izuku he couldn't save, that child who saw him as a father. "Baseru, forgive me for not saving your shine, Izuku." Back with Ryuko and Izuku. This place was the most comfortable in the world. Here he felt protected, as if the world he once lived in had vanished forever. The smell was simply incredible. He thanked God that his specialized mask allowed him to detect smells, and this one in particular was amazing. Feeling something more delicate than a feather caressing his left side only kept him calm. His nightmares would have been nothing more than a simple dream if everything had gone perfectly. "Izuku, it's time to wake up." Ryuko's sweet voice simply made him settle a little more comfortably from where he was, hoping that no one would take him away from this place that was his safe haven. But that sweet smell was quickly contaminated with something horrible. The smell he managed to perceive was too familiar to the cheese, not only that, but also something natural that was very well cooked. Izuku, slowly opening his eyes, "Pizza?" Looking at Ryuko out of the corner of his eye, "That's great, I was already hungry." Ryuko simply continued to gaze delicately into that ruby eye that looked at her calmly. It seemed that the boy she had previously met with nervousness had completely left, leaving behind someone safe and strong. Ryuko, looking at Izuku while gently caressing him, "Aren't you nervous?" "Izuku, why should I be?" looking at Ryukyu with intrigue. If it's because I'm in your lap, slightly closing his eyes, I've done worse things before just to survive. Ryukyu, what kind of? Izuku, I don't want to talk about it, looking at Ryukyu calmly, I want to keep things hidden even from myself, slowly getting up while starting to stretch, that feels good. Ryukyu just kept looking at him with a mixture of confusion and sadness. He hoped that at least he would get nervous like when he was a child, but nothing of the sort happened. He just watched him get up as if nothing had happened and go to the bathroom. Izuku, looking calmly at Ryukyu, do you have tape and scissors? Ryuko, pointing towards a shelf in the kitchen, just watched Izuku as he picked up those things and headed back to the bathroom, but not before glancing at her. Izuku, please don't go in, looking at Ryuko and giving a slight giggle, I'm serious. Ryuko slowly fell silent upon seeing Izuku's serious expression. She simply nodded as she watched the boy enter the bathroom. Ryuko, raising an eyebrow while wondering what she used those things for, is that how they masturbate now? Quickly shaking her head as she calms down, of course not, it must be for something else, looking towards the bathroom where all she could hear was the tape being stretched, but what is she doing? The mere knock on the door alerted Namiri. She lifted her head to see who it was, her eyes reflecting astonishment at seeing Kigo standing outside her door with two large suitcases and a small silver box. Izuku had just finished completely sealing any holes in the corners of the bathroom door while making sure nothing could get out, and then he simply started undressing as he got to the part of his specialized suit. Izuku, looking indifferently at his arms, come on, Izuku, you can control it, holding his right forearm tightly, it's just a matter of stretching hard while feeling great pain, keep going. Izuku just stared with a little pain at his forearm as his suit slowly began to emit a purple vapor, breathing only with fatigue. When that part of the suit fell to the ground, Izuku just began to breathe wearily as he sat down on the floor. Izuku, it's difficult not having cell regeneration, pressing a button on the left side of his neck, damn it hurt so much. Slowly, the pieces of that suit began to fall to the ground. Only a purple vapor came out of Izuku's skin as he breathed in all that toxicity, which quickly relieved his pain. Izuku, calmly looking at the bathtub, thank God for giving me this opportunity, calmly getting up while turning on the hot water tap, yes, goodbye to the damn purification tube. Seeing all that steam made him look at the environment he was in the most relaxing way possible. He looked with great fascination at a bubble shampoo that Namiri had, using it only to give himself the pleasure of watching the bathtub fill with beautiful pink bubbles as he slowly entered, giving a great sigh of relief. Izuku, calmly staring at the bathroom ceiling, God, this is the best I could have, squinting as he rests his arms on the sides of the tub, not even the doctor's purification tube was as good as this. Goodbye to the tubes that always covered his body, goodbye to that horrible mask he always had to wear when he went into that glass enclosure. The water was the coldest he had ever felt. This warm water, on the other hand, made him sleep peacefully. His body felt so light he could stay right there, enjoying the sensation forever. You'll see how, after so much effort you'll get the best reward, just keep going, just never stop. Izuku, looking sadly at the ceiling, you tried harder than anyone else, remembering the moment when he was on the edge of the building, I'm sorry, Mitsuki, for not running into your arms that time, submerging himself completely in the bathtub. But I simply gave up. The water with that shampoo didn't seem to affect him completely when he was underwater with his eyes open, sadly remembering how he didn't dare jump into the void without even thinking about the Bakugo who were the only ones who cared that the world was a shit. Slowly, he seemed to remember his old life. The insults that once sounded confused, he could now hear easily. He could only imagine how everyone he had ever known laughed at him. He could only imagine their deaths while giving a slight smile, if only he could. You should jump from the tallest building, Deku, who knows? Maybe in your next life you'll be born with a quirk. Izuku, getting out of the water, slowly opening his eyes, Kitsuki, looking seriously ahead, I'd kill you, but imagining Mitsuki and Masaru crying for their son, they don't deserve that, getting out of the bath, taking a towel from Ryuko, but neither do you. Izuku just started drying himself with that towel. As strange as it seemed, the smell of that towel was very similar to Ryuko's. Maybe for once he would do something he always did when he was alone in his old prison. Izuku, imagining strange things while starting to feel a tingling sensation somewhere in his body, shit, tell me I won't do that, feeling more than motivated to do it, damn it. Izuku just sighed as he sat on the floor, slowly bringing the towel that smelled exactly like Ryuko to his mask that allows him to smell his surroundings more intensely. Only his imagination gave him such explicit images of the temptation any man would feel for the heroine Ryukyu. Even as the years go by, she remains so tempting. Slowly, I bring my free hand to that motivated part that only throbs to be attended to in the form of screams. Not only did my body grow from what I can see. Meanwhile, in the main hall. Ryuko, looking at a prototype mask for Izuku that Kigo took out of his portfolio, what exactly does it do? Kigo, putting his teacup on the table, it's a new version of Shigaraki-kun's mask, looking at Nomuri cheerfully, I specially asked a scientist from my island to make it, who was a little reluctant, but in the end managed to finish it, along with his entire research team. Ryuko, looking at the man with a slight nervous smile, but that doesn't answer my question. Kigo sorry, gently placing the device on the table, this will help Shigaraki-kun go out without carrying his entire station, looking at Nomuri's indecisiveness, what's wrong? Ryuko people won't recognize him because, looking at the new mask, which had a transparent glass where the mouth was, because of his scars. To Ryuko's surprise, she just watched as Kigo removed the top part of his suit while turning his back to her, revealing that his entire back was covered in scars, the largest of which were where his wings were. Kigo, looking sadly at the floor, we all have scars, remembering his childhood locked up in that government facility, some are so noticeable because of the past, putting his suit back on, and others are invisible to everyone else, looking at Nomuri out of the corner of his eye, only those who have them can see them, sitting back down at the table, wow sometimes I even surprise myself. Ryuko I'm sorry, I don't know. Kigo stopped looking to the past, giving the woman a smile, we should always look to the future, noticing Ryuko's incredulous attitude, by the way, looking around, where is he? Ryuko, pointing at the bathroom, she's taking a bath, looking at Kigo smiling amusedly, what? Kigo hehe you haven't tried anything have you? Looking at Ryuko blushing, Ryukyu-chan. Ryuko, standing up from the table and slamming her fist on it, of course not, looking at Kigo, who's smiling even more amusedly, how could you even think I'd do that to a teenager? Kigo he's already that age, looking at Ryuko staring directly at the table, besides, I don't know how he'll feel about having the hexiest heroine living with him, looking at Ryuko blushing even more, seeing you must be incredible torture for that boy, looking at Ryuko, lost in thought, those tight clothes that accentuate your beautiful body, must be the worst temptation for him, licking his finger obscenely, it's like having the devil herself in the house. Why don't you just get lost? Kigo. Izuku's voice, who was fully dressed in his suit while wearing Nomuri's towel around his waist, alerted the two. Ryuko only came out of her trance while looking at Izuku, who was staring seriously at Kigo, who just gave a childish smile. Kigo, looking at Izuku with a childish smile, I'm sorry, sticking out his tongue childishly, Shigaraki-kun. Izuku, giving a slight sigh, okay what did you come here for? Looking at some suitcases in the living room, to drop off your things. Kigo of course not, sitting down in the chair while Izuku stood calmly next to Nomuri, I just brought you some of my old school clothes and this, pointing to the new mask, something that will help you move freely around the city without wearing your suit. Izuku, taking the mask while looking with intrigue at how the mouth part was a transparent glass, I won't go out with this like this, looking at Kigo give a slight smile, it would leave my whole face completely visible, and that's it. Kigo pressed the button on the right side, looking at Izuku doing what he says, you'll be surprised. Izuku and Ryuko just stared in amazement as the mask began to change color to a completely purple hue, the transparent glass turning into a purple tone with lines marking it. Kigo it goes without saying, looking sideways at the readers, but. The future is now you hear me, old man. Izuku, looking at the mask in amazement, incredible paying taxes is good for something after all. Kigo hey, looking at Izuku angrily, scientific research doesn't pay for itself, kid looking at the reader with a slight smile, that's what people pay taxes for. Izuku I thought taxes were for feeding politicians who don't know how to do anything but stupid things. Kigo well, looking away, that's partly true, shaking his head while looking at Izuku, that's not the point here, looking at Izuku looking at the mask, are you going to put it on? Izuku was somewhat undecided. Putting on that mask would be like insulting the doctor who had worked so hard to build his suit. Tamura always told him that this specialized suit was a great challenge the doctor had created for him. Always carry it with you. Izuku-kun, now this mask will be a part of you. You will be capable of great things. For science. Remembering the voice of that evolution-crazed doctor only made him smile, if he could, as Tamura pulled him away from the doctor when he had one of those scientific orgasms. Izuku, leaving the mask on the table, I think only when I'm about to leave here, looking at Ryuko who was only giving him a slight smile, but I think. Ryuko simply took Izuku's hand, who had looked at that mask again. Doubts continued to invade him. She didn't have to be smart to know that Izuku had a big problem with the world. Ryuko sometimes you have to forget the past, noticing Izuku glancing at her, to have a beautiful future. How to do it? Those memories can never be erased, no matter how hard he tries, his body is full of reminders, especially his face. Just seeing himself in a mirror makes him remember the last time he saw his father, how the one who was supposed to teach him about life, ended up being a maniac. Izuku the past can never be erased, looking at the mask neutrally, but if I do, looking at Nomuri calmly, it will only be for you. Ryuko and Kigo simply watched as Izuku moved slightly away from them, removing his mask. The purple vapor slowly billowed from his mouth, his suit beginning to emit metallic sounds. Izuku inhaled the vapor, his expression returning to the same calm demeanor he displayed after wiping out half the city. Izuku simply put on that new mask that completely amazed him. He could only feel all the toxicity in his body coursing through him as he concentrated on the mask, making its color more intense. Izuku, looking in surprise as the purple traces on his suit slowly faded, looking at Kigo who was just smiling, they're crazy. Kigo I know, taking a sip from his mug while smiling arrogantly at Izuku, ready to be without your specialized suit when you leave here. Izuku they're seriously bucking crazy, looking at Kigo who was putting the cup on the table as he walks towards the door, insane. Kigo, opening the door while glancing sideways at Izuku with a smile, welcome to your new life, Shigaraki-kun. Kigo simply closed the door as he began to walk calmly towards the stairs. The looks of slight astonishment from Ryuko's neighbors, accompanied by whispers, were not long in coming. Kigo just smiled with slight arrogance, knowing that Ryuko would be bothered later for having the current #1 hero in her apartment for a long time. Kigo, what a nuisance, giving a slight sigh, I should have been with Endeavor-san that day, his eyes sparkled as he remembered that day, his flames are truly incredible. Back at Namuri's apartment. Her beautiful eyes conveyed both amazement and sadness as she gazed at Izuku's body, completely covered in scars, his arms bearing the marks of his past wounds. Looking at his back, where only those black tubes with that purple liquid were sticking out, he was completely certain that those things were attached to his body as he removed the top part of that suit, which had lost that purple color when he put on the new mask. Izuku, taking off his chest piece without caring that Ryuko was standing in front of him, much better, placing the pieces of his suit in one place, while looking at the suitcase Kigo brought, let's see what the fashion was like 20 years ago. Comically, Kigo, who was doing his patrol in the air, sneezed while slightly frowning. Kigo, wiping his nose angrily, someone called me old, looking neutrally towards Ryuko's apartments, Shigaraki-kun baka. Izuku, feeling insulted, it must be that crazy Roberta-san, feeling a slight chill, she really is crazy, taking a black shirt out of his suitcase, Ryuko. Ryuko, looking at Izuku with a slight smile, tell me. Izuku, looking at Namuri in a childish way, it's too small, showing the clothes to Ryuko who just started to laugh slightly, this won't fit me looking at the shirt neutrally, like one of those guys who come out of the gym in tight shirts. Ryuko, looking at Izuku with a smile, that's how it is for now, noticing that Izuku gave a slight sigh, you're too young to sigh Izuku-kun. Izuku, taking the suitcase while walking wearily towards the storage room, I'm going to change, I want to sleep until next week. Ryuko, taking a sip from her cup while looking at Izuku, none of that will be with the neighbors tonight so dress for the occasion. Izuku, reluctantly entering the room, I should have chosen Tartarus, placing his suitcase on a bed covered in boxes, or some damn juvenile detention center, looking at his quirk-proof handcuffs, although lightly touching his right arm cuff, I would have done it if only they'd sent me back to the Midoriya's. His eyes stared in the most piercing way possible. Slowly, his right eye wanted to regain that characteristic color of toxin when he thought of that woman who was his mother and his sister. Izuku, remembering Mika that day, I should have killed her, remembering that cheap Almight costume, I'll kill her, looking at the clothes Kigo brought for him, I'll definitely kill her, not noticing that his shackles were giving off a red light, I'll return the damn favor Midoriya Mika. Issei activation alert. Please keep away. Izuku, paying attention to his shackles, what the hell, looking at those things sparking faint rays, no don't mess with me Kigo you son of a bitch. Before he could finish, a powerful electric current shook his entire body. Izuku just fell to the floor while writhing like a worm, staring with intense anger at the things on his wrists. Ryuko, who had heard Izuku scream, quickly went to check what was happening, only to see Izuku on the ground writhing like a worm, while small rays came out of his shackles, only to return to normal. Ryuko, looking at Izuku giving slight spasms, are you alright Izuku-kun? Izuku, looking sideways at Namuri with pain, be better than ever, breathing wearily, I should have known this wasn't obvious. Ryuko, looking at how Izuku's hair was slightly fluffed, you know what first I'll cut your hair. Izuku, remembering sensei telling him to cut his hair, oh okay, note to myself tell Kigo he's an SOB. Ryuko turned out to be good with the scissors she had, and I'm not talking about those dirty 17W7, completely respecting Izuku's hair on top while only trimming the sides, making it look amazing. Although in the end he had to bathe again, but this time without pleasuring himself, the best thing about it was that his bracelets, which function as his anti-quirk shackles, were waterproof, as was his new mask. And now here he was, standing in front of the door of the neighbor's Jirou next to Namuri, who looked happy to see her friend of many years. Ryuko, shaking off Izuku's wrinkled clothes a little, remember good manners, no bad words, be polite, and thank you for everything. Izuku, I know, looking neutrally at the door. Ryuko was about to knock on the door with a slight smile, but something cosmic and divine seemed to make them both uncomfortable. The god writing this little story appeared to have run out of his cigarette supply, causing him to be angrier than usual. I told you you had to listen to me, Jirou Kyoka. Mr. Jirou's shout only made Nomuri, who was about to knock on the door, laugh slightly. Ryuko, it seems that, looking sideways at Izuku who was calm, we'll be in a bad moment. Izuku, turning around towards Ryuko's apartment, what can you do, maybe another time. Izuku was about to retreat to the comfort of Nomuri's apartment when she grabbed him by the collar of his shirt while knocking on the door with a smile. They're knocking on the door, go open it. Shut up, old man, you can still walk. In a few seconds the door of these neighbors opened to reveal a woman who looked just like the youngest in the family. She wore nerdy glasses, and her dress was like any married woman's. She couldn't help but smile when she saw Nomuri as they hugged like teenagers at a Justin Bieber concert. I know, very cheesy. Izuku, looking incredulously at both older women. Ryuko, Mika. ITST time. Izuku, but didn't you just have tea? Ryuko, looking at her friend with a smile while holding her hands, it's been so long since I've seen you, Mika-chan. Mikage, looking at Nomuri with tears in his eyes, yes, it seems like it was just yesterday that I saw you, Ryuko-chan. Izuku simply seemed indifferent to the scene, he even cared less that this lady had the same name as his sister, he just remained calm. Mikage, looking sideways at Izuku, and he, looking at Izuku to give a slight bow. Izuku, Shigaraki, Izuku, a pleasure. Mikage, no need to be so formal, looking at Izuku standing up straight and looking at her seriously, haha, Shigaraki-san, slightly approaching Nomuri while whispering to her, is he your partner? Ryuko, blushing while glaring at Mika, of course not, he's my nephew, the nephew of my cousin's sister, who's related to my grandfather, looking at Mika's confusion. Mikage, shaking her head while looking at Nomuri, what manners of mine, opening the door a little so they can see inside, please come in. Ryuko walked right in as if she were at home. Izuku just kept her company while he looked around the apartment, checking out records, photos of a rock band, some silver music trophies and platinum records hanging on the wall. Izuku, taking a seat next to Ryuko, its decoration is amazing, looking out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the head of the family was glaring at him. Ayatoku, glancing at Izuku with a withering look, I'll be honest, brat, I don't like you. Ryuko, that's rude of you, Jiro-san, looking at the man seriously, besides, looking sideways at Izuku, who was just calmly looking at the man, how could you not like this boy, stroking Izuku's head like a dog, he's adorable. In some other reality. The wind blowing against him made his cloak move in that direction. The darkness only revealed those blood-red eyes that watched the city in the vastness of the night. Only a sneeze interrupted his vigilance. Eraserhead, looking at his student with intrigue, are you alright? Wolf Black, yes, scratching his nose, sensei. Eraserhead, if it's just a cold, I'd better stay away, I don't want to get sick, moving slightly away from the boy. Wolf Black, sensei, that's cruel, looking at Eraserhead neutrally, it's just that I felt a disturbance in a distant reality. Eraserhead, how can you feel that? Looking at his student gazing at the night sky, they really are extra. But the sound of an explosion alerted them both. Eraserhead simply put on his glasses while giving a slight smile. Eraserhead, it's time to act, Midoriya. Wolf Black, yes, giving a slight smile, this was starting to bore me, sensei. Eraserhead leaped from the top of the building, plummeting at incredible speed. In less than a second, he was on the back of the new hero as they hurtled toward the explosion, searching for the source of the blast. Eraserhead, he said. Remember, Midoriya without killing anyone. Back to our reality. Ryuko, looking away in embarrassment, Nomuri-san, I'm not a dog, feeling Nomuri keep petting him, heavens. Ryuko, I'm sorry, looking at the man who didn't take his eyes off Izuku, why don't you like him? Ayatoku, it's obvious those scars only mean one thing, that mask covering his face, looking at Nomuri, who tensed up a little, those things sticking out of his back, I know who he is, looking at Izuku, further hiding his gaze from him, he's a criminal. Izuku, Ryuko. At that very moment, such a heavy aura instantly formed as Mikajiro peered out from behind her husband that he tensed up instantly. Mikage, grabbing her husband's shoulders as she leaned menacingly close to his ear, honey, what kind of manners are those? Feeling her husband tremble slightly, we have to be kind to visitors, don't we? Kyokajiro. From the corner of the kitchen, only the youngest member of the family peeked out, looking seriously at Izuku, who was doing the same. Her clothing only hinted that she was about to leave. Jirou, good evening, Nomuri-san, looking at Nomuri who only waved at her, and Shigaraki. Izuku simply returned the greeting in the most calm way, only to look away again when he felt that this girl would recognize him if she continued to stare at him. Ayatoku ahem and well, Shigaraki-kun, noticing Izuku looking at him, what are your plans for the future? Judging by your appearance, I think you'll be a hero. Izuku, clenching his fist slightly, no, I will only attend UA in my first year. Ayatoku Mika. UA. Izuku just watched as they both hugged while Mrs. Mika held her daughter by the shoulders, making her feel embarrassed for hugging her in front of them. Ayatoku another one going to UA, looking tearfully at his daughter while grabbing her shoulders, be careful there must be nothing but savages in the hero course. Jirou stop embarrassing me, old man, looking away, blushing, damn it. Mikage, looking at Izuku who was just confused, please take care of our little one from those animals Shiga. Ryuko he's in general studies, looking at the three of them, she fell silent, he couldn't pass the practical exam. The three members of the Jirou family just watched as the boy stared at his hands, they had to assume that this appearance must have been due to physical exertion. Mika just watched as the boy's right eye reflected great sadness at seeing his hands. As if all the effort he made didn't bear fruit. Ayatoku well, looking at his daughter, I think you'll have to take care of yourself, baby, noticing that his daughter was about to scream, but don't worry I'll give you the family weapon for that. Jirou oh yes, giving an evil smile. Mikage honey Jirou, calling both of their attention, could you go out and buy some milk? We've run out. Ayatoku what? But it's impossible I just bought it this morning, receiving a light tap on his ribs from his wife, oh I see. Jirou, walking towards the door while looking at Izuku who was just staring at his hands, I can go alone. Ayatoku, taking the keys from the door, no way you'll probably go off with that idiot of a boyfriend of yours. Jirou could you leave Kaminari alone? Opening the door angrily, and he's not my boyfriend. Ayatoku, about to close the door, don't talk to me like that, young lady I'm your father. Mrs. Mika just sighed in relief as she watched her husband and daughter leave. She just looked at Namuri, who was holding Izuku by the shoulders as she walked towards the sofa in front of him. Mikage you must have tried too hard, looking at Izuku trying to hide his scars, right? Izuku didn't have to answer the lady. Simply looking at her marks was more than enough to agree with her. His eyes just stared in the most tired way, while the insults of his life echoed again in his mind. Remembering every moment he cried silently in his room so as not to attract the attention of his mother, how Mika threatened him for anything he did, how every blow seemed to return to his body, every time his classmates laughed at him, how they crushed his dreams. Well done Izuku Shigaraki. Something I've been waiting for so long, when I heard it the first time he tested his quirks in that secret laboratory, while feeling all for one gently stroke his head, looking at that deformed face and a slight smile from the older man. Izuku thank you dad, opening his eyes in fear upon realizing how he called his sensei, sorry sensei. At that moment, Izuku, who remembered nothing, only felt by pure instinct that a well done was the best thing in the whole world, but upon learning how he called the leader of everyone, and that Tamura was the only one who could call him that, he just closed his eyes waiting for a blow from the man when he didn't feel his hand caressing his head. But he only opened his eyes in astonishment when he felt the man hug him tightly. This was too strange for him at that moment, he didn't even feel the tears coming out of his eyes, as he felt something his body had needed for a very, very long time. Beifo, without giving that slight smile, you will be capable of many things Shigaraki, feeling the weapon hug him tightly, you gave your all before and now, hearing Izuku sob, you will help Tamura change the world, giving a malevolent smile, why? Why will I destroy society? That was the last thing Izuku thought to himself while his eyes were closed, only to open them and look neutrally as Mrs. Jirou held his hands. Izuku that doesn't matter anymore, feeling Mika touch his scars, what matters is what will happen in the future. Mika and Namuri were simply surprised by this sudden change in his emotions. Namuri watched in amazement as Izuku let her touch his hands with ease. Undoubtedly something must have happened to him before to make him lose that shyness he had when he was a child. Mikage why you're right, holding Izuku's hands tightly, just remember. Never give up on achieving your dream. Namuri was just about to hug Izuku because she knew what he did, but she only watched in amazement as Izuku sat up straight while calmly looking at his friend. Izuku of course thank you, looking at Namuri out of the corner of his eye, after all I have my pillar to not give up with me. Mikage can I check something, noticing that Izuku was looking directly into her eyes, Shigaraki-kun. Izuku was only surprised to see the lady approaching in a strange way, only to see how the woman's hand covered her left eye, while leaving the right one completely exposed, passing her hand close to see if he could see her. Mikage, looking at Izuku, who was still staring without seeing his hand move, could it be, looking at Namuri, who just nodded sadly, are you blind? Izuku oh that, noticing the woman stepping back, that was a wound I suffered years ago from my own father. Mika was about to ask along with Ryuko, but the opening of the door alarmed those present, seeing that it was Kayatoku and Jirou entering fighting. Ayatoku I told you that Kayemi Devil to friends in Tokyo is better than those clowns from Wild Ways. Jirou, shut up, old man, looking at his father, who gave an arrogant smile. You can't recognize art, even if it's right in front of you. Ayatoku, what did you say, brat, glancing a death glare at his daughter who was doing the same. Heh, says a fanatic who can't fill the stage of a poor bar. Mikage, honey, looking at her daughter, lower her gaze. Jirou, without looking at his father, erase what you said, old man. Mikage, honey, apologize to her now. Ayatoku, no way, looking at his daughter who was about to cry. You must know that music is not just about picking up an instrument and knowing a note or two. Looking at his daughter's cheeks which were beginning to shed tears. You need passion, feeling, you need to know what the hearts of the people who listen to you ask for, and above all, talent. Deku was about to go and comfort her daughter, but Kayatoku's authoritarian gaze made her sit down as the girl ran out of the apartment to be alone. Ryuko just sighed as she watched a man walk towards the kitchen counter, leaving a bag behind, only to sit down seriously while looking at Izuku, who was completely unconcerned about the scene. Ayatoku, you should know that it takes talent to achieve a dream. Taking his cup from the table, you just need. Izuku, try harder than anyone else, drawing the attention of those present. I understand that well. Ayatoku, you don't know anything about her, kid, looking at Izuku seriously, you don't know what it means to lose confidence in yourself. Both women remained silent as they stared at Izuku, who looked at Kayatoku with the same seriousness. Izuku, I know what it feels like to lose, remembering the moment when he was on the edge of the building that night, to feel deep down that you can give so much more of yourself, looking calmly at his teacup, and lose anyway. The women just stared at Kayatoku, who took a sip from his cup as he slowly placed it on the table, looking directly at how the tea reminded him of his horrendous father, who always tried to belittle him. Ayatoku, you're too young to be very wise, looking at Izuku who was just staring neutrally at the table. You sacrificed a lot, didn't you? Looking at Izuku's scars. Izuku, looking calmly at the man, there are things that are sacrificed to achieve a dream, lightly touching his mask. And did you achieve it? Izuku only remembered the moment when he annihilated half the city that night. Remembering the screams of terror and despair from the people made him feel slightly good, as all his gaze could see was the same pain that society itself caused him. This world needs a new kind of villain who will slowly come to light to consume it, to destroy it. Of course. Ryuko just looked at Izuku's eyes with slight nervousness. Even though the boy could no longer smile, she could only feel him doing it when she saw his eyes. They seemed to be remembering something really funny, and she must not have been clever enough to know what they were remembering to look at them with great delight. On the rooftop of the apartments. Her gaze was fixed on one direction. The beautiful city that seemed to come alive every time the sun set as the moon rose. She hugged herself, her mind racing with ideas for improving her music. Everything was fine. She knew how to play most of the songs on her iPod. But for some reason, she felt insecure when she stood on that stage, and she spent most of her time there thinking about the same thing. Jirou, looking at the city neutrally, I'm such an idiot, resting her head on her arms, you had your big moment to shine, and you ruined it, remembering how she stood frozen on the stage. Her eyes simply stared at the city's glow. The landscape looked so beautiful that it seemed as if there had never been destruction, as if the lives of thousands of people who were cruelly murdered by that villain had never happened. For some reason, the resemblance of that subject reminded him too much of Shigaraki, although it was really impossible since that subject had long white hair, but the only thing that resembled Shigaraki was that mask with the traces of purple color, those tubes on his back that seemed to be part of him. Jirou, opening her eyes slightly, it can't be him, taking the headphones off her ears, although, remembering the same suit that guy was wearing, the resemblance is so identical it can't be. His deductions seemed superior to his own were it not for the fact that the door leading to this beautiful place suddenly opened. By pure instinct he quickly hid while connecting one of his jacks to the floor to listen better. Izuku, looking towards the city, slightly amazed, incredible, walking calmly towards the shore, the last time I saw something like this was. He once recalled that same scene, standing on the edge of the building as he stared into the great void, remembering the exact moment when he decided to put an end to it all, remembering all the damage he suffered throughout his life, just for pursuing a dream that was unattainable for him. Izuku, calmly observing the city, what beautiful memories, remembering how his father graped him, Dad, your advice really did help me, even if only for a while. Since you're good for nothing, you'll only be good for selling your disgusting body trash. A strange sensation ran through his body as he continued to calmly gaze at the city. If Jirou could see even his cheeks, which were covered by that mask, he would notice that he was blushing, almost as if he were remembering the moment when he enjoyed the company of some girl. But it was quite the opposite. He only remembered how the people who abused him in high school, when he took the train, would be a torment for any girl to endure. The gropers, even though he was a man, luck never seemed to be on his side. The second time someone hexily abused him was during rush hour on the train. He had to admit it, he was nervous when he felt someone's hand delicately touch his thighs. He wanted to remove it at that very moment, but only saw how the subject's free hand showed him a shiny 1,000 yen bill. Izuku, placing his hands against the fence while still looking at the city. I love the view from here, squinting warmly, it's so beautiful remembering the old times Kuro-kun. Jirou, who was only watching him cautiously, was too puzzled to see him gripping the security fence tightly, only to hear him breathing strangely while his gaze was towards the city. He was huddled in the corner of the carriage, which was really full that morning, looking with some tenderness at that man who just held his head, making him look at him while he kept caressing him all over. Looking into his eyes only made him feel slightly uncomfortable, those beautiful black eyes that reflected depravity for having him at his mercy. But boy. A small compliment that I barely managed to hear in a whisper as I was about to let out a slight groan, only to feel the man's hand quickly reach his mouth to silence him. Izuku only blushed more as he felt the subject's fingers delicately enter his mouth while something suddenly entered him. The salty taste of those fingers only made him savor it while he continued to feel that thing going in and out every second. The seconds felt like minutes, the minutes felt like hours in that train car, and the feeling was only getting better each time the man didn't stop his pace. His gaze was so lost as he kept licking and giving light bites to those fingers that made him quiet until the man seemed to move faster. He felt that thing grow slightly just to unleash the nectar of life inside him. Izuku, letting go of the fence as he walked slightly backwards, such fond memories, looking seriously towards the city. It's a shame that had to happen. Kuro-kun, I'm sorry, your wife was very jealous. Jirou, looking ahead, confused, wife. What the hell is he talking about? Looking cautiously at Izuku, who was just standing there looking at the city. Izuku, looking up at the sky, I told you that you had to be careful, remembering how they were having breakfast together in a cafe. If you felt that your wife suspected something we should stop, giving a slight smile if he could, but what was your answer? You can go to hell. Izuku, you're really funny, Kuro-kun, without taking his eyes off the sky. Thank you for giving me your precious time, for all those times you helped me get them, remembering his midnight collection, even though you were rough most of the time for always giving me that affection I needed. Only the sound of a telephone stopped Izuku's beautiful memories as he focused his gaze on where that noise was coming from. Jirou, shit, hanging up on his mother's call while praying that Shigaraki hadn't heard him. Jirou was just trembling with nerves, her heart pounding 1,000 beats per second as she placed one of her jacks back on the ground. She was surprised to find there was no sound from Shigaraki, who was perhaps lost as before. She sighed as she slowly peeked out to get a better look at him, only to freeze. Izuku, facing Jirou, who was speechless, don't you know it's rude to eavesdrop on other people's conversations, watching the girl back away as she walks towards him, Jirou-san. The girl just kept staring into Izuku's eyes as he continued to pursue her. She tried to say something, but the fear was too great, causing her throat to close slightly, until finally there was no escape. Jirou, looking fearfully as Izuku got too close to her, and no, I didn't mean to listen to you, it's just that I, looking at Izuku trapping her against the wall, was here before. Jirou only occasionally glanced at the intense gaze that Shigaraki gave her. On her cheeks, only a light crimson color formed for every moment she looked into those eyes. Despite seeing that right eye which was completely white, it made her feel strange, that ruby eye that kept calmly observing her, causing her to be even more nervous. Izuku, looking at the girl as she turned her head away while still occasionally glancing at him, now what the hell am I supposed to do? The minutes felt like hours to the girl who had lost her nervousness, which had transformed into discomfort. Jirou, a little irritated, just looked directly into Izuku's eyes, who didn't seem to be doing anything other than staring at her. Jirou, having a twitch in her eye, hey, noticing that Izuku was still the same, this is starting to make me a little uncomfortable, noticing that Izuku wasn't saying anything, shine. The irritability she felt exploded like a thermometer, turning into total anger when she saw that Izuku was simply looking at her. Jirou only held Izuku by the collar of his shirt with slight force, as he had barely processed what he was doing. Izuku, about to fall backwards, what the hell? Izuku only stopped thanks to the girl who was still holding him by the collar of his shirt, only to instantly feel the girl's jacks piercing his eyes, causing him to scream in pain. Izuku, rubbing his eyes while remaining steady, what the hell is wrong with you shit, opening his eyes with difficulty, that hurt. Jirou, crossing her arms while looking at Izuku with hostility, you deserve it for doing that idiot, looking at Izuku slowly recovering, besides what are you doing here? Izuku, looking angrily at Jirou, I just wanted some air, noticing the girl frowning at him, not so some crazy woman can go around poking at her neighbor's eyes. Jirou just threw one of her jacks right into Izuku's ear, who quickly writhed in pain. As much as his anger was reflected in his gaze, he also couldn't help but have a little bit of amusement at seeing a worm writhing. Jirou, looking at Izuku who wouldn't stop screaming, apologize, giving a slight smile, I might have mercy on you Shigaraki. Izuku screw you, feeling his other ear being brutally attacked by the other jack, ah damn it okay, I'm sorry. To save Izuku's ears, Jirou simply withdrew her jacks, causing Izuku to experience a great sense of relief, only to see the girl offer him her hand to help him up. Jirou, I think we got off to a bad start, looking at Izuku, who was staring at her neutrally, what? Izuku, I think it all started badly from the beginning, it's nothing, taking the girl's hand as he struggles to his feet, damn I thought I was going to die there. Once again, discomfort filled the air. Izuku would occasionally glance at her, and she would do the same. They continued like this for a few seconds until someone tried to start a conversation. Jirou so Shigaraki, noticing Izuku looking at her, you'll be studying in general courses. Izuku, scratching the back of his neck, yeah it's the best I have for the moment, looking slightly towards the city, I can't complain. Jirou simply stared at Izuku's gaze, which seemed lost in the city, giving a calmer look as she turned her body towards the landscape. All he could see in his mind was the chaos he had caused that day. The fire everywhere made him look at the city as it was that day. If only he could give a smile, he would do so without any remorse. Izuku, it's really beautiful, ignoring the fact that Jirou was looking at him, it's a shame the world is completely crazy, so we can't see it clearly. Jirou just looked towards the city, as did Izuku, and the view was truly beautiful. For some strange reason, this time she looked at the scenery, it was completely different from all the times she went up there to clear her mind by herself. It could be because she was now accompanied by a strange man who kept calmly looking at the city, but for the first time. Jirou, take some cigarettes out of her bag, it feels so different now. Izuku, looking at the girl strangely, isn't that supposed to be bad? Watching Jirou light her cigarette, hey you'll get in trouble if your father sees you. Jirou, looking seriously at Izuku, there's no need to if he doesn't find out right. Pointing her jacks towards Izuku, Shigaraki-kun. Izuku, looking neutrally at the girl who exhaled a puff of smoke, not that I care, wait, looking back towards the city, I really don't give a damn what you do. Jirou, giving a smile while nudging Izuku's arm, you and I are going to get along very well Shigaraki. Izuku, looking at her with disinterest, stay away from me you stink. Jirou simply released that smoke all over Izuku's face, who seemed not to care at all. He just sighed in disappointment at seeing Izuku not seem bothered. Izuku, looking at the girl who only seemed disappointed, what? Jirou, looking at Izuku with confusion, you really don't mind the cigarette smoke. Looking at Izuku shake his head slightly, why? Izuku, looking back at the city, it must be because of my quirk, looking at the girl, who seemed slightly interested. Jirou, looking at Izuku's mask which only shone in that purple and black color, what is it, looking at Izuku raising his eyebrow, it's curiosity. Izuku just stared at the city again, as memories flooded his mind of when he was with the doctor. Their conversations were confusing, and he never stopped saying that he was at the peak of human evolution, as always the doctor administered any kind of toxin to test his resistance. Always looking to see that it could withstand 1,000 times the amount of any substance that could easily kill an entire city if the doctor did that with a weapon. You are our organization's weapon, Izuku-kun, your destiny is to prove that my research is a resounding success. Izuku, remembering how the doctor gave him candy every time he did his research, toxicity, my body can generate any toxin and multiply its capacity, without looking at the girl, a quirk of mass destruction if I were to, suddenly falling silent. Izuku remained silent upon realizing he was revealing something confidential, slowly glancing at Jirou with some nervousness, hoping the girl wouldn't recognize who he was. But he was completely surprised when he saw her smile sincerely as she extended her hand to him. It doesn't matter if your quirk is destructive, I know they can help you at UA so, nice to meet you, Shigaraki-kun. Izuku why yes, taking the girl's hand. Before any words could leave Izuku's mouth, Jirou quickly pulled him towards her, standing incredibly close while looking at him in the most piercing way, making Izuku feel slight fear. Jirou, I'm warning you, Shigaraki-kun, if my father finds out I smoke, about to connect her jacks to Izuku's eyes, who was sweating slightly, and when my punishment is over, getting closer to Izuku's ear, who was slightly nervous, I'll make you suffer. Jirou, just by touching one of her jacks to Izuku's neck, quickly began to tremble, only to look again at the girl who was still staring at him in a hostile manner. Izuku, looking at the girl who distanced herself from him, oh okay, but could you let go of me, she looks too much like Roberta-san please. Jirou just gave a superior smile, while Izuku seemed resigned to receiving some attack from those hanging things. But he felt the girl let go of him as she turned her body towards the city, placing her delicate hands behind her back as she gave a slight smile. You're right, it's really beautiful. Hours passed and the two of them seemed to never stop talking about anything and everything. Jirou discovered that Izuku didn't like music of his genre. He preferred something calmer and more sentimental. Jirou, looking at Izuku with a slight smile, you really like depressing songs. Looking at Izuku nodding, ha 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 ha, how sad. Izuku, leave me alone, looking away, at least I love to hear something decent. Jirou, looking seriously at Izuku, who quickly turned his gaze away, what did you say? Stupid. Izuku, without looking at Jirou, I didn't say anything, she really does look like Roberta-san, looking at the girl and giving her an amused smile, it's worse what? Jirou, it's nothing, hugging her legs while looking back at the city, it's just that you're very different from any of my friends you know, others only talk about girls and cough hex cough. Izuku, looking at the city neutrally, I think, remembering how he was always alone, it was because I never had a real friend, those who have mutation quirks are judged as villains, criminals, or even thieves. I only remember Jirou's happy childhood in kindergarten, always showing off her quirk to her other classmates, and one of them happened to be Aoi Rozumomo, seriously sorry for that crap, it's just that these two are inseparable 7W7. The villain boy, everyone run. Both girls just watched as their classmates quickly moved away from a boy who was terrified. He looked like a shark as he threatened to cry at the sight of the others running away from him amid laughter and nicknames. Looking at the others with tears in his eyes, I'm not a villain, holding tightly to the strap of his backpack, I want to be a sea hero. Jirou only gave a slight smile upon hearing that boy. Not only was she smiling, but Yaoi Rozu was too, seeing the enormous determination that the boy had in his beautiful shark-like eyes as he continued to tremble slightly. But the classroom quickly filled with laughter as the children continued to mock him for wanting to be something he could never be. Where did all that determination to be a hero lead him? Jirou couldn't find out, because a year later that boy was expelled for seriously injuring another boy who had hit him, leaving him without 3 fingers on his right hand. I don't know what we're going to do with you. That was all the little boy heard from both of his parents, who were simply looking down, completely losing that determination to want something that could not be. You can do it, you can be a hero. This scream caught the attention of everyone watching that shark boy, who just stared in amazement at the little girl who smiled at him, giving him a thumbs up. Wiping his tears while extending a fin, thank you. Jirou just bumped his hand with the shark boys as he watched him walk away towards his parents who, despite being angry, both couldn't help but look at their son with a slight smile. Izuku, life isn't fair, looking neutrally at the city, some are born to receive all the affection of others, remembering Mika always being hugged by her mother with slight anger, and there are others who spend their lives in darkness, remembering his mother's tortures, completely begging for scraps, or even nothing at all. Jirou just stared at the scars Izuku had on his arms. Those things were really big, burns, deep cuts, or any kind of wound caused by something. Jirou, looking at Izuku frowning, you're saying that for yourself, right? Looking at Izuku, who just looked back at the city, you passed by, you saw. Izuku, it's getting late, standing up while looking at Jirou, who was still sitting, are you staying? Jirou, just a little while longer, watching Izuku walk towards the door, just watching Izuku close the door, a little while longer. Izuku just walked as calmly as possible towards Namuri's apartment. It irritated him too much to even remember his life in that shitty life. He didn't know happiness because everything was denied to him. Izuku, you forbade me from being happy, didn't you? Looking seriously ahead, mother. Completely ignoring a blonde-haired boy who was looking at him with confusion, it was always the same over and over and over again. Inko Midoriya. Because of you Asahi left me Quirkless. Izuku, you took away my chance to be a Bakugo for your damn pleasure in breaking me, remembering his mother's madness at seeing him suffer. Don't worry, stopping abruptly, staring seriously ahead, you taught me that's something unattainable for someone like me, remembering Mika with annoyance, but I'll take everything from you, I'll snatch away the only thing you ever cared about, resuming to walk. Remembering Mika's crazed look when she scarred his mouth, I'll throw his corpse at your feet so you can see the last gift your beloved husband gave you, opening the apartment door calmly, just to see you suffer. Midoriya. And how did it go with your friend, Izuku-kun? Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.